Introduction. Most of the following essays are pieces d'occasion, responses to concrete invitations to address a particular topic in a specific forum, and ma primary hope is that as many of them as possible will be able to stand on their own as illuminating contributions to the understanding of whatever particular topic or topics each treats. However, it is, I hope, not mere whimsy to collect them into a single volume. There are various connections between the topics the different essays discuss. A number of them deal with the relation between ethics and politics, between individual values and the structuring of human social life, or with liberalism as a political philosophy. Others are concerned with such central political and ethical values as freedom, happiness, or suffering, or with the idea of the success, or failure, of an individual human life or of a collectivity. Finally, several of the essays are concerned with the possibilities of radical social criticism, including the possibility that certain forms of historical inquiry or of art might have a critical potential. These are obviously closely related issues. What strikes me most on rereading these essays, however, is a certain unity of attitude. One of the things that holds the essays in this collection together most closely is their shared skepticism about a particular way of thinking about what is important in human life, which I take to be characteristic of contemporary European societies. By a way of thinking, I do not, of course, mean a specific belief or even a characteristic set of specific beliefs, such as the belief that the earth is, roughly, round, or flat, that witches must be burned at the stake, or that there are no witches, and in any case no one ought to be punished by being burned at the stake, or that all species of plants and animals evolved gradually through natural selection, or that they were all created, each in its unchanging form, at a particular point in time by an omnipotent deity. Rather, what I have in mind is a very amorphous and ill-defined tacit assumption or set of assumptions about the nature of the human world, what is important in it, and how we can conceptualize it. In the late 18th century, Kant spoke of the distinction between a cosmopolitan and a scholastic conception of philosophy. The scholastic the discussion of Kant that follows conflates his two treatments on this topic. Kritik der reinen Vernunft. Ed. Raymond Schmidt, Hamburg. Felix Meiner Verlag, 1956. Hereinafter KRV, B 866. 68, 832-35, and Immanuel Kant's Logic, ed. Gottlob Benjamin Josch, in Kant, work, ed. Wilhelm Weichedel, Wiesbaden, Insel, 1958, Volume 3, A 2329. It is obviously influenced by Heidegger's Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik, 2nd edition, Frankfurt, M. Klostermann, 1951, pp. 185. 88. I have a brief further discussion of this issue in my Morality and Identity in C. Korsgaard et al. Sources of Normativity, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1996, pp. 189-93. Ception was one which was limited to specifying the internal goal of philosophical activity. In Kant's view, the attempt to attain and justify a maximally extensive but unified system of knowledge of the world, without concerning itself with the intrinsic value of such activity, or its relation to any further human goals. Philosophy in the cosmopolitan sense, on the other hand, is concerned with the relation of knowledge to the final or essential ends of human reason, or, as Kant also puts it, with things that are necessarily of interest to every rational being. In the 21st century, one might be inclined to wonder whether it makes any real sense of speak of the essential ends of human reason, but Kant is firmly convinced that this is more than a metaphor expressive of what would have been for him an uncharacteristic state of exuberance. Human reason itself, he believes, has an essential interest, and this interest is summed up in the asking and answering of three questions. 1. What can I know? 2. What ought I to do? 3. What may I hope for? 2. Philosophy as a cosmopolitan enterprise, then, is metaphysics, answer to question 1, ethics, answer to question 2, and religion, answer to question 3. Philosophy as a whole, or various detached parts of it, might have any number of, as it were, collateral benefits, such as contributing to the general training of the mind or helping to resolve particular problems that arise in the domain of one of the special sciences. However, to focus exclusively on these instrumental contributions philosophy can make to human life is to miss the point, which is that the asking and answering of these questions has value in itself for human beings. It is, Kant thinks, self-evident that there is a specifically moral ought, which binds our actions, and it is self-evidently important for its own sake to know what limits human knowledge has, how we ought to act, and whether the hopes for an afterlife held out by religions are not justified, or, if not exactly positively warranted, rationally permissible. Kant saw himself and was taken by various of his contemporaries and some of his successors as a revolutionary figure ushering in a new age, but from the vantage point of the early 21st century, 18th century Prussia belongs to the very distant past, and the Kantian construct, rather than being especially forward-looking, is the last and most elaborate monument of a pay to introduction to, as Heidegger points out, Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik, page 187f, in the text edited by Josch from Kant's Lectures, Immanuel Kant's Logic, A26, Kant adds a fourth question, what is man? And states that in a certain sense the three other questions all relate to the fourth. Kant never actually makes much of this connection, however, and Heidegger seems to be right to claim that this is not an accident, but rather das Ungedachte in seinem Denken, and that too clear and sustained a focus on this issue would have dissolved the Kantian philosophy from the inside. Introduction 3. Roid of our history that looks in retrospect both brutally archaic and exceptionally decadent. The three great Kantian critiques are like an elaborate set of stained glass windows, highly original in their genre perhaps and intended to last for centuries, but completed just in time to be smashed by Puritan mobs, motivated by new ideals and energies that put an end forever to the world to which they belonged, and in which alone they made sense. They may be of great interest to the archaeologist or art historian, and retain a certain appeal because of their scope, the boldness of their conception, and the delicacy of their filigree, but they are of no direct relevance to us. Although we might congratulate ourselves on having left behind Kant's world of metaphysics, morality, religion, private dozen 10, wigs, copper engravings, Euclidean geometry, public hangings, and enlightened, or unenlightened, and royal absolutism, this self-congratulation is premature and unwarranted because the dominant worldview in contemporary Western societies is not as distinct from the doctrines of Kant as one might expect or as we might wish. In fact, it shows some distinct similarities with basic Kantian structures. 3. It, too, is oriented around three kinds of question, and a set of answers to them. 1. What do I want? What do you want? What do they want? 2. What do we know? 3. What restrictions ought there to be on the actions people perform, particularly on those that affect other people? To put it very crudely, people in contemporary Western societies recognize three broad categories of things as unproblematically important. A. Individual subjective human preferences. These are generally construed as prima facie hard, brassy, externally opaque, and atomistic, and as being expressed through word and deed. B. Useful knowledge, especially warranted, empirically supported belief that tells us how the world is, how it can be predicted to change, and how we might use it, i.e., science, to a lesser extent, also certain highly formal disciplines like mathematics that are thought, perhaps, of course, incorrectly, to be about helping us deal with the surrounding world. C. A restrictive set of demands on action that could affect other people and that are usually construed as some set of universal laws or rules or principles, in particular, a set of universal laws on which we would all agree, under some further specified circumstances. Knowledge and universal moral rules, as with Kant, are of intrinsic interest. 3. I am not asserting that the modern tripartite division is derived historically from Kant or the result of the direct influence of Kantianism, but am using the parallelism merely as an expository device and value, but in place of religion we have individual human preference. Everything else that can have any claim to our automatic and serious interest, it is assumed, must be in some way reducible to one or another of these 3 categories, or at any rate must be best approached through one or the other of them. Anything that does not is a delusion or at best something marginal and unimportant. Completely outside the 3 groups, however, there is thought to be only darkness. When I say that a set of assumptions about the exclusive importance of these 3 categories in human life constitutes the final framework for most modern thinking, I do not mean that every modern person understands each of these categories clearly or even in the same way, or would necessarily affirm in an unprompted way the general statement that whatever does not fit into the tripartite schema must not be important. The assumptions in K's Tion form the tacit background of thinking and debate rather than a set of explicitly held views. We are familiar with political debates, in which different parties disagree so heatedly and, apparently, so radically on specific points, that for those standing too close to the debate there seems to be little agreement or common ground between them. People do obviously differ very significantly in their specific conceptions of knowledge, morality, and human preference, and in their views or assumptions about the relation between them and their relative importance in human life. However, if one is able to stand back, many, if not most, of the disagreements that loom so large for the participants themselves and their contemporaries can be seen to be differences within an overarching agreement of which the parties themselves might not be fully aware. Trotsky versus Stalin, Augustine versus Aquinas, Tiberius versus Piso, Rousseau versus virtually any contemporary of his one might wish to name. From a sufficient distance the similarities are more salient than the differences. There is no view from nowhere, and it is perhaps more difficult for us to step back from our own life and beliefs and the social, historical, and political matrix within which they are located than it is for us to take a detached view of people and movements in any case far removed from us in space or time, but that is no reason to think that a relatively abstract attitude is strictly impossible for us to adopt toward ourselves and our contemporaries, or that it would not be worth the effort to try to attain what cognitive distance from ourselves we can. Contrary to the fables convenus, this is, I think, one of the central theses of Nietzsche and of Foucault, and one I wish to endorse. One can reject the absolutist Platonic conception of the world and our knoll edge of it without succumbing to Protagorean relativism. For another common thread in these essays is the consideration of the implications of this thesis. Within what I claim is this modern shared framework one can distinguish a wide variety of specifically differentiated positions, puritanical views that, for introduction, 4c, Nietzsche and genealogy, in My Morality, Culture, and History, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1999, and also, Genealogy as Critique, below. Introduction 5. Give absolute priority to c. positivist views that give priority to B, and subaeritic views that give priority to A, realist and instrumentalist views of knowledge, consequentialist and non-consequentialist accounts of morality, etc. One particular political configuration that will play an important role in several of the following papers is liberalism. 5. One of the central pillars of most contemporary liberalism is anti-paternalism, which in most of its forms supposes that individual preferences in politics are to be taken as they come, and not questioned. 6. Depending on the specific version of liberalism one considers, this view about preferences might be connected with a commitment to some universal moral principles, differences in the way one construes human preferences, how one thinks they relate to human knowledge and moral principles, or what weight one should give them in human life are extremely important, and much of modern philosophy is rightly devoted to trying to develop coherent, plausible positions on these topics, but looked at in broader terms, many of the controversies that preoccupy contemporary philosophy concern no more than different ways of distributing roughly the same pieces on the same board. I am suggesting that there might be some enlightenment to be gained from looking at the board and the pieces from the outside, even if one finally decides to return to one of the usual games. All the essays in this collection are devoted in one way or another to trying to undermine what I claim to be the usual contemporary way of looking at and thinking about the world, showing its deficiencies both as a schema for understanding significant portions of human life and as a matrix for making evaluations. The essays share the view that there are many things that are of the greatest importance but do not fit comfortably into the tripartite scheme. The world is full of things that are not obviously subjective preferences. Things that derive, or purport to derive, their value from being the objects of existing subjective preferences, moral rules, or bits of knowledge. In some societies at some times, and most notably and relevantly for us, in Western societies until about the middle of the 19th century, religion was a phenomenon that very notably escaped the tripartite division one have been describing. Religion was not a matter of personal preference, perhaps it has become a matter of mere preference in advanced Western countries now, but that is a sign of how far it has departed from its traditional vocation, nor a matter merely of a set of rules by which we live together. The same is true of music and poetry, and of society, history, power, politics, and existential choice. 5. See also Raymond Geuss, History and Illusion in Politics, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001, pp. 69-109. 6. As I try to show in my History and Illusion in Politics, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001, liberalism has become such a broad church that it is difficult to make any generalizations about it at all. There are versions of liberalism, such as that developed by Joseph Raz, which do not hold to the strictest forms of anti-paternalism, although it would be natural to use the term ethics to refer to the third of the categories, rules that contain restrictions on the ways in which it is permissible to act toward other people, and I myself occasionally use the term in this way. I will also use the term in a more general way to refer to this whole way of seeing the world and thinking about it. The title, Outside Ethics, indicates in a narrow sense a rejection of the Kant-inspired view that the correct account of a good human life would give special prominence to universal rules, but in a wider sense it also indicates an attempt to step outside the whole triadic structure. I am aware of the fact that the tripartite scheme I have described is extremely vague and ill-defined, but, as it were, that is not necessarily my fault. It would be a great mistake, and one it is only too easy to make when studying historical or ethnological material, to ascribe too much precision to that which is inherently imprecise. The need to avoid inappropriate, excessive, or Fraudulent clarity in studying the human world is perhaps another general preoccupation that holds these essays together. In the mainstream of Western philosophy, and then also Western culture, since Parmenides one finds a very striking incremental glorification of a set of interrelated properties that are counted as virtues: clarity and consistency of thought, speech, and action. The ability to reflect, to detach oneself from prevailing opinion, to ask questions, to give reasons. By now this has developed into a series of highly structured disciplines, our arts and sciences, and sedimented into our everyday ways of thinking and acting, but it also seems rooted in human nature and is self-evidently of great value. Many of us strive for clarity, and we do this for many of the excellent reasons the philosophic tradition has expounded in great detail. We tend to attribute to others an equal striving for an attainment of clarity with respect to their own beliefs, although the apparent generosity of this impulse sometimes can be suspected to mask a certain slyness. Because it warrants us to put words in others' mouths, the better thereby to catch them out and trip them up. Socrates, of course, was an unsurpassed master of this technique, and his example remains in this regard paradigmatic. For much of contemporary philosophy, however, as Nietzsche very powerfully pointed out, humans do not always exhibit maximal interest in clarity and explicitness, and they are right not to. Clarity is often of no use to us at all, and can in some circumstances be a positive hindrance to attaining various important human goods. In addition to our desire for clarity and definiteness, humans exhibit a second set of properties that are perhaps equally important, are very inadequately understood, are very little under our control, and are seriously underappreciated. These are the powers of forgetting, ignoring, failing to ask questions. 7. Similarly, 6. Introduction. 7. See Friedrich Nietzsche. Vom Nutzen und Nachteil der Historie für das Leben, in Kritisch, Studienausgabe, K.S., ed. G. Coley and M. Montanari, Berlin, De Gruyter, 1967, Volume 1, pp. 245. Introduction. 7. When Heidegger speaks of the original conception of truth as aletheia, the philology might be poor, but one of the points he is trying to make is, I think, correct. 8. What we can know, that about which we have beliefs, is something we must pull out of the darkness into a clearing that has been made. Determining the relative relation of the light and darkness which we attribute to other human agents requires a nice power of discrimination and judgment. If this is the case, the result is an upgrading of the role of contingency, history, and politics in the small p sense of the term. If we are capable of stepping back from our own beliefs and the usual standards we use to evaluate them, and looking at them in their wider historical and social context, we will notice that what we believe depends on who asks what question, how exactly formulated, and making what assumptions at what time, and in what order. This is not in itself an argument against the existence of truth, or in favor of that philosophers will owe the wisp, relativism, but a simple generalization about how human life is constituted. The first two essays in the collection, Liberalism and its Discontents, and Neither History Nor Praxis, treat the most well-entrenched, and one of the most pernicious, forms of contemporary political thought, the highly Kantianized liberalism originally popularized by Rawls. I am particularly keen to emphasize that it is a mistake to moralize politics or to construe it as applied ethics in the Rawlsian way. The essay entitled Outside Ethics discusses a line of historical development in European thought that bypasses the tripartite schema. The rest of the essays deal with various topics: freedom, happiness, human suffering, religion, forms of criticism, with an emphasis on the extent to which they do or do not fit into what I claim is the modern world view. Religion, as I have mentioned, was one of the most important traditional phenomena that provided a general framework for large parts of the world during long historical periods, but which does not lend itself readily to assimilation to the modern tripartite schema. For a number of institutional and sociological reasons, and because of the inherent implausibility of its belief structure, religion can, I believe, no longer play the role it once did, but it still needs urgently to be understood correctly, both because of its historical significance and because of the nostalgic hopes for reviving fragments of the 334 Gensitz von Gut und Bose, section 68, 217, KV, Volume 5, pp. 86, 153, Zur Genealogie der Moral. SAI. Section 10. Essay 2. Section 1. KV. Volume 5. pp. 273, 291-92. Also Harold Weinrich, Lethe, Kunst und Kritik des Vergessens, 3rd ed. Munich, Beck, 2000. What, one might wonder, would have happened if Oedipus had listened to his mother, OT 1056 FF, and stopped asking so many bloody questions? The plot of Parsifal turns in the reverse direction, depending as it does on the imbecility of the main character, der Tumbe Held, as he came to be known, or as Wagner has it, der Rein Tor, and his failure to ask questions. 8 C. Martin Heidegger, Aletheia, Heraclit Fragment 16, in his Vorträge und Aufsatz, Thiel. 3, Nesky, 1954, pp. 53-78. Original religious worldview that resurface again and again in the modern world. The two essays on poetry might seem from their ostensible topic to be only tangentially related to the other essays in the collection. They are devoted to arguing that poetry has no essence. It is a changing historical configuration of different elements, projects, forms, and conditions, but in particular it is not universally a form of knowledge in any interesting, distinctive sense, nor does its value lie directly and exclusively in the fact that it satisfies the preferences of many humans. Its relation to rules for dealing with other people is indirect and so highly mediated that it requires special analysis, and can never be taken for granted. These essays, then, aspire to be anti-liberal, anti-positivist, and anti-religious in equal measure. Although their focus is on the supersession of the particular tripartite conception I have described as characteristic of modern thinking, this naturally raises the general issue about how one can criticize well-entrenched general conceptions, and about getting cognitive and moral distance from ourselves that would allow us to improve our situation, whatever improve might turn out to mean. To go beyond, to step outside of, to overcome, to transcend, to sublate. Although these terms have had an important traditional usage in certain areas in philosophy, they have had perhaps an even more important career as central concepts in many religions. And it would be reasonable to wonder to what extent they retain religious associations. One of Nietzsche's most important legacies to us, I have suggested above, is his claim that it is desirable and possible to dismantle the Platonic apparatus of forms, absolute truth, the idea of the good, etc., and its historical derivatives, such as Kant's transcendental philosophy, and that this can be done without fear of falling into relativism. There is, however, a second and slightly different set of issues that also arises in part from the increasing plausibility of Platonist and Kantian approaches to philosophy, but more directly from the decline of traditional religions. The members of the Frankfurt School felt it important to deny that we had to choose between traditional, transcendental religion and positivism. 9. There is no God and no God's eye view, but this does not imply that we are trapped in the present, condemned merely to mirror the facts of the world that surrounds us, or to engage at best in merely piecemeal criticism of our social institutions, as, according to the members of the Frankfurt School, positivists would have it. Nietzsche seems sometimes to replace the transcendence, which stands at the center of traditional accounts, the existence of a transcendent God, or, failing that, a transcendental viewpoint, with that of a continually transcending activity. 8 Introduction 9 See Raymond Geuss, The Idea of a Critical Theory, Cambridge University Press, 1981. Introduction 9 Überwindung in one of the senses in which that term is used. 10 There is no single, final perspective, but given any one perspective, we can always go beyond it. I merely note that to take this as implying a guarantee that we will always, necessarily, be able to go beyond any given position we might copy, would be to fall back into a theological view. For Nietzsche, whether or not we will be able to overcome the one-sidedness of a perspective in which we find ourselves is an open question, for him a question of one's strength. One need not endorse Nietzsche's late romantic glorification of strength to accept his view that there are no guarantees of the requisite kind in the nature of things. The essays stand in what I take to be the tradition of the early, i.e., pre-1970, critical theory of the Frankfurt School, although the specific version of the critical theory which I favor contains a stronger Nietzschean component than most other versions. The early members of the Frankfurt School wanted to put together retention of some orientation toward a transcendental perspective with naturalism, although they call it materialism, a sort of religiosity without any of the dogmatic content of any particular religion. It is, of course, highly questionable whether they did succeed in giving a coherence to this, but then it is also an open question in my view whether or not such coherence is required of a position that by its nature is intended to be merely negative. I feel considerably less sure about my own position on this issue than I do about Nietzsche's rejection of Plato. The relation between critical theory and Nietzsche-Foucault is in any case a further recurrent theme in the essays in this volume, and one that I treat more thematically and extensively in my Glückund Politik. Potsdamer Vorlesungen, Berliner Wissenschaftsverlag, 2004. The essays do not propose positive theories, but they attempt to analyze, point out reservations, and criticize. They make no apology for this. They do not even assume that there must be answers. The idea that all problems either have a solution or can be shown to be pseudo-problems is not one I share. These essays invite consideration of what there might be outside the artificially illuminated circle of ethics. One must, of course, resist the temptation to assume that there must be just one thing outside ethics, but one of the things there might be is a humanly important notion of enlightenment. The notion of being an enlightened person does not reduce simply to that of being a person who has highly developed cognitive abilities or disposes of a vast stock of knowledge. Neither does it reduce to the idea of being a morally good or socially useful person. Enlightenment is not a value-free concept, because it is connected with some idea of devoting persistent, focused attention to that which is genuinely important in human life, rather than to mar. 10 Friedrich Nietzsche, also sprach Zarathustra. Von der Selbstüberwindung in Ks. Volume 4, pp. 146-49. Ginal or subsidiary phenomena, to drawing the correct conclusions from tending to these important features, whatever they are, and to embodying these conclusions concretely in one's general way of living. It involves a toin amount of sheer knowledge, an ability to concentrate and reflect, inventiveness in restructuring one's psychic, personal, and social habits. But to be enlightened is not to have any bit of doctrine, but to have been structured in a certain way. This is a value-laden concept because it depends on some notion of what is important. To say that it is value-laden is not to say it is arbitrary or merely subjective, because the values relative to which we pick out what is important are generally embedded in a network of factual and other beliefs and are themselves perfectly amenable to revision on the basis of new information and further reflection. The idea of some perfect or universal enlightenment in which one has got everything that is important in the right perspective with the right consequences probably does not make sense, but what follows from that is that there are different degrees of enlightenment and perhaps different ways of being enlightened, not that the concept does not make any sense at all. Enlightenment, in the sense in which I am using it now, does not function the way many other ideas directrices in the history of philosophy, such as truth or Kantian duty, have done. A proposition is true or false, and that is the end of it. According to Kant, some thing is my duty or not, and that is the end of it. One difference between such concepts and enlightenment is that it makes little sense to say categorically that a certain way of behaving or living is enlightened. The context that needs to be specified in order to make this a meaningful statement is all important. The context that needs to be supplied in order to make sense of the claim that is an enlightened way to treat children is very different from that presupposed by that is an enlightened way to organize the health services in a rural area of this kind, or they are enlightened employers. One can, of course, admit that there is a coherent notion of enlightenment while yet leaving open the question exactly how important this notion is, although at this point the discussion immediately becomes reflective. How important is it to live a life that in some sense responds to those features of the world which you perceive to be important? These essays will have served their purpose amply if readers come to agree with me that a historically informed and contextually sensitive approach to those areas of philosophy that are directly concerned with our human world is an exceptionally good way to contribute to further human enlightenment. 10 Introduction 1. Liberalism and its discontents. Agents in contemporary Western societies find themselves in an odd situation. On the one hand, we seem to have no realistic alternative to liberalism. That is, we know of no other approach to human society and politics that is at the same time as theoretically rich and comprehensive as liberalism, and also, even remotely, as morally acceptable to wide sections of the population in Western societies, as they are now in fact constituted. 1. Liberal ideas permeate our social world and our everyday expectations about how people and institutions will and ought to act. They constitute the final framework within which our political thinking moves. Prima facie non-liberal forms of habitual belief, such as those associated with certain religions, forms of nationalism, residual class enmities, and so on, still, of course, exist, but they seem to be, at best, isolated and localized foreign bodies in a universe, the overall structure of which is essentially liberal. In societies that are or are aspiring to be Western, even these non-liberal ideological fragments sometimes adopt protective coloration in the form of the best veneer of compatibility with liberalism they can muster. On the other hand, there are signs of a significant theoretical, moral, and political disaffection with some aspects of liberalism. Liberalism has for a long time seemed to lack much inspirational potential. It is good at dissolving traditional modes of life and their associated values, but less obviously good at replacing them with anything particularly distinctive or admirable. 2. It fits all. This text is a revised version of an article one wrote in German and published in December 2001, in the Deutsche Zeitschrift für Philosophie under the title, Das Unbehagen am Liberalismus. The original German article in turn was the content of a series of 3 talks I gave at the University of Saarbrücken in December 2000. My thanks to Professor Wilfried Hinch of Saarbrücken for the kind invitation to speak there, and also to the colleagues in Cambridge with whom I have discussed this topic most frequently. John Donne, Zeev Emmerich, and Quentin Skinner. I also owe a great debt of gratitude to Hilary Gaskin and to the 2 anonymous readers for this journal who helped me to correct several mistakes and significantly improve the original German version of the essay. First, John Donne, Western Political Thought in the Face of the Future, 2nd ed. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1993. 2 Alasdair MacIntyre, After Virtue. London. Duckworth, 1981. Friedrich Nietzsche, Jensetz. Von Gut und Bose, in Kritische Studienausgabe, KS, ed. Giorgio Colli and Mazzino Montanari, too comfortably with some of the more ignoble aspects of commercial society. What contribution could liberalism conceivably make to thinking about the general degradation of the planetary environment? Liberal ideals like individualism, toleration, or limitation of state power seem either short-sightedly confused or mere covers for hegemonic designs. As the Harvard political scientist Samuel Huntington notoriously wrote, "What is universalism to the West is imperialism to the rest." 3 older criticisms of liberalism have also lost none of their power and plausibility: that it has no clear remedy for poverty, for reprehensible forms of inequality of power, of conditions of life, and so on. To the extent to which liberalism is committed to the principles of individual initiative and the defense of private property, it is hard to avoid the suspicion that it is rather part of the problem than part of the solution. Political theories, however, which, like liberalism, are deeply anchored in the social institutions, the mentality, and the form of life of large and wealthy populations, cannot easily be shifted by even the most vigorous forms of intentional human action. This inertia, even in the face of massive and telling criticism, is not merely the disreputable result of the brute power of the past. Rather, in an uncertain, dangerous, and unpredictable world, there are good general reasons not to embark on radical changes in one's social formation unless one is forced to it by demonstrable overwhelming necessity. The title of this essay is modeled on that of a late essay by Freud. For Freud, we moderns are condemned to suffer from cultural imperatives and regulations that do not allow us to lead a biologically fulfilling life, but that we are also not able simply to throw off. Discontent with civilization is an unavoidable fate, given the incompatibility between our biology and the necessary demands of any form of specifically human society, and Freud thinks that it is strictly impossible to do away with it altogether. The best we can do is try to mitigate some of its worst effects. In contrast to this, the discontent we feel with liberalism is of a different type, if only because we can be sure that changes in the world around us, in our politics, our social arrangements, our economic circumstances, or perhaps simply an improvement in our powers of theoretical imagination, will sooner or later dissolve liberalism and render it as irrelevant to us as feudalism or theories of morality based on honor. In the meantime, though, we are stuck with a political and social regime and a set of associated doctrines whose deficiencies are palpable. Historically, liberalism is an invention of the 19th century. 5. Liberal 12.1. Berlin. De Gruyter, 1980, Volume 5, Section 260, and Zur Genealogie der Moral, KS, Volume 5, Essay 2, Sections 11 to 12. 3. Samuel Huntington, The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of the World Order, Lon. Don, Simon and Schuster, 1977, 184. 4. Sigmund Freud, Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, in Studienausgabe, Volume 9, Frankfurt, Fiss. Share, 1974. 5. See also Chapter 2 of My History and Illusion in Politics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2001. Liberalism and its discontents. 13. Was originally a word used to designate a political party. It seems to have been used for the first time in about 1810 to 11 to refer to a group in Spain whose members advocated a limitation of the privileges of the king and the introduction of a constitutional monarchy on the British model. Ex post. A legitimizing prehistory of liberalism has been constructed in which Spinoza, Locke, Montesquieu, Adam Smith, and others are made to feature prominently as theoretical precursors. Since at the latest the middle of the 19th century, then, liberalism refers both to a relatively abstract theoretical structure, a collection of characteristic arguments, ideals, values, concepts, and to a social reality, a political movement that is at least partially institutionalized in organized parties. Janus faced historical phenomena of this kind that encompass both conceptual or theoretical elements and real social forces pose special difficulties for traditional forms of philosophy. Since its beginning, philosophy has oriented itself primarily on the analysis and evaluation of relatively well-defined arguments, but the struggle between competing political groups is not a seminar discussion. Questions of definition and of purely theoretical consistency are often not the most relevant ones to ask. In politics, 2. Classical liberalism is best understood as a negative phenomenon, a reaction against certain events, theories, and social and political tendencies in the late 18th and early 19th centuries that early liberals identified as especially dangerous. 7. In addition, this was a twofold reaction, a kind of war on two fronts. In one direction, as it were, vis-a-vis the past, liberalism opposes absolutism and also the cameralist idea that the state has the duty and the right to care for the positive well-being of its members in an extensive sense. In the other direction, facing the future, classical liberalism strongly rejects the exaggerated moralization of politics that it sees as propagated by the French revolutionaries. The ideological precursors of liberalism in the 18th century were staunch opponents of the subordination of politics to theology, and to the extent to which an absolutist ethics simply stepped into the place that now discredited theology once occupied in the political and social sphere without changing the existing structures, it too becomes an appropriate object of liberal criticism. Rousseau's theory of the Republic as the 6. See also My History and Illusion in Politics, 1-13 and 69-73. 7. I'm particularly interested in four theorists as representatives of classical liberalism. Wilhelm von Humboldt, especially his Ideen zu einem Versuch, die Grenzen des Staats zu bestimmen, Stuttgart, Reclam, 1967, Benjamin Constant, de la liberté chez les modernes, ed. M. Gaucher. Paris, Hachette, 1980, Alexis de Tocqueville, L'Ancien Régime et la Révolution, Paris. Gallimard, 1967, and J. S. Mill, On Liberty, in On Liberty, and Other Writings, ed. S. Collini, Cam. Bridge, Cambridge University Press, 1989. Embodiment of a unitary general will opens up a highly insalubrious, specifically modern possibility, that of clothing political decisions with the mantle of an unlimited, secular moral authority. Kant's attempt to ground politics on a non-naturalist categorical ethics is understood by liberals as a parallel phenomenon and correspondingly condemned. Thus, for the early liberal Benjamin Constant, Robespierre's République de la Vertu et de la Terreur is a natural outcome of taking Rousseau's central conceptions at face value, and absolutist ethics of the Kantian type is just another, slightly etiolated version of the same basic position. 8. There are four chief components of the classical liberalism of Constant, Mill, and Tocqueville. First, liberals assign a high positive value to toleration as the cardinal virtue of human societies. This is the oldest layer in the liberal synthesis. Second, liberals attribute special normative importance to a par particular kind of human freedom. Society should consist as much as possible of voluntary relations between people, and in particular, the free assent of the members is the only source of political authority. Third, liberals are committed to individualism. A society is good only to the extent to which the individuals in it are well off. Fourth, liberalism is characterized by a particular kind of anxiety, the fear of unlimited, concentrated, or arbitrary power. Limitation of such power is thus always a goal of liberal politics. These four elements constitute the political substance of the traditional liberalism of the 19th century. Since my intention is to start from liberalism as a historical phenomenon, it is important to try as far as possible to avoid anachronism, that is, to avoid narrating the history of liberalism from an endpoint in the present that is positively valued and assumed teleologically as the natural goal of the historical process. Precisely this kind of anachronistic view seems to me to have become increasingly common in late 20th century liberalism, especially under the impact of the work of John Rawls. Starting in the later 1950s, Rawls's work gave impetus to a revival of political philosophy, a discipline that had been pronounced moribund by some of its most distinguished practitioners a few years before, and his early achievement, especially as documented by theory of justice, led to a corresponding attempt to reinterpret the history of liberalism retrospectively in the light of his position. This had some peculiar results, given that theory of justice, and the associated early writings, represented a significant departure from what had been the main line of liberal thinking in a number of important respects. First of all, as the title of Rawls's major early work indicates, he placed the concept of justice at the center of attention. Since justice, for him, is the chief virtue of a human society, it is understandable that he organizes his political 14.1.8 see below, footnote 16. 9 Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, 1971. Liberalism and its Discontents 15. Philosophy around a theory of justice. This, however, is a rather surprising development. To be sure, justice was of great importance to a number of pagan thinkers in the ancient world. The qualification, pagan, is important here because the Pauline strand of primitive Christianity once again demoted justice and the law in favor of grace. 10. But I think it is fair to say that no particular saliency had been attributed to justice in the political philosophy of the modern period. The two originators of modern political philosophy, Machiavelli and Hobbes, set the tone. For Hobbes, security and self-preservation are the basic political virtues and the highest goals of politics. Justice is a mere word, the content of which is given by the law laid down by the sovereign. It is thus a highly derivative and not very significant phenomenon. Machiavelli recognizes the variety of disparate goals that humans pursue and a corresponding variety of different conceptions of the good and of the good life. There is the life of piety, of wealth accumulation, of politics. Even within the realm of politics, a political community is the object of praise on account of its greatness, not its justice, in the discourse, and an individual is virtuoso by virtue of being able to attain fame, honor, glory, praise, and so forth, rather than for being just in matters of the distribution of goods or the administration of given laws. The theoretical upshot of the work of these two theorists is that justice is a minor property of subordinate administrative systems rather than the chief virtue of a society as a whole, and that being just is the appropriate defining character trait of the administrator, functionary, or bureaucrat rather than of the politician or citizen. To jump forward by several centuries from Hobbes, Marx, too, treats justice as an epiphenomenon. Each socioeconomic formation generates the conception of justice it needs to allow production to proceed as smoothly as possible, and this conception remains dependent on and has no standing outside the mode of production in question. This relative theoretical insouciance about the concept of justice is not merely a general feature of much of the most interesting modern political philosophy, but it seems especially characteristic of classical liberalism. After all, for Humboldt, Constant, J.S. Mill, and Tocqueville, toleration, freedom, and individualism were focal issues, but justice was they're completely invisible, constant, or at best a minor side issue, Mill, or, finally an object of some suspicion because it could be thought to presuppose a unitary, centralizing view of society that was a danger to individualism. Humboldt, prima facie, it seems highly unlikely that the analysis of a concept like justice, which is so highly dependent on shifting forms of economic activity and on historically extremely variable conceptions of the good life. 10c, for instance, Alain Badiou, Saint Paul, La Fondation de l'Universalisme, Paris, Puf. 1997, especially Chapter 7. This element becomes even more prominent in the work of the ultra-Pauliner Gunter Bornkamm, Paulus, Stuttgart, Kohlhammer, 1969, 24, Marcion, about whom the best work is still Adolf von Harnack, Marcion, Das Evangelium vom Fremden Gott, Leipzig, 1924, reprinted Darmstadt, Wissenschaftliche Buchgesellschaft, 1985, could give one any real grasp on the central phenomena of politics. If this is correct, the Rawlsian project was headed in the wrong direction from the start, but even if Rawls's reorientation of political philosophy around the concept of justice was on its own terms a philosophically fruitful move, it represents a singularly unfortunate position from which to try to rewrite the history of liberalism, a movement whose members overwhelmingly had very different concerns. The second main element in Rawls's early program was a remoralization of political philosophy. For him, in contrast to most 19th-century liberals, political philosophy was applied ethics, and the ethics in question is a complex and original construction. Rawls is not in any interesting sense a Kantian because he has no room in his theory for such central Kantian doctrines as that of the a priori, but he is also at pains to emphasize a certain continuity between his position and Kantian ethics, particularly on two issues: the centrality of individual autonomy, and the priority of the right to the good. 11 earlier liberals, however, characteristically viewed with great suspicion the intrusion of specifically moral categories into politics, and in particular they rejected the Kantian ethics on principle. Rawls's work had the curious effect of advancing Kant to the position of a kind of patron saint of liberalism. This is mildly paradoxical, because Kant had been seen for most of the 19th and early 20th centuries by the main philosophic proponents of liberalism, Constant, J.S. Mill, I. Berlin, also Bentham and Dewey, as an arch-antiliberal. Pre-Rawlsian liberals had two main objections to Kant. First of all, the concept of the a priori, which is structurally indispensable for all forms of Kantianism, is not acceptable to liberals. Kant's abstract conception of reason, which can in some sense be seen as the source of his doctrine of the a priori, constitutes an attempt to absolutize accidental forms of thinking that happen to be socially important at some particular time, and thus to freeze human development at some given level. Because people at a certain time and place all think that murderers should be executed, that all forms of telling an untruth are intolerable, or that the rights of property are incompatible with taxation, and cannot perhaps even coherently imagine any alternatives, these beliefs will be stylized as universal principles and circumflexed with the hyperbolic radiance of the a priori. An a priori philosophy is for liberals a fait terre on human progress. A Kantian ethics of unvarying a priori principles is incompatible with the openness, flexibility, and willingness to revise one's view and adapt to the realities of the situation demanded of liberal politics. Sec. OND, although both Kant and classical liberalism are committed to the value of freedom, their respective conceptions of freedom are radically different. 16.1. 11 See Theory of Justice, Section 40, for the first of these and Theory of Justice, page 31 n. 16 and, throughout for the second, Liberalism and its Discontents 17. Most liberals are highly suspicious of Kantian freedom based on reason and, in fact, strongly suspect that this positive conception of freedom can be used to justify forms of totalitarianism. 12. To avoid any possible misunderstanding on this point, I am certainly not claiming that a Kantian-style philosophy is absolutely incompatible with any form of liberalism. To make an assertion like that would be to make precisely one of the mistakes I am suggesting that some modern liberals make, that is, to assume that there is an essence of liberalism and an essence of Kantianism, and that the two can be compatible or incompatible. If liberalism and Kantianism are open concepts, it is not excluded that after a sufficiently long period of time, it might be possible that the two could be made to converge. Similarly, nothing prevents us from using our present concepts anachronistically if we wish to do that, especially if we can give some plausible reason for wanting to do it. What I do wish to assert, though, is that as a matter of fact the majority of liberal theoreticians in the 19th century, and a not insignificant number in the early 20th century, saw Kant as an opponent of their basic project, and that this is a fact that liberals who wish to be Kantians should recognize and take some kind of position on rather than ignoring. If they were wrong, why exactly were Constant, J.S. Mill, Dewey, and Isaiah Berlin wrong about the compatibility of Kantianism and liberalism? Whatever the best way forward for liberals in the 21st century might be, neither Kant nor Rawls provides an illuminating mode of cognitive access to the historical phenomenon of liberalism. 3. To pass now from the history of liberalism to its present state and possible future, one sometimes hears the claim that liberalism differs from other political philosophies through its recognition of the plurality of potentially valuable modes of life. This is a highly misleading assertion. First of all, liberalism has no monopoly on the praise of pluralism. After all, Marx, too, was convinced that the capitalist economic formation made it possible for individuals to develop and participate in a wide variety of diverse forms of life. Sec. OND, the multiple forms of life which liberalism recognizes are always assumed to be embedded in an overriding consensus that has a latent moral significance. What is distinctive about liberalism isn't, therefore, so much its openness to pluralism as its view that all societies should be seen as capable of attaining consensus, despite a lack of homogeneity in the manners, beliefs, and habits of their members. Can one give any reasons for adopting this attitude toward consensus? It is not completely clear what consensus means. 12 See Isaiah Berlin, 4 Essays on Liberty, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1969. The term vacillates between descriptive and normative uses in a way that is confusing. One can distinguish 4 kinds of case. The first is the case of simple empirical agreement. We are both standing in the rain, and under normal circumstances I will assume that you too know it is raining. The second kind of case is that of adaptive behavior, conformism, acquiescence, or modus vivendi. People do as others do in some particular area of life without giving it much thought, or because they think they must bow to force majeure. Thus, certain Islamic groups in the United Kingdom no longer circumcise their young women because they don't want problems with the British police and courts, despite the fact that they by no means agree that they should give up this practice that they take, to use the now fashionable jargon, to be partly constitutive of their identity. They just think they have no choice. A third group of cases concerns formal agreements, as in the paradigmatic case of contracting. In a contract, all parties explicitly affirm that they will behave in a certain way, usually by transferring certain resources or performing certain services. However, all parties to a contract need not have equally good reasons to enter into it, and they certainly need not have the same reasons. 2. People can agree on state-enforced vegetarianism, the one for religious, the other for medical or sociopolitical reasons. The fourth possible case of consensus is one in which the participants have the same reasons for agreement. Even if the agents have the same reasons for agreeing, it does not follow from that fact alone that the agreement has any particular normative value or standing. Two thieves can have the same reasons for wanting to cooperate in a burglary. If one agrees that increasing the number of persons involved does not change the standing of any agreement, it isn't clear that even the existence of universal consensus need be anything more than one fact among others. One standard liberal line of argument tends to run the notions of consensus that are prominent in these different cases together. Effective coordination of action is highly desirable if humans are to survive and live a life any of them will find worth living, but coordination of action requires that some kind of at least minimal and tacit agreement in values and normative conceptions exists between the cooperating parties. If the parties did not share a large number of such values, cooperation would break down. Therefore, it is claimed, there exists in every society a basic consensus that can serve as the basis on which further agreements could be reached, thereby expanding even further the human social sphere in which freedom and normativity peacefully intertwine. From this the further conclusion is drawn that it is always possible and rational for humans to try to reach consensus with their fellows, or at any rate with those with whom they must regularly deal. 13. 18.1. 13. To be sure, one must perhaps distinguish merely apparent consensus, pseudo-consensus, from real voluntary agreement, but this is a minor correction that changes nothing in the basic structure of the argument. Liberalism and its discontents. 19. To be more precise, there are three variants of the liberal thesis. First, an empirical version. In fact, in every functioning society there is one way or an other, a basic consensus. Second, the political thesis. It is always possible, in principle, to elaborate the basic consensus on which social life rests so that peaceful resolution of conflicts is possible. The third, moralizing variant has a stronger and a weaker version. The stronger asserts that we are all in some sense obliged to reach consensus, or that it is always rational for us to try to reach consensus. The weaker that it is always a good idea to try to reach consensus. Against these liberal positions, Marxists and Nietzscheans can make common cause. Nietzsche sees human society as a field of potential and actual conflict, although the conflict in question may not always be a matter of fisticuffs but may involve only the exchange of arguments and witticisms. In the real world, Nietzsche argues, any existing consensus can be no more than a momentary truce entered into for pragmatic reasons and with no moral implications, and to expect anything more is a utopian hope. Marxists in any case have always been of the opinion that irreconcilable conflict, continuing disagreement, and social division are the normal states of all forms of society that have existed up to now. Apparent public consensus is merely the false, and thin, ideological cover that hides a chasm of division that is as deep and unbridgeable as anything in the human world can be. In its classic form, Marxism teaches that every class society is divided into groups that not only have no common good but have diametrically opposed basic interests. What is good for the capitalists is bad for the proletariat, and vice versa. Only a classless society could lack socially entrenched insoluble conflicts of interest. In capitalist societies, politics as usual is a pointless activity for members of the proletariat, and the only sensible way to act in the long run is to engage actively in the class struggle. For a variety of reasons, the above analysis nowadays seems out of date. The thesis that the economically and politically relevant structure of a modern society can be exhaustively described by the contrast between capitalists and proletariat is no longer plausible. This should not, however, be taken to imply that liberal conceptions of social harmony and the unlimited possibility of peaceful consensus have become any more convincing, because the main problem of the Marxist analysis is that it oversimplifies the sources of conflict and division in the modern world. Instead of one main contradiction between workers and capitalists, there is an almost unsurveyable variety of groups that are potentially or actually in conflict with each other, groups that in some cases have very sharply defined, completely incompatible interests, and control over considerable powers and resources. In a given case, it may sometimes be possible to attain agreement about some points of dispute in real or hypothetical discussion. Sometimes there is neutral ground or a ground constituted by shared beliefs to which one can withdraw to find compromises. Sometimes, not always. In every society, there are both areas of consensus and areas of conflict. Both should be understood naturalistically, and individuals, social groups, and institutions must learn to deal with both. Naturally, we often, but not always, have perfectly good reasons for taking part in discussion, especially when the alternative is physical violence with opponents who are stronger than we are, but whether the reasons we do, or do not, have in a particular case are good, less good, or ridiculously bad is an empirical matter. 14. None of the three liberal theses about consensus seems to me at all plausible. First of all, it seems obvious that many societies are perfectly well able to maintain themselves although their members do not take part in a consensus that is in any way normatively binding. Many people in many societies simply put up with existing arrangements that they must endure as best they can. Second, the claim that it is, in principle, always possible to attain consensus is completely uninformative until one knows, in more detail than has ever been provided by liberals, what exactly in principle means. Furthermore, even if the claim were true, why should a statement about a consensus that could be attained, under some fictive or hypothetical circumstances, have any direct relevance to a given real political situation? Finally, it is always an open question whether or not it is a good idea to enter into discussion or attempt to reach consensus. If I am dealing with a small group of armed fanatics, it is by no means clear that I ought to argue with them rather than immediately and unilaterally disarming them. To be sure, I will probably have various reasons for trying to do this with as little use of force myself as possible, but even if I use minimal force I won't be discussing anything with them, and a priori I can't know that any particular level of application of force will be sufficient. IV. Which parts, then, of classical liberalism deserve to be further developed and cultivated? In the first place, the criticism of theocratic conceptions of société, or, what is another form of the same thing, of absolutist, that is, explicitly or implicitly theocentric, forms of ethics. The Kantian philosophy is no more than at best a half-secularized version of such a theocratic ethics, with Raymond in the place of God. This does not amount to much more than a change of names. 15. The pure normative standpoint that Kant's ethics tries to occupy 21. 14. See also My Public Goods, Private Goods, Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 2001. 96-104. 15. It was a commonly held objection to Kant in the late 18th century that his criticism of traditional theology was substantively radical in name only. The whole content of traditional theology could be reintroduced simply by renaming it postulates of pure practical reason. This liberalism and its discontents. 21. A standpoint in which we consider only the normatively relevant features of a possible world, abstracting strictly from the real world and the empirical accidents of concrete situations, is an expression of what Dewey called the quest for certainty. 16. In an insecure world, weak humans struggle convulsively to reach some kind of stability. The a priori is an overcompensation in thought for experienced human weakness. 17. This is one of the origins of Kant's notorious rigidity, his authoritarian devotion to principles, and his tendency to promote local habits of thought to constituents of the absolute framework within which alone, purportedly, any coherent experience was possible. Thus, Euclidean geometry is declared the a priori condition of human experience, and sadistic remnants of Puritanism become demands of pure practical reason. 18. Classical liberalism rejected Kant's practical philosophy, but perhaps this is not enough. Perhaps one should also reject the very idea of a pure normative standpoint. This might be thought to be a rather extreme suggestion. Kantians have some human failings like everyone else. These need not be thought to reflect negatively on the pure normative standpoint. Is there any reason to think that the very idea of a pure normative standpoint implies the attempt to absolutize accidental existing habits of thought? Rather than trying to give a direct answer to this question, I would like to approach it by discussing two examples. Both are drawn from the work of John Rawls. As I said, Rawls was never a strict Kantian, and as his thought developed, he moved further and further away from commitment to any form of pure normativity. This is a further reason to use him as an example. If some of the deficiencies inherent in adopting a pure normative standpoint are vis. I believe in a philosopher who has moved as far beyond Kant as Rawls has. This seems to me to give further weight to suspicions about the normative standpoint as a whole. To start with the first example, in Theory of Justice, Rawls claims to be was not exactly fair, because not all of traditional theology would survive Kant's attack. A later version of basically the same line of thought occurs in Stirner's criticism of Feuerbach. Max Stirner, Der Einzig und sein Eigentum, Stuttgart. Reclam, 1967. Feuerbach, Stirner claims, doesn't, as he pretends, radically detheologize religion. He simply uses the words human essence in place of the word God. The structure of Feuerbach's theory and the content of the moral obligations it imposes on individuals, though, remain the same as that of traditional theology. 16. John Dewey, The Quest for Certainty in John Dewey. The later works 1925-1953, ed. John Boydston, Carbondale. Southern Illinois Press, 1988, Volume 4. Similar Thoughts in Theater. Adorno and Max Horkheimer, Die Dialektik der Aufklärung, Frankfurt. Fisher, 1969. 17. In a complex industrialized world, there is a further reason for adherence to fixed and rigid general principles, efficiency and simplicity of administration. See My History and Illusion in Politics, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001, 150-52. 18. For Kant as Gallows philosopher, see Jacques Lacan, Séminaire 7, L'éthique de la Scie. Channelise, Paris. Soy, 1986. And also Adorno and Horkheimer, Dialektik der Aufklärung, scribing the reflective equilibrium that would be attained by certain fully rational agents who engaged in discussion under certain idealized conditions. This state of reflective equilibrium is best understood as a kind of successor to the pure normative perspective. After all, the point of one of the main constructions, the introduction of the veil of ignorance, is precisely to exclude from consideration empirical information that might prejudice the overriding normative force of the outcome. It is, then, extremely striking, not to say astounding, to the lay reader that the complex theoretical apparatus of theory of justice, operating through over 500 pages of densely argued text, eventuates in a constitutional structure that is a virtual replica, with some extremely minor deviations, of the arrangements that exist in the United States. 19. It strains credulity to the breaking point to believe that, free and raw, tonal agents, with no further qualifications, even if they were conducting a discussion behind an artificial veil of ignorance, and assuming that they were to agree on anything at all under those circumstances, would light on precisely these arrangements. Some critics might fasten on this as an indication of the essentially conservative bias of Rawls's discussion. The theoretical imagination is employed not to think about alternatives to the status quo, but in order to reproduce it schematically in thought, presenting it as the outcome of full, free, rational discussion. 20. This might seem grossly unfair, given Rawls's evident intention to produce a work that would have some powerful, redistributive implications. If, however, one thinks it at all reasonable to judge what is after all presented as a political philosophy by its actual political effects, it is hard to see how Rawls's perfectly genuine redistributive hopes could have any chance of being realized, and not merely because Rawls has no theory of political action or agency, although that is also true. The actual effect of Rawls's theory is to undercut theoretically any straightforward appeal to egalitarianism. Egalitarianism has the advantage that gross failure to comply with its basic principles is not difficult to monitor. There are, to be sure, well-known and unsettled issues about comparability of resources and about whether resources are really the proper objects for egalitarians to be concerned with, but there can be little doubt that if persona in a fully monetarized society has 10,000 times the monetary resources of person B, then under normal circumstances the two are not for most politically relevant purposes equal. Rawls's theory effectively shifts discussion away from the utilitarian discussion of the consequences of a certain distribution of resources, and also away from an evaluation of distributions from the point of view of strict equal. 22:1. 19. Of course, it is not at all difficult to see how Americans might find it plausible that any raw tonal agents discussing politics under favorable conditions would agree on these arrangements. 20. See Theodor Adorno, Der Positivismusstreit in der deutschen Soziologie, Berlin, Luchter, Hand, 1972, Einleitung. See also My Morality, Culture, and History, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1999, 69-76. Liberalism and its Discontents 23, ITY. Instead, he focuses attention on a complex counterfactual judgment. The question is not, does A have grossly more than B? A judgment to which, within limits, it might not be impossible to get a straightforward answer, but rather the virtually unanswerable, would B have even less if A had less? 1. Cannot even begin to think about assessing any such claim without making an enormous number of assumptions about scarcity of various resources, the form the particular economy in question had, the preferences, and in particular the incentive structure, of the people who lived in it, and unless one had a rather robust and detailed economic theory of a kind that few people will believe any economist today has. In a situation of uncertainty like this, the AC political onus probandi in fact tacitly shifts to the have-nots, 21. The haves lack an obvious systematic motivation to argue for redistribution of the excess wealth they own, or indeed to find arguments to that conclusion plausible. They don't in the same way need to prove anything. They, ex hypothesi, have the resources in question. Beati possidants. How, however, are the have-nots, or intellectuals speaking in their name, supposed to make an argument that depends both on convincing others of the general plausibility of Rawls's approach and in addition on what cannot be more than a highly speculative evaluation of a complex counterfactual claim? That Rawls's early views have had no real redistributive effect is not merely a result of the usual difficulty of implementing political theories in the real world. The second example comes from Rawls's late work, The Law of Peoples. In this work, in which Rawls discusses certain aspects of international relations, he introduces the category of an outlaw state, a regime that refuses to comply with a reasonable law of peoples, page 90, and writes that France, Spain, the Habsburgs, or more recently Germany, were instances of outlaw states, pp. 105-6. Outlaw state is a slightly more refined variant of the term rogue state, which has come to fashionable use in the context of the attempt by the Bush administration to justify its missile defense program. 22. And Rawls's claims about outlaw states are the philosophical pendant of former U.S. President Reagan's characterization of the Soviet Union as an evil empire. At this late point in his career, Rawls has moved very far indeed away from Kantianism, but this is still the sort of easygoing but narrow-minded moralization that some of the most interesting political theorists of the 19th and early 20th centuries, Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, Freud, Dewey, wished to put an end to and replace with more highly differentiated modes of dealing with history and politics. For Rawls, it seems a truth too self-evident to require mentioning that Spanish hegemony over Latin America in the 18th century was something utterly different from and much worse than North American hegemony over the same region. 21. This is not a logical point. 22. See Noam Chomsky, Rogue States, London, Pluto Press, 2000. Guion. In the early 20th century, the British Empire did not always use kid gloves in dealing with competitors and subjects, but for Rawls it was, in contrast to France, apparently never an outlaw state. It also does not seem to occur to him even as an abstract possibility that the United States might be considered by some an outlaw state, despite a history of annihilation of indigenous populations, slavery, and repeated military intervention in Central America, and elsewhere. It is hard even for those of us who belong to the privileged, inherently non-outlaw, Anglo-American world to resist the conclusion that this part of Rawls's theory is significantly influenced by ethnocentrism. Naturally, there are massive differences between the Spanish Empire of the 17th century and the British Empire of the 19th century. Who would deny that? It is also true that politicians have a strong interest in distinguishing as sharply as possible between their own policies and the actual effects of these, and those of their analogues in other states. What is firmness of purpose with us is repression in them. 23. Nowadays most modern governments will have huge staffs of experts, lawyers, and researchers who are paid to seek out grounds for making the appropriate distinctions as vividly and convincingly as possible. The fact that occasionally in some particular extreme cases one can't find any convincing differences is not really an argument for the political relevance of the strictly normative standpoint. In those extreme cases in which adopting this standpoint does deliver a practically useful answer, we usually have sufficient non-moral reasons to make whatever decision we make, and in most run-of-the-mill cases normativity gives us a clear decision that seems plausible only because the analysis that must precede the normativity judgment renders a complex situation artificially simple and perspicuous. This analysis, which eventuates in the JUDG, meant, this is murder, this is fraud, and so on, is what is actually doing the work. The historical struggle against theocracy, absolutism, and dogmatism has left behind in liberalism a thick deposit of skepticism not only vis-a-vis all encompassing worldviews, but also vis-a-vis universalist political theories of any kind. On this point Constant, Berlin, Popper, and Rorty, and also, of course, Burke, are of one accord. Classical liberalism did not wish to be an all-encompassing, universal worldview but merely a political program aimed at eliminating specific social and political evils. In its origin, liberalism had no ambition to be universal either in the sense of claiming to be valid for everyone and every human society or in the sense of purporting to give an answer to all the important questions of human life. There is no clearly developed single epistemology for classical liberalism, but it would seem that a liberal would have to believe that liberal views are as 24:1. 23 Sometimes, of course, politicians have the reverse interest, one in presenting their programs as being as like as possible those of some favored model. Liberalism and its discontents 25, highly accessible to humans who have no special expertise or epistemically alleged position. The ideal of liberalism is a practically engaged political philosophy that is both epistemically and morally highly abstemious. That is, at best, a very difficult and possibly a completely hopeless project. It is therefore not surprising that liberals succumb again and again to the temptation to go beyond the limits they would ideally set themselves and try to make of liberalism a complete philosophy of life. For complicated historical reasons, in the middle of the 20th century, Kantianism presented itself as a philosophical foundation for a version of liberalism, and liberals at that time were sufficiently weak and self-deceived, or strong and opportunistic, to accept the offer, even with the infusion of a significant dose of the Kantian philosophy. However, liberalism has not succeeded in producing a position that is universal in any relevant sense. Neither has it demonstrated an ability to remain faithful to its original theoretical and moral abstemiousness without losing political effectiveness. Rorty has made the extremely astute and important observation that the a priori theocentrism, even in its attenuated form as a philosophy of reason, the purely normative standpoint, and a specific form of the spirit of heaviness 24 all naturally go together. A consistent liberalism would have to turn its back on all of them. Unfortunately, Rorty strongly suggests an interpretation of this observation that does not do justice to it, and he seems to draw from this interpretation two false consequences. First of all, Rorty is obviously keen to promote irony as the most appropriate attitude for a contemporary liberal. While, however, it is true that the rejection of a theocentric view of the world will most likely bring with it a discrediting of a certain number of human attitudes that were closely associated with it: automatic deference to authority, attraction to certain kinds of solemnity, unctuousness, and obscurantism. Irony is not the only alternative to piety. Another alternative is to adopt an extremely Boosie-ness-like attitude, to identify oneself fully with various projects in the world, and so forth. Indeed, looking at the matter historically, there would not seem to be any particular natural affinity between liberalism and irony. If one considers the most significant ironists of the modern period, Pascal, in the Lettres Provinciales, Swift, Voltaire, Kierkegaard, only Voltaire seems in any important way a precursor of liberalism, and I think one would search in vain in the writings of the major figures of liberalism, Humboldt, Constant, Mill, for traces of irony. In fact, the only obvious ironist among the political philosophers of the 19th century is Maistre, who was anything but a liberal. When Maistre in a famous passage 25 reports that the executioner after 24 Nietzsche, also sprach Zarathustra, 25 Joseph de Maistre, Les Soirées de Petersburg, Paris, Edition du Vieux Colombier, 1960. 40. Discharging his function returns home in a self-satisfied mood, saying to himself, "No one can break a man on the wheel as well as I can." This is an archetypical instance of what we usually call irony. Maistre is inviting us here to look at this situation simultaneously from three distinct perspectives that conflict. There is the point of view of the executioner himself, the only man who wears gloves in church, the point of view of post-Beccarian common sense, which finds the executioner and his family repellent and his self-satisfaction nauseating, and finally the point of view of God, who sees the executioner as the necessary central point of any society, holding it all together and making civilized life possible. Ironically, the executioner is, from God's point of view and, therefore, also Maistre's to some extent, right, not perhaps right to be self-satisfied, but right to glory in the efficient discharge of a dignified and commodious office. The examples of Maistre and Kierkegaard also show that irony is not in itself inherently incompatible with a theocentric view of the world. Rorty, to be sure, would be unmoved by all this, because he is not using irony in the normal sense in which we use that term, which is admittedly hard to grasp, but is engaged in the project of using old words in new senses. 26 as to break down existing vocabularies. Rather, for him an ironist is someone who has doubts about the existing, final, vocabulary in use in society and does not believe that her vocabulary is closer to reality than others, that it is in touch with a power not herself. 27 on this use of the term, neither Plato, Maistre, nor Kierkegaard are ironists, a consequence that I think Rorty would welcome. Nor, although I think Rorty would disagree with me, is Hegel. 28 most oddly of all, Heidegger turns out on this reading to be an ironist, a claim that will not, I think, immediately recommend itself to any one who has followed the earth-heavy footfall of the sage of Meschirch through any of his works and who retains a grasp on any of the senses irony has had in European life since antiquity. 29 None of this, again, would bother Rorty. Of course, breaking down the old vocabulary will generate paradoxes like this, and my pointing them out is just part of my strategy of being, in Rorty's eyes, conventional and boring, or of rejigging the meaning of irony to suit my own purposes. If, however, irony, in the traditional or the Rortyian 26 26 Richard Rorty, Contingency, Irony, and Solidarity. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press 1989, 78. 27 Ibid. 73. 28 Hegel did change his mind on a number of things during his philosophically active life, but the one thing he never gave up was the commitment to a form of absolute knowledge, couched in a final vocabulary, and also a rejection of what he called irony, which he saw as instantiated in the work of Friedrich Schlegel. 29 It is, of course, also the case that Heidegger is not a liberal, and is a paradigm of those attitudes of willful obscurantism, authoritarianism, and sanctimoniousness that liberalism should terminate. Liberalism and its discontents 27 sense is not the only possible attitude we can adopt if we want to avoid piety. And if irony in Rorty's sense is rather different from what tradition would have called irony, it is hard to avoid asking why we should accede to Rorty's suggestion. And to answer this in turn, it might be useful to think about what motivates Rorty to make this suggestion and what the consequences of adopting it would be. This brings me to the second place in which he seems to me to point us in the wrong direction. I think his motivation is to detach us as much as possible from trying to approach politics theoretically and to denigrate political action in a very subtle and sophisticated way. Irony stands orthogonal to any form of active, practical engagement with the world. It is a luxury of people who do not pressingly have to act, the kind of people Rorty calls with admiration bookish intellectuals, and whom he wishes to encourage to find self-realization in private life, not politics. 30. This is why it is particularly impressive that Socrates and Kierkegaard, who thought they did in some sense have to act, also allowed themselves to indulge in irony. An ironic execution is either no execution at all, but a literary or theatrical event, or a form of attempted additional mockery of the victim, or both at the same time. This is Jesus, King of the Jews. The Christian thinks that this is doubly ironic, and that the joke is finally on Pilate. The liberal who gives up the sanctimoniousness of the purely normative standpoint will perhaps, as Rorty correctly recognizes, stand at a certain kind of distance to some kinds of beliefs, but the attitude involved in this does not seem appropriately captured by calling it either irony or another older tender skepticism. With this, one is returned to the issue from which I started, namely, what attitude we should adopt toward liberalism. This can not be completely separated from questions about the intentions of liberalism and how to describe the kinds of attitudes that have been, or might easily be or have been associated with existing forms of liberalism. Irony will not allow the right kind of theoretically reflective, engaged political practice. Some will, correctly, object that the demand that I made earlier that anachronism be avoided is an ideal impossible fully to attain. Of course, the account of liberalism I have given is a selective one, an ideal type, that arises from emphasizing certain features and downplaying others, and the choice of what to emphasize to some extent depends on what I judge to be philosophically fruitful and morally and politically valuable. We all have no alternative but to construct the past in the light of what we take to be a viable future, but it does not follow from this that all constructions are equally enlightening or that the usual empirical and documentary standards for judging historical accounts are irrelevant. The anti-Kantian and anti-Rawlsian perspective has, in my view, a twofold advantage. It is a better guide to liberalism as a historical phenomenon, that is, one that allows us to attain a fuller 30. Rorty, Contingency, Irony, and Solidarity, 65. More detailed, and more correct understanding of its history, and it also at the same time provides a more promising orientation for thinking and acting politically in the future, as long as the real social, economic, and political institutions and circumstances of our life do not change. 31. We cannot expect to rid ourselves completely of our discontent with liberalism. This might, however, even be thought to be a vindication of one strand in the liberal tradition, the strand that is action-oriented but reflexively anti-utopian and asserts that no system of either action or thought is perfect. This should hold as much for liberalism as for anything else. This kind of discontent, then, might be not necessarily an objection but a sign of the continuing vitality of this tradition. 28.1. 31. Le libéralisme n'est évidemment pas une idéologie ni un idéal. C'est une forme de gouvernement et de rationalité gouvernementale fort complexe. Michel Foucault, Dits et Écrits, Volume 4, Paris, Gallimard, 1994, 36. 2. Neither history nor praxis. The recent death of the philosopher John Rawls makes it especially appropriate, but also particularly difficult, to reflect on the peculiarity of his life, work, and influence, and try to assess what long-lasting contribution he might have made to our understanding of politics and society. Rawls, by all accounts, was a remarkably saintly man, a devoted teacher of many highly successful students, and a concerned citizen. Under these circumstances, any discussion of him and his work, especially at this time, is likely to take place in an atmosphere of mild hagiography. The body of work he left behind is large and intricate, and has been the object of literally thousands of pages of exegesis, criticism, and further elaboration, some of it highly technical in character. Many academics have sunk large amounts of intellectual capital into mastery of the details of his position, and the correct reading of it. However, precisely because Rawls was a public philosopher of unrivaled influence, natural piety should not take priority over the demands of the piety due a philosopher. Uninhibited discussion of his work and approach, and the attempt to give a global account of the status of his theory, its overall structure, and its historical location, without getting lost in details. Between 1988 and 1992, Steve Pike photographed several dozen philosophers and asked each to write a brief statement describing his or her philosophy to accompany the respective photo. Most of the entries are the sort of thing one would expect to find. Philosophy is a form of self-knowledge, a way of asking certain basic questions, an attempt at systematic exercise of human reason, etc. Rawls's response takes the form of an autobiographical sketch. From the beginning of my study of philosophy in my late teens, I have been concerned with moral questions and the religious and philosophical basis on which they might be answered. 3 years spent in the U.S. Army in World War II led me to be also concerned with political questions. Around 1950, I started to write a book on justice, which I eventually completed. 1. I am deeply grateful to a number of colleagues who have helped me over the years to think about the issues discussed in this essay. Martin Bauer, Rudiger Bittner, John Dunn, Zeev Emmerich, Hilary Gaskin, Susan James, Christine Price, Quentin Skinner. Needless to say, none of these persons necessarily agrees with any particular claim I make. 1. S. Pike, 1993, Philosophers, Manchester, Corner House Publications, 1993, no pagination. The book Rawls started in 1950 appeared in 1971 as a theory of justice. It is a densely argued treatise of over 500 pages dealing with institutional structure and the principles of distribution that ought to hold in what Rawls calls a well-ordered society. Conceivably, the autobiographical statement to Steve Pike is simply a way of elegantly evading the question, what is your conception of philosophy? But it is just possible that Rawls thought that this description of the development of his interests threw some light on the nature of his philosophy. After all, there is a tradition going back to the ancient world which insists that philosophy and life are connected and are to be integrated in various distinctive ways. It is not just that Stoics and Cynics hold and try to defend different theories or propositions, but the life of a Stoic has a different shape from that of a Cynic. 2. This tradition is not as strong now as it once was, and in the contemporary world conceptions of philosophy modeled on mathematics, natural science, or some form of social problem solving are more common, but the older view retains what force it has, understandably, in areas in which ethics, politics, and philosophy touch or overlap. 3. Perhaps Rawls did have the modern, scientific model of philosophy in mind. For whatever reason, on this model one picks a topic to work on, and tries to do one's best with it. There will probably be specific biographical reasons for the choice of topic, but they will be of no relevance, provided the topic itself is of inherent interest. 32. In this volume, but the philosophers photographed are listed alphabetically and this autobiographical statement is on the page facing the photo of Rawls. 2. The ancients tended to focus on one side of this integration. From the theoretical beliefs held to the kind of life lived. The Stoic and Cynic lives differ because of the difference in the beliefs the respective philosophers held. The 19th century added to this an increasing appreciation of the other direction in which the equation could be read. Thus, in 1797, Fichte announced that the philosophy one chose depended on what kind of person one was, and by the middle of the century it was a commonplace idea among the young Hegelians that a philosophy arose in part out of a reflection on the state of the world and the outstanding issues of the day, sub specie universalitatis. To identify what are the outstanding questions of the day is by no means a trivial task, but rather one that requires both a certain cognitive exertion and moral courage. Though this is to some extent the precondition of philosophy, the process of philosophizing itself does not merely give one answers to the questions with which one started, but can change one's understanding of what is questionable or problematic. A philosophical life is one in which this reflection and the results to which it leads inform the attitudes the philosopher takes toward this world, one in which an original, relatively naive and immediate diagnosis of the times is transformed into a considered position. 3. No one much cares that the logician Frege was an early and ardent admirer of Hitler. After all, among other things, he died in 1925 and never took any public position on politics. Discus, scion of the philosopher Frege, is discussion of his attempt to ground mathematics on logic, his definition of a number, his new notation for logic, or his philosophy of language. On the other hand, it seems willfully blind to overlook Heidegger's National Socialism, given that his work is clearly, in some sense, intended not to provide a formal definition of some mathematical construction, but to tell us something about how to live. See Hans Sluga, Heidegger's Crisis, Cambridge, M.A., Harvard University Press, 1993, especially Chapter 4. Neither history nor Praxis 31. No one can object to this free choice of topic for investigation or to the simple activation of theoretical curiosity that is not motivated by any compelling, personal or social experience. It is, however, at least possible to read Rawls's statement as trying to connect a certain characteristic set of human experiences in the 20th century and a set of topics and ways of going about philosophy, which he presents as attempts at finding appropriate responses to those experiences. How one reacts to Rawls's presentation of this possible shape of a philosophical life is a good indication of one's own sensibilities. Some philosophers, apparently most philosophers in the English-speaking world, see it as a perfectly comprehensible moral and intellectual cursus vitae, and an instance of the philosopher being socially responsible in a particularly laudable way. There is, however, a small group of people, of whom I am one, who find this autobiographical statement odd in a way that is revealing about what we experience as the eccentricity of Rawls's work. To people like me, a philosophical life like the one Rawls outlines simply doesn't make sense, so we do not find it surprising that Rawls's philosophy doesn't make much sense as a contribution to understanding or dealing with the social and political world. There is another old tradition which holds that philosophy is characterized more by the questions it asks than by the answers it gives to those questions. One can easily imagine a person confronted with the events of the Second World War being motivated to ask various questions, for instance about European history, about the dynamics of political systems under stress, about the economics of competitive international markets, about human social psychology and the structure of collective action. What, however, would one have to believe about the world to think that, what is the correct conception of justice, is the appropriate question to ask in the face of concentration camps, secret police, and the firebombing of cities? Are reflections about the correct distribution of goods and service in a well-ordered society, the right kind of intellectual response to slavery, torture, and mass murder, was the problem. In the Third Reich, that people in extermination camps didn't get the slice of the economic pie that they ought to have had, if everyone had discussed the matter freely and under the right conditions? Should political philosophy ally be essentially about questions of fairness of distribution of resources? Aren't security and the control of violence far more important? How about the coordination of action, the sharing of information, the cultivation of trust, the development and deployment of human individual and social capacities, the management of relations of power and authority, the balancing of the demands of stability and reform, the provision for a viable social future? A theory of justice introduces Rawls's major intellectual innovation. This is the device of trying to understand justice as the content of possible agreement reached by all the members of a society in a discussion conducted under certain idealized circumstances. Rawls introduces two technical terms to refer to these idealized circumstances. The discussion is said to be conducted in the original position, under a veil of ignorance. Suppose, as a thought experiment, that all the members of a society freely discuss the social arrangements which will regulate their mode of living together, as if it were simply up to them to decide what institutions to create. That is discussion in the original position. The people in this position are said to conduct their discussion under a veil of ignorance, because we imagine them to be specifically privy of empirical information about the society in question and their own place in it. In particular, they are not to know its economic or political situation or the level of civilization and culture it has been able to achieve. For they are also supposed not to know their own situation in the society, what generation they belong to, what assets, abilities, and general conception of the good they have. They have no knowledge of their concrete identity, save as purely rational deliberators. The participants in the discussion are like Platonic administrators who imagine they have a whole society at their disposal, and must decide how best to structure it. They themselves and the conditions under which they conduct the discussion have also been specifically idealized in such a way as to nullify any political relations that might be thought to exist between them, and thus to render these relations irrelevant and without influence on the final outcome. Justice is what such agents would freely agree to under such conditions. Rawls's book tries first to argue that the construction of such a discussion in the original position is the proper way to approach justice, and then to determine what agents in the original position would agree to. Although there is no politics in the original position, agents in that position in deciding how they will live together must, of course, agree on a political structure for the society they will inhabit. Rawls's conclusion is that in the original position the idealized free and rational agents he describes would agree on a set of constitutional arrangements very much like those now current in the United States as the basic political framework for their society, plus a set of fairly abstract principles to govern the distribution of liberties, opportunities, and goods and services in the society. One main question is why we would have any reason to suppose that agents in such a situation would agree on anything at all. No matter how long they discussed matters, there might remain at the end different groups with different views. 5. A second question is why, even if they did agree, this decision should have any relevance whatever to us, who do have concrete identities, parts of which sometimes can be of importance to us, and who live in a concrete situation in a complex real world, not in the idealized world of the original. 32 4. J. Rawls, A Theory of Justice, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1971, page 137. 5. The variant of this that has been most widely discussed is the differences that might remain between people who were more risk-averse and those who were more willing to take risks. C. R. Tuck, The Dangers of Natural Rights, Harvard Journal of Law and Public Policy, 1997. 23, 690-93. Neither history nor praxis 33. Einal position. This type of theory appeals to traditional prejudice among philosophers in favor of purity, autonomy, formalism, and abstractness. The theory certainly purports to be pure of contamination by the facts of history, psychology, economics, sociology, and political science, but it is highly questionable whether this type of abstractness is conducive to real understanding of the world we live in, and at least equally questionable whether we can have a useful practical philosophy, or even a useful set of normative rules, without such grounded understanding. Rawls's theory presents itself as egalitarian, although, at any rate in the original form, it comes equipped with a catch so large that it seems unsurprising that the real political effect of the theory has been close to zero. The catch, called the difference principle, specifically allows departure from equality if the resulting inequality is one that improves the state of the least advantaged members of the society. It turns out to be extremely difficult to assess in practice whether or not a certain existing inequality is or is not allowed by the difference principle. Furthermore, one might wonder whether accepting the difference principle would not, in practice, lead to much more significant concessions to inequality than Rawls seems to expect. Finally, it is perfectly possible to find the basic idea behind the difference principle, that increases in the absolute standard of living of the poor can, in principle, justify great inequalities, morally very repellent. 6. Rawls's later work moves away from the never-neverland of this early model with its glorification of the ignorance of agents in the original position. But it never gets very far, and pays for its minimally increased connection to the real world of American politics with a significant loss of scope and theoretical power. Thus his last systematic work, The Law of Peoples, is a treatment of international relations. 7. He distinguishes 5 kinds of society: a. Liberal, b. Decent, 8. c. Outlaw states, d. Societies burdened by unfavorable conditions, and e. Benevolent absolutisms. 9. Outlaw states are those that refuse to comply with a reasonable law of peoples. 10 examples of outlaw states include, in the early modern period, France, Spain, and the Habsburgs, and, more recently, Germany. 11 Outlaw state is clearly Rawls's the heretical equivalent of a concept that has become one of the cornerstones of U.S. foreign policy during the past 20 years, and has appeared in a variety of 6. J. Dunn, The Cunning of Unreason, Making Sense of Politics, London, HarperCollins, 2000, pp. 279-80. 7. J. Rawls, The Law of Peoples, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1999. 8. A decent society, for Rawls, is one that is not liberal but still deserves to take its place as a member of a society of peoples under a reasonable law of peoples. C. J. Rawls, The Law of Peoples, page 4. 9. Ibid. Page 4. 10. Ibid. pp. 590. 11. Ibid. pp. 105-6. Geuss, From Reagan's Proclamation that the Soviet Union was an evil empire to the very emphatic use of the term rogue state by the current Bush administration. Rawls's claim that certain non-liberal societies, decent and benevolent ones, deserve some recognition and ought to be tolerated by liberal societies 12 is a significant and welcome advance over the strict dichotomization that seems to dominate much thinking in U.S. government circles today. It strongly suggests disagreement with the position of U.S. President George W. Bush, that those who are not with the United States belong to an axis of evil. Still, Rawls does not think that liberal societies should extend their tolerance to outlaw states. Outlaw states may not be exterminated ad libitum, but liberal states have a right to keep and deploy nuclear weapons for deterrent purposes, and may attack outlaw states with military force under certain circumstances if that is necessary to prevent violation of human rights. 13. This does not even purport to be a view from an anonymous, universal, original position, but is, even on the most superficial inspection, a specifically American political position, more enlightened, perhaps, than that of George W. Bush or Condoleezza Rice, but generically the same kind of thing. Of course, no one can object in principle to citizens helping to elaborate the national ideology, provided it is not actively vicious, but philosophy has in the past often aspired to something more than this. Rawls's influence in the U.S. Academy grew most rapidly in the late 1970s and 1980s, during a period that saw the start of a major and lasting downturn in the world economy. 14. A significant increase in inequality in the world, and a distinct turn to the political right in most advanced Western countries. This conjunction is an extremely striking phenomenon, but one that has failed to attract the attention it deserves. As Rawls's purportedly egalitarian theory became more entrenched and more highly elaborated, social inequalities in fact increased drastically in virtually all industrialized countries. 4 lines of hypothesis suggest themselves to explain why Rawls's stock rose as the world moved firmly and distinctly in the direction precisely opposite to the one apparently indicated by the theory. The first is that Rawls's theory gained in attractiveness as a compensatory fantasy. 15. The mechanism would be like that analyzed by Feuerbach for the origin and development of religion. 16. Weak humans cannot easily tolerate clear recognition of their 34 to 12 Ibid. Part 2, 13 Ibid. pp. 9, 80-81. 14. C. R. Brenner, The Boom and the Bubble, The U.S. in the World Economy, London, Verso. 2002. 15. For a general discussion of recent Rawls-style political philosophy along these lines, C.A. Badiou, Ethics, an Essay on the Understanding of Evil, London, Verso, 2001, especially pp. Lee, LVI, 90. 16. L. Feuerbach, The Essence of Christianity, New York, Harper and Row, 1957, translated by M. Evans, George Eliot. Neither history nor praxis. 35. Efficiencies and so invent an imaginary agent, God, whom they endow with the powers they lack. In just the same way, fantasies about the original posy become more plausible to agents the more the world demonstrates to them their inability to understand or exercise any control over its movements. This would be comprehensible and unobjectionable enough if, unlike the ficton of a god, the theory of the original position actually directed us toward learning to deal with our weakness, but the continuing redistribution of resources from the poor to the rich indicates that it hasn't. Does one perhaps need to adopt a more long-term perspective, that of 400 or 500 years? Do we then have to adopt a similarly long time frame for evaluating claims about a possible, pure, Islamic Republic, Marxism, or the Situationist International? The second line of hypothesis starts from a sharp distinction between the basic properties of scientific theories and those of a political philosophy. Scientific theories can be understood as abstract entities with relatively transparent internal structures. They use clear, well-defined concepts, and it is often relatively easy to specify what assumptions they make, and under what conditions they can be applied. Thus, a certain theory might be true of absolutely pure gases, and might apply in a real industrial situation to the extent to which some gas could reasonably be treated as if it were pure. A political philosophy, in contrast, is not really an exclusively theoretical construction, but it must also be seen as an attempt to intervene in the world of politics. The consequences of acting on it ought thus never to be considered matters of complete indifference in evaluating it. Since, under modern conditions, proponents of a certain political theory must be in a position to argue for it in a plausible way, they will have a strong interest in presenting it to its best advantage. The image of the theory and its virtues that is projected in public debate will be unlikely to be complete in all details and may well be seriously misleading or even completely inaccurate. Since a political theory is also only in the rarest of cases the sort of thing that can be fully formalized, its advocates may in all innocence be very imperfectly aware of some of its basic structural features or their implications. In the long run, though, when a theory is widely believed and has come to inform the way large groups of people act, deeply hidden structural features of it can suddenly come to have a tremendous political impact. Thus, in the middle years of the 20th century, a series of liberal thinkers, including I. Berlin, J. L. Talman, K. Popper, and F. Hayek, developed an influential account of Jacobinism and Marxism-Leninism. On the surface, these political doctrines presented themselves with a certain prima facie plausibility as theories committed to promoting human freedom, and many Jacobins and Marxists were subjectively keen and genuine partisans of human liberation in all its forms. Nevertheless, these liberals argued, a deeper account of their political views would reveal hidden authoritarian elements, such as commitment to a positive, rather than a negative notion of freedom. It was eventually this hidden structural kernel of the theory, not the private motives of its supporters, that had the last word in the real world of politics. Marxists did not get the world they consciously pursued and longed for as an ideal, but rather the one that was fated to arise under the given historical, economic, and political conditions when Marxism took hold of a whole society and succeeded in transforming it. The Soviet Union as it actually was the real content of Marx's positive liberty. The second kind of hypothesis applies this general schema of interpretation to Rawls's theory. It is not enough to look at the forms of self-advertisement of the theory, its superficial claims, or the intentions, motives, and personal character traits of its advocates. The best way to see what the theory is really about is to study the systematic, long-term effects of applying it. At some level, a widely accepted theory gets the world it really wants or, at any rate, the only world that is realistically possible if people hold the theory in question and act on it. The surface appearance of Rawls's theory, its apparent and egalitarian content, standing, and implications, is deceptive, because the world that has arisen as the theory has established itself more and more firmly is one of increasing inequality. The liberal thinkers like Berlin who gave their penetrating historical and conceptual analysis of Marxism in the middle of the last century realized that understanding a political philosophy involves taking account of a wide variety of factors that have no parallel in the case of strictly empirical theories. These include hidden structural features of the theory, various assumptions the PLE who are going to act on the theory make, and the actual institutional, economic, and political reality of the world into which the theory is trying to allow us to intervene, even if that intervention is at the level of a mere normative assessment. 17 Liberalism ought to have applied the theoretical sophistica which it had acquired in its critical struggle against Marxism to the task of understanding itself better in terms of these factors. The Rawlsian approach itself, of course, particularly in its veil of ignorance version, discourages the development of such theoretical self-consciousness, and that is perhaps its most basic deficiency. A third possible hypothesis starts by denying that there is any important connection between social and economic movements in the wider world and the increasing intellectual hegemony of Rawls-style political philosophy. Rawls's system, after all, is intricately elaborated and self-contained, and it also claims to embody a particularly well-grounded moral view of the world. Perhaps the pleasure in discussing such an aesthetically attractive and purportedly morally serious construction, and the associated sense of being part of an elite group of people who are both very clever and highly righteous, is a sufficient explanation of the omnipres. 36-17 C. J. Dunn, The Cunning of Unreason, Making Sense of Politics, London, HarperCollins. 2000. Neither History nor Praxis. 37. Ends of the theory. Explanations of the first or second type would be much too optimistic because they assume that Rawlsianism is potentially a genuinely activist theory, but actually it is a mere object of academic exercises. The advocates of the theory do not need compensation because they have no abiding interest in the state of the world outside universities and similar agencies anyway, and hardly notice it. They may in fact not even be aware that the world is moving ever further away from egalitarianism, since whatever minimal political activity they may engage in is of no significance. The second kind of explanatory hypothesis, that in acting they are allowing a hidden, deep structure of the theory to realize itself, is otiose. The final possibility is that Rawls's theory is supposed to be a strictly normative theory, and thus only a tool for honing individuals' moral sense and judgment. They may, or may not, then use it as a guide to their action, and may be more or less successful. Perhaps those who believe in the theory do not really feel the need to act in a way it seems to recommend, or perhaps they have simply been failures for completely contingent reasons. The fault is not with the theory, but with its supporters or the others in a world that is too powerful to be changed by well-meaning academics. None of this, one might argue, reflects badly on the theory, which is supposed to tell us only what ought to be the case. Nothing that merely happens to be the case is at all relevant to the validity of a strictly normative theory. These four groups refer only to families or types of hypothesis, and the types are specified in such general terms that they allow a wide variety of ac-tual theoretical accounts. A real analysis might well be a complex story embodying compatible elements of more than one of them for different parts of the account, but then the relation of a theory to its world is at least as complex as any of the other things history tries to enlighten us about. 18. Thus one important feature that would have to be kept in sight if one were trying to understand the prominence of Rawls's views at the end of the 20th century is the spectrum of what were thought to be the possible alternatives. This is, I think, a general characteristic of much of the history of ideas, and one that was recognized very clearly by Nietzsche, and also Max Weber. When Nietzsche says that humans would rather will nothing than not will at all, Genealogy of Morality, 3rd essay, section 28, this implies that in a number of areas people would prefer to hold on to even self-evidently shoddy theories rather than have no view at all. Another way of putting this is that skepticism or suspension of belief, in these particular areas, is almost always an achievement. Another possible line or explanation, then, runs as follows. For a variety of reasons that had little or nothing to do with Rawls and his views, existing alternatives, Marxism, utilitarianism, psychoanalysis, critical theory, anarcho-syndicalism, and in fact virtually the whole of modernist higher culture, were taken, correctly or not, to have been refuted or rendered irrelevant by events. This is possible because they were at least sufficiently connected with some kind of reality that changes in the world could be taken to bear on them. Rawls's calm by nation of sundry Kantian leftovers, New England Protestant ideals, and U.S. folkways was then virtually the only thing left on the board. It survived partly because it was sufficiently detached from actual politics not to seem, at least to many American readers, tarnished by anything that actually happened in the world, and yet it seemed vaguely and comfortingly familiar, which of despite the conscientious angst of Rawls the man, and his openness to well-focused criticism of individual sections of his work, the structure and ethos of this theory as a whole is deeply complacent, not to say smug. We who have the great good fortune to live in countries that are sufficiently like the United States in structure have got our politics basically right. All we really need to do is fine-tune our economies in various ways, particularly so as to maximize equality, while respecting the principle of difference, and struggle against any existing outlaw states. Rawls's students and followers incline to the fourth kind of hypothesis, and would presumably think that anyone who asks the questions I have been asking in this essay has lost the plot completely. Is it, though, or should it be, of any significance that the normative, moral and political theory of the Rawlsian type has nothing, literally nothing, to say about the real increase in inequality, except perhaps, so much the worse for the facts? This is not a criticism to the effect that theoreticians should act rather than merely thinking, but a criticism to the effect that they are not thinking about relevant issues in a serious way. If casual reports by some of his former students are correct, toward the end of his life Rawls had a vague awareness of the gross discrepancy between the aspirations and self-conception of his theory and the way the world was going, and was disturbed by it. This does him credit. He did not, however, seem to have the conceptual tools to be able to make any real sense of it. He seems, that is, to have interpreted it in a characteristically displaced and distorted way as a problem about the lack of influence of his theory. His views were not taken with sufficient seriousness or were resisted, they were not acted on, his students were not adequately appreciated and promoted, etc. That such an exceptionally honest, personally modest, scrupulous, and self-critical man could have suffered from such a complete misapprehension of the situation makes it hard to avoid the conclusion that Rawls was up against the inherent limitations of his basic approach to the world and of the kind of theory he was trying to develop. After all, the problem cannot really have been lack of influence, because it is hard to imagine any philosophical theory that has had as much influence as Rawls has had in the second half of the 20th century. At any rate in the Western capitalist world, for a small number of English-speaking philosophers, then, the only way to make discernible progress in political philosophy is by studying history, social and economic institutions, and the real world of politics in a reflective way. This is not incompatible with doing philosophy. Rather, in this area, it is the only sensible way to proceed. After all, a major danger in using highly abstractive methods in political philosophy is that one will succeed merely in 38-2 course it was, being simply a more coherent reformulation of some widely held North American views. Neither history nor praxis 39. Generalizing one's own local prejudices and repackaging them as demands of reason. The study of history can help to counteract this natural human bias. Politics depends, to a great extent, on judging what is actual relative to what is possible. 19 is the actual regime of penal servitude, the family structure, or the system of compulsory school a good thing or a bad thing? Answering these questions responsibly means thinking about them in a space organized around possible alternatives to the present existing state of affairs. 20 However, we have an inherently weak grasp on what is possible, and most societies are not set up so as naturally to improve this, or actively to make us aware of possibilities we may have ignored or taken with insufficient seriousness. One of the great uses of history is to show us what, because it has, in the past been real, is a fortiori possible. This can give rise to various science. Something can be thought to be politically possible now because it actually existed in the past, but it may have been possible in the past because of circumstances that have meanwhile changed. 21. This is a case in which further development of the very historical consciousness that gave rise to the problem will contribute to clearing it away. For those of us with views like these, Rawls is not a major moral and political theorist, whose work self-evidently deserves and repays the most careful scrutiny. Rather, he was a parochial figure who not only failed to advance the subject but also pointed political philosophy firmly in the wrong direction. A perhaps apocryphal story has it that Rawls once gave to a visiting European historian the draft of a paper about modern politics, since the Treaty of Westphalia in 1548. When the historian mentioned that the accepted date was 1648, Rawls replied mildly, "Oh, really?" and changed the offending digit with a single stroke of the pen. Despite myself, I cannot help finding this rather sublime. From the point of view of the original position, the difference between the 16th and the 17th century is completely insignificant, actually invisible. Of course, one tries to get things right, if one can, but nothing else in the work at all depends on this kind of correctness. No further part of the paper needed to be changed apart from that one digit. We should, however, resist the temptations of this kind of sublimity in politics and morality. 19. To have kept this point sharply in focus is one of the singular virtues of the critical theory. C. H. Marcuse, One-Dimensional Man, Boston. Beacon, 1963. 20. See Max Weber's discussion of the ethics of responsibility in M. Weber, Politik als Beruf. Berlin, Dunker and Humblot, 1977. 21. C. B. Williams, Ethics and the Limits of Philosophy, London. Fontana, 1985, Chapter 9. 3. Outside Ethics. This paper arises out of a sense I have had for many years that the German philosophers in whom I am most interested, Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, Adorno, and Heidegger, one while obviously in some sense deeply concerned with man life in its practical aspects, are very difficult to situate in the established contexts of what we now usually think of as philosophical ethics. There the auras don't seem easily to fit into the usual categories, and to the extent to which they can be read as instances of deontological, consequentialist, perfectionist, eudaimonistic, or any of the other standard types of theories, the results can easily seem shallow or extremely implausible. So in standard AC counts we are told that Hegel put great emphasis on the fact that human action took place within a social, historical, and institutional context, as if this was something to write home about, or that Nietzsche believed we should all lead lives of maximal self-aggrandizement. In this paper, in any case, I would like to explore a possible explanation which has come increasingly to color my thinking about them. Philosophical ethics, as it is now constituted, I have come to suspect, is a discipline structured around the asking and answering of a rather small set of questions. Part of the reason much of the German philosophy of the last 150 years can seem platitudinous, misguided, or eccentric. That is, part of the reason it can be difficult to assimilate this body of philosophical work, is that the philosophers in question were not centrally concerned with asking an easily recognizable member of that small set of tions that philosophical ethics, in its most common contemporary form, addresses. Even if this hypothesis were to be true, that would not, of course, in itself amount to a vindication of the particular views propounded by any of the German figures discussed here, but it might suggest that if we wished to see whether there was anything to be learned from them. It would behoove us to approach them in a way that is different from the ones that are customarily in use. We are all familiar with the oft-told story of the history of modern ethics. We start at the end of the medieval period in Europe with a Christian world. I'm extremely grateful to David Archard, Rudiger Bittner, Elisabetta Galeotti, Hilary Gaskin, Istvan Hont, Terry Irwin, Robert Loudon, Fred Neuhauser, Robert Pippin, Fred Rush, and John Skorupski for comments on this essay. 2 other important post-Kantian philosophers, Kierkegaard and Lukács, although not Germans, belong to the same tradition. Outside Ethics 41 view, which, if considered from a sufficient distance, was as coherent as such things ever are. Despite, that is, vigorous disagreement on details, in the period between the 6th and 14th centuries, most of the people who had any reflective views about such matters at all agreed that the final, basic framework within which human life should be located was a theocentric one. The human being was a finite creature, totally dependent on, and fully subject to, an omnipotent God. One way in which God and humans were related was via his direct commands to us, that is, in the first instance via injunctions to each individual about how each of us ought to live. Each individual was in some sense free to choose how to act and could expect to be rewarded or punished infinitely, according as he or she had obeyed or failed to obey these absolute commands. Although expectation of reward or punishment was not construed as the most laudable and appropriate motive, it was of the highest, indeed of strictly transcendental importance to each individual that he or she know what God commands. The basic ethical situation, on this view, that is, the situation which moral philosophy was to explore and elucidate, was thus one in which I ought always to be asking myself, what ought I to do? Where? This is further glossed as meaning, what has God commanded me to do? Part of the task of moral philosophy was to give a direct answer to this case. To help me decide on one of the possible courses of individual action, which are open to me. For simplicity of reference I will call this question in its unglossed form, what ought I to do? The privileged or central ethical question. It is at any rate the question that has priority in the period that follows the end of antiquity in the West. 2. During the Middle Ages the realm of human action was not considered to be a freestanding, self-sufficient domain which could be the object of self-contained, strictly philosophical ethical inquiry, because the full correct answer to the question, what ought I to do, was thought to require some reference to religious beliefs of a certain kind, a knowledge of the intentions and commands of an omnipotent entity who created us and who stands outside the domain of normal human experience. 3. This is connected with a theory of grace, faith, revelation, and conversion which purports to give an account of 2. What ought I to do? Is one of the 3 questions which, according to Kant, constitute the whole interest of reason. Kant, 1956, b. 832 thirds. Other questions around which ethics could be centered include, what kind of life should I lead? Which is formulated in such a way as to leave open the possibility that there might be no distinct bearing of ethics on individual actions, only on types of life. What is the good, or happy, life, for me, and what is the good? 3. This, of course, is only part of the full Christian story. It is one which leaves out the Pauline element in Christianity, a story about faith, forgiveness, and reconciliation, but although this is an abstraction, it is a truth-preserving one. In any case, to the extent to which one adds this Pauline element, the whole view becomes even more otherworldly than my sketch above suggests, and in all but the most heterodox, antinomian strands the Pauline element is taken to be compatible with a continuing prominence of the central ethical question. C. Harnack, 1985, Borncombe, 1969, and Badiou, 1997. how we access this extraordinary point of view on the world, which is of ultimate importance to us in deciding how to live our lives. We do not, that is, and cannot, come to know the full answer to the question, what ought I to do? Simply by appeal to our untutored, intuitive beliefs and existing social customs, nor by appeal to any version of such beliefs and customs modified by using our existing normal social practices of argumentation, criticism, and justification, nor finally by reference to any revision of such beliefs and customs as modified by any simple reflective extension of those practices of criticism and justification. Ancient attempts to lead a fully good life based on human reason alone are at best radically inadequate and at worst instances of reprehensible human pride. At some level, grace and revelation must represent a real break with human reason. 4. There are two distinct issues here. First, what question should be central to our thinking about human life in its practical aspect? Second, what is the relevant domain which is to be taken into account in asking and answering practical questions? From what possible standpoint can these questions be asked and answered with any hope of success? What methods can be used in trying to find an answer to these questions? Is this domain the secular, naturalist, immanent realm of human action, or something more transcendental, extra, empirical, or otherwise significantly outre? Is the method to be that of, perhaps enlightened and extended, common sense, pure reason, empirical inquiry, or some other method? 5. The contrasting terms in which I am trying to formulate the second issue, immanent versus transcendent, naturalist versus extra-rational and extra-empirical, etc., are admittedly extremely vague and hard to grasp, and probably cover a variety of different distinctions and variants. Common to all of them, though, is a basic contrast I think it is useful to try to mark. I can perhaps illustrate the kind of thing I have in mind by reference to the contrast between the early aporetic dialogues of Plato, for instance, Charmides, Laches, Lysis, and the Republic. In the aporetic dialogues, there is, characteristically, a series of exchanges between Socrates and one or more 42:3. 4. There is, of course, much disagreement about whether revelation merely goes beyond human reason or actually contradicts it in its common employment. That is, whether human reason by itself merely gives an incomplete answer to the question of what I ought to do, or a completely incorrect one. For the purposes of this paper, these disagreements are immaterial, though I should not perhaps fail to note that my view of historical Christianity is closer to Augustine's than to Thomas Aquinas's. Historically speaking, see Assman, 1997, it is a significant departure from the original motivation of monotheism to admit that humans without revelation can lead lives that are in any significant sense good. 5. One might wonder whether there is any connection between these two issues. It would not be at all surprising if there was. Taking a certain question to be central might reasonably be thought to preempt the question of what method ought to be used in trying to answer the case and what domain it would be relevant to consider. I cannot pursue this here. Outside Ethics 43, locutors, Socrates typically deploys in an especially vivid and relentless manner the usual common-sense modes of evaluating propositions, testing them for internal consistency, inherent plausibility, coherence with everyday experience and received opinion, etc. There is no special, distinct method, no appeal to any unusual or exotic forms of experience, esoteric insight, or technique. Cal Training 6, just a more systematic, clear-headed, and energetic use of the sorts of common-sense methods people normally use in talking to one another. By the Republic the situation seems to have changed completely. In the Myth of the Cave, 514a 521b, we are given to understand that in order to have a correct understanding of the world, the potential philosopher must undergo a painful, enforced conversion from our everyday mode of life to a completely different one. 515c 516a 515c, Ajnag and AJLGOI 515e. Ojduna sk. 525d 6 inches Ajnagkavze, etc., must undertake a rigorous course of formal study of higher mathematics and dialectic which not everyone can expect to be able to complete successfully, and must eventually have a kind of experience of the idea of the good in a place beyond the heavens, ujper. Aravnio tav po, as Plato calls it in Phaedrus 247c, which is very different from anything Socrates will have encountered among the people selling fish in the agora, etc. The fully developed philosopher will have views that are so much outside the accepted mold that he or she, on returning to the world of everyday life, will meet nothing but hostility and aggression from those who have never left. The Meno represents a clear transition from the immanentist perspective to one that is outside. In the first part, Socrates shows that even an untutored slave boy can be brought by a series of common-sense steps to knowledge of an elementary proposition of geometry. From this, the conclusion is drawn that the slave boy must, like all other humans, have seen the objects of geometry in an existence before birth. Christianity gives one a similarly extraterritorial viewpoint from which to study and evaluate the human world as a whole. This point of view did not comprise merely a more or less sophisticated, reflective, and generalized formulation of the standards in common use, nor even one that resulted from ruthless internal criticism of those standards, but a view that was radically from outside, dependent in part on some form of divine revelation, and which allows one to evaluate any given society, even the society to which one belongs oneself, completely independently of the society's own forms of self-assessment. In principle, the Christian can reject any society, and even the world as a whole, mundus or seculum, root and branch. From the Christian point of view, even if per impossible pagan Rome had instantiated per 6, the account I suggest here is at variance with that presented by Foucault, 2001. Foucault holds that ancient philosophy was dominated from the start by the idea that any access to truth required an antecedent form of cultivation or transformation of self. Fact, infinite justice, it would still have been a pestilential swamp of human sinfulness, its greatest men inherently and irremediably inferior to the most humble Christian. 7. The familiar story now moves on to tell of how this medieval Christian ethical worldview was transformed in the early modern period. As one would expect, part of the medieval Christian synthesis was retained, part was dropped, and part was modified. At least in one important strand of development, the part of this Christian way of thinking that was retained was the central formulation of the ethical question. Ethics continued to be construed as being about the asking and answering of the question, what ought I to do? That is, as focusing on a particular individual who is located in a particular situation and who must decide between possible alternative courses of action. It is assumed that the answer to this question is of great significance. In the beginning, it was also assumed that the best answer to the question would be a clear imperative, which bindingly shows the individual which course of action is the one to be chosen. 8. What is, by and large, abandoned is the theocentric framework. Rather than seeing human life as a terrestrial spectacle, open on all sides to and fully encompassed by the divine presence, a play in which each actor must constantly consult a non-secular authority in order to be sure he or she is moving within the outlines of the divinely intended script, human AC. Tion forms a self-contained, secular realm within which the central ethical question can be asked and answered. Instead of a theological-based moral doctrine, philosophy takes over the task of elaborating responses to the basic ethical question that are independent of theological dogma. Philosophers disagree, to be sure, about the source and exact content of ethical injunctions. That is, about what will replace the God of the traditional Christian scheme. But not that the replacement will be something non-theological, immanent, and secular, the mode of access to which is not radically different from, or wildly beyond, our everyday experience. One widely favored candidate is reason, but there are others. Eventually, there might be consensus among philosophers on the reasonableness of softening slightly the imperative character of such ethical directives. Perhaps they are mere recommendations of what is best in a particular situation, rather than strictly and uniquely obligating commands, and perhaps there are complex or hard cases to which there is no univocal answer, and these shifts may seem as further progress down the path of a fully secular, free. 44:3. 7 Augustine, 1928 9th, Book 19, Chapter 26. 8 Actually I think that this is merely one, albeit the more important one, of two strands in early, modern ethics. The other is a strand that descends not from Christianity, but from international diplomacy, and is centered on finding general rules and procedures for governing the relations between political entities, especially states. Part of the appeal of Kant is to combine the two. The answer to the question what I ought to do is to give myself a potentially universal rule or law of action. Outside ethics 45, standing, self-contained ethics. With secularization the ethical realm is construed not merely as freestanding, but also in some sense all-encompassing. I can and must ask the basic ethical question in any context in which I find myself in which action might be called for. No domain stands outside the scope of ethics. It is perhaps difficult to formulate this claim to all-encompassing universality in a clear and correct way. One thing implicit in it is that there is no separate religious, or other, realm that impinges directly on human life in and yet is not subject to ethical evaluation on the same terms as everything else. The Abraham of fear and trembling, that is excluded. Similarly, there is no realm of habitual or traditional action that is exempt of ethical interrogation. 9 This does not, of course, necessarily mean that I need to go around compulsively and continuously asking about every individual on whether it is ethically permissible before I perform it. This is not merely an implausible view of how even humans who we think are morally good go about leading their lives, it is probably a strictly incoherent view. Most of our action is habitual, as even the Kantian need not try to deny. It is, of course, possible and necessary to develop habits which allow us to act unreflectively. The claim to universality for bourgeois ethics is not the claim that I always ask and answer the ethical question, nor even that I ask a general question once and for all, and then adopt a policy which can become embodied in a habit of action which I need not question until I have reason to think circumstances have changed. After all, I have plenty of habits that have not arisen in this way, and that will be true even of a better person than I am. It is merely a version of the claim implicit in the Enlightenment principle of universal criticism, that nothing is beyond the scope of ethical reflection, i.e., the claim that I cannot immunize some beliefs or forms of action from scrutiny. There are no taboos, hidden, inexpressible sacred doctrines, unquestionable dicta ex cathedra, etc. Asking and answering the question, as a philosophical question, is still considered to be of overwhelming importance. The story of the transition from the medieval to the early modern world view is told as the history either of a melancholy loss of sense, meaning, and orientation for human action, or of successive mutilations of the human spirit. Maestra, MacIntyre in most moods, or, more commonly, I think, with a pathos of liberation, emancipation, and human self-assertion, Kant. With whatever evaluation, whether positive or negative, there is widespread agree. Meant that these are the terms in which we should see the modern predicament. In our societies, serious-minded people continually ask the canonical, modern ethical question, what ought I to do, in principle about all the situations in which they might be called upon to act, and they expect some kind of enlightenment about the possible answers to this question from an O9. That this is a late historical development is emphasized by Horkheimer, 1968, I.72-73. Autonomous philosophical ethics established as a discipline devoted to giving such answers in purely secular terms. Getting the right answer to this case, Tion is still thought to be one of the most important things in life. I am not myself for the purposes of this paper terribly interested in whether the above sketch is plausible as an account of the history of ethics from, say, the 12th to the end of the 18th century. What I am interested in claiming is that the most interesting and important strand in Central European philosophical thinking in the 19th and 20th centuries is comprised of philosophers like Hegel, Marx, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, Adorno, Heidegger, 10 who see the history of ethics in this way and who are determined to break with this modern variant of ethics. Central European philosophy cannot be seen as a positive continuation of this story. Rather, in a variety of different ways these Central European figures were trying to demolish this modern consensus, although without, except perhaps in the case of Kierkegaard, returning to the older Christian view in its specifically theological or religious form. They were trying to take a different tack, or rather a variety of different tacks, on both of the two issues distinguished above, page 42, that is, different from that pursued by the main line of modern ethics. On the second issue, these thinkers were trying to get outside the whole realm of ethics, as conceived by the philosophers of the early modern period, either by finding a place to stand beyond it or by dissolving it, as it were, from within. On the first issue, they were trying to ask a different kind of question from that posed by the mainstream in modern ethics, and thus trying to avoid having to engage with philosophical ethics at all, except as an object of study, a fossil in a museum or a form of illness which was once deadly but is now a mere childhood ailment. In this way, I think, the Central European development really does diverge from the characteristic way in which ethics is now conceived in Britain, which still stands in what I have called the main line of the modern study of the subject. With these preliminaries, then, I will turn to Hegel. 11. Philosophy for Hegel is both an inherently non-individualistic and inherently speculative, that is, non-practical, enterprise. 12. Philosophies are most interestingly understood as the products of specific forms of society. Individual thinkers are the conduits through which spirit tries to attain reconciliation with its world. 13. Whatever. 46.3. 10. Not, of course, the only strand. There have always been some philosophers, in Central Europe they tended to be Kantians, particularly in the period between 1880 and 1920, who did conform to the Enlightenment model of modern ethics, but they stand outside the main line I am describing. This does indicate the circularity between claims about what is the main line of his Tory, what is most interesting in the past, and what we ourselves find most plausible. This is an unavoidable feature of the study of the history of ethics. 11. Substantial recent works on the aspect of Hegel's philosophy which I will discuss herein include Fulda, 1968, Theunison, 1970, and Wood, 1990. See also Pippin, 2001. 12. Hegel, 1970, 820 and 712-13. 13. Reconciliation is a term with definite religious connotations for Hegel, deriving from its outside Ethics 47 spirit exactly as it is certainly not identical with any individual human considered as a distinct biological entity, or an individuated subject, nor is it an abstract structure of ratiocination that can be neutrally instantiated by any one of a variety of individual thinkers. To say that spirit has attained reconciliation with its world means that the world has become, and can be seen to have become, the kind of place in which spirit can be at home with itself. 14. The world in question includes not merely the natural world, but also, and perhaps especially, the social world, and its history. Thus, to give an example of what it means for spirit to be at home in its world, since spirit is inherently free, freedom, Hegel writes in the Lectures on the Philosophy of his Theory 15 is its substance, and its essence, it cannot feel itself at home in a world in which freedom is not recognized and realized in the basic social and economic institutions. No society in which slavery is admitted even as a marginal possibility is one in which spirit could conceivably be fully at home with itself. Reconciliation is a historical achievement, and for spirit to attain it, two distinguishable conditions must have been satisfied. First, an objective condition, and then what for the moment I will simply call a further condition. First, the existence of a state of reconciliation requires that the world must be the kind of place in which spirit can be at home with itself. Since the world includes human society, this is not a condition which is in any sense trivially satisfied, even if one believes that nature was created by an omnipotent, benevolent God. For this first condition to be satisfied, it must be the case that spirit has made the social world amenable to its own purposes, that is, that the human social world has been transformed into a spirit-friendly place as a result of human action. This condition is called objective, because it is concerned with the real results and actual consequences of human action, not with everyone's subjective intentions. It is in fact not necessarily, and will not usually be, the case that the action in question which has whatever objective results are in question is anything that could be performed by an individual person or even by any group of people at any given time. Spartacus would not himself have been able to end ancient slavery even if he had intended to do that, which, as far as we know, he did not, nor could indeed all the slaves in the ancient world, acting together, have put an end once and for all to slavery if the historical conditions were not ripe. The required objective transformations will therefore not necessarily be things that take place because any particular individual people or groups intend them, although in some cases they may. What is required is that slavery be absent, and that this use in Christian, especially Protestant, theology. Hegel, 1973, 569-71, 578-79, 12, 385-87, 17, 146-54, 329-44, 20, 482-83, et passum. 14. Hegel, 1970, 13, 50-52. 15. Hegel, 1970, 1230, in some sense be the effective result of human action, not that it have come about because any individual or individuals wanted or intended that outcome while it was being brought about. This then is one of the two components of reconciliation. In addition, however, a second condition must be satisfied. For spirit to be reconciled, it must not only be the case that its social world is one in which it can find itself at home, but spirit must have represented this to itself in an appropriate way. 16. That is, it is not enough that slavery in fact does not exist, but there must be a representation of this which makes it possible for us to see that it does not exist, and even perhaps to see, retrospectively, that it ended as a result of human action, even if the individuals whose action caused the end of slavery did not at the time intend that result, as seems to have been the case at the end of antiquity when feudal relations of dependence gradually and imperceptibly replaced forms of slavery. Hegel thinks that for spirit to be at home in the world, it must be able to represent to itself that it made the world have the right properties. This in turn means that we must have available to us a mode of representation which allows us to see history as a story of things we have done, although this requires a historically very encompassing notion of we. 17 We represent to ourselves that we ended slavery, although we may know that those of our ancestors whose action brought about the end of slavery may never have intended that result. In fact, we may still tell ourselves this story even if we know that the effective abolition of slavery was beyond the power of any well-defined group of human agents in the past, that it could have come about only as the result of a gradual, unintended process, so that at no point in the past would it have been possible to say in a non-utopian way that we intend to abolish slavery, using we to refer to any real, determinate, practically effective historical agent who existed at the time in question. It is not an accident that Hegel characterizes his philosophy as inherently retrospective. How then does spirit represent to itself that its world really is one in which it is at home? 18 Hegel's response to this question is that it takes place through the existence of artistic activity, religion, or philosophy. Hegel calls these forms of absolute spirit. 19 Art, religion, and philosophy are the ways in 48.3. 16 Hegel, 1970, 517, 20, 454-55. 17 Hegel, 1970, 12-99. 18 One must not confuse representation as a translation of Darstellung with another Hegelian concept which is unfortunately also sometimes translated as representation, namely Vorstellung. Vorstellung is a subjective, image-making human faculty, the activity of such a faculty, or the content which such an activity produces. It is only a slight exaggeration to say that Vorstellung is a derogatory term for Hegel. He most often uses it to mark the distinction between a mere thoughtless picture or opinion and something that is more substantive and the result of sustained thinking. See Hegel, 1970. 10. 256-83. 19 See Hegel, 1970, 10. 366-78. Outside Ethics 49. Which spirit represents itself to itself? Of these, philosophy has a certain priority as the most complete and perfect way in which spirit can represent itself to itself. In all of the forms of absolute spirit, an organized institutional structure is an essential precondition and constituent of the collective human activity in question. The representation which spirit has of itself in art, religion, or philosophy is, thus, in one important sense not at all subjective, because it is not best understood as the property or creation of any individual human subject. In particular, it is not necessarily what we call a belief that is held by an individual. 20 To say that complete reconciliation has been attained, i.e., exists and is represented, is, for Hegel, to make a claim about a certain historical time and what has actually taken place at that historical time. It is to say that at that time society has attained a certain state of freedom, and that a form of organized philosophical activity existed in which that freedom was adequately represented. To be sure, philosophy, the thinking of the thoughts that constitute reconciliation, will be an activity performed by one or more individuals, and in one sense it will not be adventitious that it thus operate through the activity of individuals, but it will be essential to this AC. that it take place as part of a peculiarly self-referential social institution, and the relation of this process of reconciliation and representation to any particular individual will be almost entirely fortuitous, a matter of no philosophical or moral significance. No individual can by his or her own actions act so as to make the world rational and amenable to spiritual comfort, just as no ancient politician could by his own powers have abolished ancient slavery, nor could any individual modern thinker by any amount of individual effort and ability have developed a mode of representing the modern world which allowed its inherently spirit-friendly structure to manifest itself adequately. Philosophy, even in the modern age of moral and social individualism, is a collective, institutional enterprise. 21 and odd, in these circumstances would not be very sensible. To be more exact, the speculative philosophy of right does reveal to us at the foundation of all things something which can in some sense be expressed in a Lin. 20 Hegel, 1970, 14, 142-44, and also 20-69. Of particular importance for this whole complex of issues is, I think, Hegel, 1970, 13, 373-76, which discusses the phenomenon of the objectivity of a form of artistic representation. Art must in one sense be seen as a way in which the subjective and the objective are reconciled, but the form this takes cannot be one that has the traces of the individual subjectivity of the artist. To put it paradoxically, it is a kind of objective subjectivity that finds expression in the successful work of art. This idea that art is the locus of an objective subjectivity is a 19th-century commonplace. See similar discussion in Nietzsche, She, 1980, 42-46. In general, I think the study of Hegel has suffered much from the neglect of his writings on aesthetics, which are a treasure trove of perspicuous insights into his central philosophical views. 21 In fact, in one respect, modern philosophy is even more institutional than its ancient predecessor in that it is no longer a mere private art, but a subject of required instruction for civil servants. See Hegel, 1970, 720-22. Linguistic form that makes it seem like an imperative, and if one wishes one can call this imperative categorical, although I assume that Hegel himself would have preferred to call it absolute. This imperative, however, has a radically impersonal form. Let spirit be, or let spirit realize itself, and is not directed at any individual human person, at any of us in particular. It couldn't be an imperative given to us directing us to do something, because what it enjoins is beyond our capacities. Just as no individual can by his or her own efforts abolish slavery, so no individual can realize spirit, and presumably, ultra posse nemo obligator. More importantly, however, Hegel's doctrine of the cunning of reason implies that there is not anything any of us could conceivably do that would fail to contribute to the self-realization of spirit. Let spirit be is more like an inherently teleologically structured conatus of the world and history than like a genuine imperative. It is not an injunction directed at any individual human agent. For Hegel, the realm of objective spirit is the realm of human action, guided by will. This sphere is absolutely essential for human beings. We can not live, nor can spirit realize itself, unless finite humans act on their projects and realize them in the external world, but it is also radically deficient, not at all the kind of place in which spirit can find the final satisfaction of its inherent needs. Objective spirit as a whole requires the existence of absolute spirit, art, religion, and philosophy, to give it final substance, stability, and warrant. 22. In particular, this seems to mean that the Hobbesian project of a stable inherently secular state is doomed, and that a stable modern European state will Choir either the art religion of Catholicism 23 or the cultivated Protestant con. Science as a necessary support and source of legitimacy. Again, this is a systematic claim about forms of society, not a claim about the psychological necessities or desiderata of individual life. Hegel, to be sure, held that just as religion in some sense supersedes art, philosophy supersedes religion. One might wonder, and indeed various left Hegelians put this point forcefully, whether this view does not imply that philosophy could in the future take over the role of religion in providing a warrant for the state. Hegel explicitly and, as it were, exoterically, denies this, stating repeatedly that the state rests on the religious sensibility of its members, that religion is the substantiality of the state, etc. 24. But perhaps he is being politically careful, canny, accommodate, or inconsistent here, or perhaps he is conforming to his own dictum that philosophy is always its time grasped in concept, 25, and is describing only the present necessities of the 1820s and 30s. Needless to say, they might not limit the possibilities of the late 1840s, not to mention the early 21st century. 53. 22 Ibid. 10. 335-65, and 13. 136-41. 23 Ibid. 2040. 24 Ibid. 10-355. 25 Ibid. 726. Outside Ethics 51. However, one unravels this knot about the relation between philosophy, religion, and the state. What is clear is that for Hegel there could be no direct movement from a speculative, philosophical warrant for the state to any interesting, philosophically distinctive answer to the question, what ought I to do? Philosophy, as Hegel puts it, always comes too late. In the slightly brutal form in which Hegel states it in his most highly elaborated and public formulation, if you want to know what to do in some particular situation, consult your local authorities, judge, policeman, rabbi, imam, or priest. Asking the philosopher is pointless. 26. It is not the philosopher's job to tell anyone what to do, resolve conflicts or dilemmas, make us aware of new duties, or invent new ways of acting. This, I take it, is not merely a rejection of what used to be called casuistry as a proper task for philosophy. That is, it is not simply a denial that the theorist is always best equipped to analyze particular individual situations, but a denial of the claim that a philosopher by virtue of a special speculative competence is in any better position to give even general advice, do not kill, do not lie, than anyone else. In his philosophy of right, Hegel presents the outline of a structure of objective spirit, of the rational institutions within which spirit can find as much reconciliation as is possible in the realm of human action, as opposed to the realms of art, religion, and philosophy. And Hegel points out that one can, if one wishes, associate with each feature of such a rational state a corresponding duty. 27. However, the set of duties one can extract in this way has extremely limited significance. It is important to recall that Hegel's general philosophical approach is an assimilative one. Instead of trying to refute and reject all other philosophers' views outright, he claims to supersede them by incorporating all of them as partial, subordinate components in his own system. This means finding some place in his system for virtually every concept that has ever been seriously entertained by a previous philosopher, or that plays a part in everyday thinking. In reading Hegel, then, it is essential to try to keep one's attention on the load-bearing structural features of his view, such as the theory of spirit, and not to confuse them with the further material that is taken up into the system in the name of comprehensiveness. The fact that Hegel says that one can read part of his philosophy of right as a doctrine of duties, then, doesn't in itself mean anything, except that he believes He can find a place for duty, just as he can find one for physiognomy, the philosophy of Jacob Boehme, Zoroastrianism, oracles, fate, animal magnetism, and sundry other bits of historical detritus. What is important is not that his system contains things that can be construed as duties, but that he thinks that construing these features in that way is a derivative, abstract, partial, and subjective way of looking at them, which does not give you the proper philo. 26 Ibid. 7-13-14, 25-26, and also 847-49. 27 Ibid. 7-297, Sophical understanding of them. In addition, these duties do not form a consistent system, but will constantly clash with each other, so knowing about one's duties won't always give one guidance for action. Finally, discharging these duties is not in any case the highest vocation of the human spirit, but is subordinate to the development of art, religion, and philosophy, although the form that this subordination takes is not one that imposes on any individual anything like an obligation to participate in artistic, religious, or philosophical activities. The duty aspect of these features, their potentially coercive relation to the subjective moral psychology of individuals, is not central to them. 28. One might wonder whether Hegel could not be assimilated to the view I was ascribing to the main line of ethics, as represented by, say, Kant or Bentham. That is, whether the outside point of view from which Hegel's philosophy proceeds was not really outside of our everyday life. As I have tried to emphasize, outside can mean a number of different things, not secular, not naturalistic, not immanent, non-empirical, non-rational, outside common sense, etc. Isn't Hegel's own philosophical point of view, after all, something that arises from a clarification and a process of internal criticism of the standards we use in everyday life? Doesn't that make it in some sense merely a conservative extension of common sense? The correct answer to this, I think, is no, because Hegel is deeply committed to the view that philosophy is not an extension of common sense, but common sense turned upside down, stood on its head. The first precondition to understanding his view is the ability to leave behind the use of the faculty which is all-pervasive and correctly deemed to be omnipotent in everyday life, the analytical power of the understanding, Verstand, die Verwundersamste und größte, oder vielmehr, die absolute matched, 29 and activate another faculty, Vernunft. Entering the realm of Vernunft is abandoning the world of common sense, everyday rationality, the formal rationality of mathematics, and scientific rationality, in our sense of science, completely. 30. 52-3. 28. I have been emphasizing aspects of the Hegelian philosophy that later figure prominently in the so-called right Hegelian school, but I should note that even if one were to take a significantly more left Hegelian reading, or, for that matter, a Marxist reading, that would not affect the particular point at issue here. In this I believe I differ from the view of Wood in his excellent, 1990, especially pp. 8-10. 29 Hegel, 1970, 336. 30 Hegel, 1970, 8, 168-79. It is one of the basic sources of difficulty in Marx that he never seems to have been able to get clear about whether his own doctrine was a version of Hegelian Wissenschaft, i.e., activation of a cognitive power which, like Hegel's Vernunft, was radically different from our everyday understanding, or whether his view was simply a more clear-headed extension of everyday experience, like the empiricist account of natural science. I note that even those 20th-century Marxists who are keenest to distinguish Marx from Hegel, those influenced by Althusser, need to introduce such a distinction, although, given their own essentially rationalist conception of science, they can draw the line of what they call coupure episte outside Ethics 53. With that, I am going to shift now from the first third of the 19th century to the final third, over the yawning gap that is constituted by the failure of 1848, of liberalism and idealism, and the unification of Germany under Prussia from above, from Hegel to the philosopher who is in some sense his antipode, Nietzsche. For a variety of reasons of varying quality, Nietzsche rejected the traditional conception of a philosopher as a person who developed a settled and systematically interconnected set of views on fixed problems and who derived from these a way of life which he instantiated. The Stoic sage, the man whose firm adherence to the principles of rationality and self-control makes him an unchanging, imperturbably virtuous citizen of the universe, is the epitome of what he rejected. Rather than being a sage, Nietzsche tried to see himself as a frank tireur, sometimes adopting one pose or mask, or an other, e.g., the free spirit, but priding himself on not being fixed. 31. To be a philosopher is not to have an unchanging final opinion, or way of life, but to be able to move smoothly between a variety of different worldviews and ways of living. 32. He did not, of course, present this as an ideal for everyone, or indeed for every philosopher, but only as the one he wished to instantiate. 33. He famously remarked, "This is my way. What is yours?" This means that one can adopt two distinct approaches to studying his philosophy. First, one can consider the project of being thus flexible, never being tied to a single opinion, having only short habits, i.e., habits of short duration, etc. 34. Second, one can study one or more of the individual masks he adopts and then puts aside. I will be taking the second of these approaches and considering one such strand that can be found in his work, although there are others one could equally well examine. The question of which is the real Nietzsche is one he himself would have rejected. He may have been incoherent in this, but that is his considered attitude. Nietzsche's thought is radically different from Hegel's in any number of ways, most significantly perhaps in that it is consciously hyper-individualist. Nietzsche himself sees his historical significance to lie not so much in the fact that he gives any particular positive or critical analysis of morality, but rather in the fact that he asks what he claims is a series of questions of the form, what is the value of, in particular, logic, between everyday experience and science, rather than between Verstand and Vernunft. 31. Nietzsche, 1980, 557-58, 59, 167-70, 229, 233-34. 32. Nietzsche, 1983, 415-16, 542-43, 233-34. One can wonder whether one can consistently hold this view, just as one can wonder if one can be a consistent skeptic. Adorno, 1963, 152, remarks that all thinking is exaggeration, which remark is itself presumably an exaggeration intended to remind us that exaggerations can direct our attention to important features of the world that would otherwise be overlooked. Perhaps this is how this part of Nietzsche's work is best understood. 33. Nietzsche, 1980, 5-60, 163-65. 34. Ibid. 3, 535-36. He believes that it is possible sensibly to ask, what is the value of morality? 35. To ask this question, I am suggesting, is to position oneself outside the ethical realm, although in such a way, Nietzsche believes, as to remain, potentially at any rate, within a naturalistic framework. 36. In common with most post-Kantian philosophy, including, notably, Hegel, Nietzsche rejects the very idea of a specifically moral ought, giving a neological account of it as arising out of the natural reactions of people in positions of weakness. He hopes that giving this account will break its category cal hold over our imagination. 37 There is, then, no answer to the question of what I or anyone else ought to do, apart from an answer that refers to legal provisions or the hypothetical consequences of different forms of action. The ought in the sentence, I really ought to get this room painted, has a clear, known illusory meaning, but a purportedly specifically moral use of ought does not. Nietzsche, then, thinks he has found a naturalistic replacement for the traditional ethical perspective and its questions, although, in my view, this naturalistic view is one centered not, as is usually thought, around the concept of will to power, but around that of admiration. His view of humans, that is, takes them as standing at the intersection of certain forces and powers operating in the world, some of them operating on humans, and some through them, on the one hand, and, on the other, certain human reactions of admiration and contempt. Forms of morality are congealed and focused structures of human admiration and contempt. It is important to see that Nietzsche does not first accept the central ethical question, what ought I to do, and then go on to say, for instance, that each individual should perfect himself or herself, or maximally develop his or her will to power, or attain the highest possible self-aggrandizement. Rather, he rejects the whole question on a number of grounds. First of all, asking the question presupposes that the agent, ego, is confronted with a decision in which there are a number of different possible alternatives between which ego is free to choose. Nietzsche rejects the claim that this is in any sense the usual situation in which human agents find themselves. It is not useful to think of people as having a categorically free will, or a will that is in bondage. The whole dichotomy, free will in bondage, is a false one. People have wills that differ in their degrees of strength. Some have a strong will, others have 54-3, 35 Ibid. 5. 249-53, 398-401. 36 Ibid. 6-86. Man muss eine Stellung außerhalb des Lebens haben, das Problem. Vom Wert des Lebens überhaupt anrühren zu dürfen. If this is the case, the position from which one can evaluate any given morality can only be one within life itself. There is nothing inherently wrong with thinking that one can adopt a position outside ethics, morality, or outside everyday reason, but which is yet within life or within nature, but it must be admitted that the metaphorical nature of this whole way of speaking, as if inside, outside, had a clear meaning in these contexts, may be an obstacle to clarity. 37 Ibid. 3. 377-78. 549-50, 66-67, 117-20, etc. Outside ethics. 55. A relatively weak will. 38 If you are the right kind of person, one who has a strong will, you will not be terribly concerned with the question of what you ought to do. You will, to be sure, be looking for objects of appropriate commitment, Hingebung, Bindun. But that is just a fact about how a person like you is liable to feel the need to act, and the search on which you embark will be for something which you judge to be worth admiring. Such a search, however, has a completely different structure from that into what anyone ought to do. Also, if you are another kind of person, a kind of person Nietzsche does not admire and who has a weak will, asking the question what you ought to do will generally be pointless, because if you are weak there will be no significantly different alternatives open to you anyway, none, that is, that makes any real difference, just as for a certain kind of traditional Christian, a person in a state of sin does not have any freedom worth the name. A sinner can choose X or Y, but from the definitive religious perspective they will just be different versions of sin. freedom to choose one sin rather than another, is utterly unimportant, or rather it is a way in which an especially deep form of human bondage plays itself out. Nietzsche's own positive use of the term amor fati to describe a kind of character which he admires as an expression of this. To love one's fate is not something one ought to do, but something people sufficiently admirable will in fact do, and others will not be able to do. And in that ability and inability will lie the grounds for admiring them or despising them. Nietzsche and Hegel, then, each in his own way, try to change the question, which is at the center of modern practical philosophy: what ought I to do? Hegel and Nietzsche do not, of course, construe the shift they propose merely as an unmotivated change of topic or as the sort of thing that takes place when, say, fashions change, where fatigue and the desire for novelty are the driving forces. Rather, the change is, they think, motivated by a view about the deficiencies of the old orientation, deficiencies which they describe and analyze at length in their work, and by the possibilities of a new kind of inquiry. In addition to this, Hegel departs from the second pillar of modern ethical thought by trying to describe a new extraterritorial perspective, one outside the realm of everyday reasoning, from which to see human life in its practical dimensions, the standpoint of Vernunft. Nietzsche's position on this second issue is, to some extent unclear, given the unclarity about exactly how to construe such things as the ethical realm, and the realm of everyday reasoning about a.c. Tion. He seems, however, much less inclined to appeal to some distinct esoteric intuition or purported different type or kind of reason than Hegel is. At least in most of his work, he speaks as if it were some natural extension of the usual, empirical, scientific and historical forms of understanding that undermines the pretensions of ethics as usually pursued, primarily the pretension. 38 Ibid. 5. 35-36, 6-95-96. To have something of importance to say in answer to the question, what ought I to do? The general line of argument I have been trying to trace showed continued vitality in Central and Eastern Europe well into the second half of the 20th century. Adorno held that advanced societies in the modern world were closed, total institutions that were radically implicated in evil. In such societies, no action could be, as it were, fully innocent. 39 And consequently demands that philosophy be connected with any kind of injunction to perform specific actions or themselves both forms of repression and an incite meant to evil. Any attempt on the part of the individual to consider what he or she as an individual ought to do is a completely pointless exercise, and the only possibility remaining to us is to continue to reflect on the infinitely complex and subtle ways in which the falsity of the world as a whole poisons the possibilities of genuinely beneficial individual action and individual happiness. All that is left to us is a doomed attempt to maintain shreds of our subjectivity and spontaneity before they are finally crushed, like everything else, and to cultivate reflection so as to understand as fully as possible the complex structure of the evil in which we are necessarily implicated, no matter how we act. Beyond that we can have only a messianic hope in a total transformation of the society in which we live. This hope, however, would be for some thing that might come from outside the present and change our world utterly. That is, it is a hope for something that cannot even in principle be brought about by anything we could do. 40. If anything we do, even the passive resistance we can muster to the forces of conformism, does in fact contribute to a messianic future, that contribution will be an indirect one in the long term about which we can now know nothing. What motivates us to try to see our social world as a whole, from the outside, is a combination of a holistic theory of society and the direct experience of certain kinds of exemplary evil, Auschwitz, or rather of the discrepancy between the technological capacity we have to turn the world into a paradise and the actual use we make of that capacity to produce Auschwitz or California. 41. If the world as a whole is an interconnected totality and Auschwitz is an integral part of that totality, we are strongly motivated not to remain within even the most widely based and reflectively developed version of the everyday moral consensus that is the basis of our social life. Adorno's epistemological position seems slightly different from Hegel's in that he claims a continuity between his own speculative construction of modern 56.3. 39. Das Ganze ist das Unwahr. Adorno, 1951, 57. Es gibt kein richtiges Leben im Falschen. Adorno, 1951, 42. For the theological background, see Adorno's letter to Benjamin of 4 May, 1938 in Adorno and Benjamin, 1994, 323-29. See also Adorno, 1970, 403-4. 40 Adorno, 1951, 167-69, 176-77. 41 Adorno, 1966, 352-56. See also Adorno, 1970, 55-56, 65-67, 203-5. Also Adorno, 1951, 73-75. Outside Ethics 57. Society and Common Sense. 42. The possibility of such a view of society as a whole from the outside is given through certain forms of experience of art, which present the utopian image of a world that is radically different, though, given the nature of the world in which we live, that image can only be a negative one. 43. The experience in question, however, although not absolutely different from ordinary everyday experience, is not amenable to an empiricist analysis. The strand of philosophizing I have described takes its most radical form in the philosophy of Heidegger. The young Heidegger was a Christian religious thinker who stood in the tradition of negative theology, and thought that the vibrant, living faith of primitive Christianity, which was a way of life, not a set of doctrines, was calcified and distorted by being pressed into the pre-existing intellectual schemata of Hellenistic philosophy. As Paul emphasized, the Christian message was folly to the Gentiles. 1 Corinthians chapter 1 verse 23. It was thus, on Heidegger's reading, completely impossible to grasp the Christian faith and message in the categories of Greek philosophical thought, and a fortiori in those of its Roman and later European successors. The way back to something like that aboriginal faith is by destroying the wisdom of the wise. 1 Corinthians chapter 1 verse 19, i.e., via self-destruction of all forms of philosophical thought. 44. The substance of Heidegger's thought changed in two ways over his long lifetime. First, he lost his religious faith. Strikingly enough, this seems to have had no influence on his basic philosophical project, although one might as easily have thought it one thing to destroy human knowledge to make room for religious faith, but quite another to make tabula rasa of human reason in the interests of an empty place where faith once stood. Second, his study of the pre-Socratics convinced him that the much despised Hellenistic philosophy was itself a degenerate form of thinking which distorted an original vital Greek experience of being just as much as it perverted and falsified original Christianity. To some extent, this pre-Socratic Greek experience of being would come to stand in the place which Christianity earlier occupied, as an object of rehabilitation to which access could be had only through destruction of the traditional forms of philosophical thought which perverted it. The whole of Western philosophy and all modern forms of conceptual thinking. There was, however, despite these continuities, one major shift in Heidegger's way of proceeding philosophically. His constant goal was the permanent disabling of philosophy, and thus also of any philosophical ethics. In the early 42 Adorno, 1969, 148. 43 Adorno, 1970, 55-56, 65-67, 348. Despite the appeal to experience here, it would, of course, be a complete mistake to assimilate this position to empiricism as it is usually understood. 44 In 1971, Karl Lowith, who had been Heidegger's assistant just before World War II, told me that at that time Heidegger repeatedly referred to himself, both in public and private, as a negative theologian interested in completely demolishing the pretensions of human reason. This took the form of the victory of the cross over the wisdom of the wise, later the victory of preconceptual experience over any form of conceptual thinking. The early Heidegger thought that this goal could be attained by thinking through transcendental philosophy to the point at which it would itself dissolve itself. This is the project of Being and Time. The second part of this work was supposed to show how the quasi-transcendental framework developed in the first part turned itself inside out and showed itself to be a perverted illusion. Heidegger never finished the project to his own satisfaction, and his account of the reasons for this failure amounts to a recognition of the power and internal coherence of the project of conceptual thinking. Once one gives any house room to the concept, there is no way back. A complete destruction of the tradition and of all forms of philosophy would have to proceed in a different way from that envisaged in Being and Time. Thus the late Heidegger's work is more devoted to etymological speculations, interpretations of works of art, and various kinds of incantatory, non-discursive writing, all intended to break the hold the conceptual has on us. 45. Heidegger, then, thinks that all forms of philosophizing, especially any thing that can be seen as continuing to ask the transcendental question about a framework for human thought or action, are signs either of an authentic existence, early view, that is, of trying to run away from and hide from oneself the fact that human life is radically ungrounded, temporal, and finite, or of the forgetfulness of being. Later view, that is, to do philosophy at all, particularly transcendental philosophy, is to show that one is living in error about what it is to be human, where that error is both cognitive and quasi-moral. Heidegger sometimes calls this state die Irre. 46. So simply to ask the questions, what are the conditions of the possibility of, or, what ought I to do, is to show that you are in such a state of cognitive and moral error or derangement, inauthenticity or forgetfulness of being. For the early Heidegger it is the experience of extreme anxiety in the face of my own death that can bring me to see life and the world as a whole from an infinite distance, and to realize that everyday life is deranged and delusional because inherently constituted by a denial of this anxiety and what it reveals. 47 In the face of my confrontation with this anxiety the ought becomes irrelevant. The state Heidegger diagnoses as one of 4. 58-3. 45 There is one further aspect of Heidegger's search for an alternative to philosophy. In addition to primitive Christian faith and pre-Socratic experience of being, there is a strand of German poetry, particularly the poetry of Hölderlin, but also that of Trakl, Konrad Ferdinand Meyer, Rilke, Stefan George, Gottfried Benn, and others, that becomes the object of his interest as a possible source of a non-philosophic, non-conceptual way of being and saying. See Heidegger, 1951, 1960. 46 Heidegger, 1967, 91-94. 47 Ibid. 1-19. Also, 1963, 184-91, 252-67. Outside Ethics 59, Getfulness of Being is one from which, as he put it at the end of his life, only a God can save us. 48. To ask, what ought I to do, as a philosophical question is to assume that there could be some authoritative answer to that question. If, however, one understands the nature of human action and its place in the world, one will see that there is no such appropriate answer that combines authority with determinateness. We are tempted to ask, what ought I to do, and to construe this question as one to which a philosophical answer would be relevant. This temptation is not in any interesting sense, natural, or unavoidable, but as a result of living in the epoch of the history of being in which we do in fact live. The pre-Socratic Greeks lived in a world that did not yet know the distinct tie-ons between being and becoming, being and appearing, shine, being and thinking, and finally, and in this context most importantly, being in the solon. The final distinction is associated with a process in which thinking extends its dominion, Herrschaft, over being. 49 To the extent to which the aboriginal Greek experience is at all paradigmatic, then, it implies both a demotion of thinking, and a redissolution of the various distinctions. Especially, for present purposes, that between sign and solon. Whatever such a form would look like, it seems clear that it would be one that would have no place for philosophical ethics as we know it. Insisting on the central ity of a general reasoned answer to, what ought I to do, strengthens the hold decadence, forgetfulness, and confusion have on us. Heidegger's own analysis does result in what he calls a demand, Forderung, 50 the demand for a new experience of being, but this is not a moral or ethical demand for the various reasons that have already been reviewed. It does not result from common sense or traditional forms of philosophic thinking. It is not anything that could conceivably be in the power of any individual, or group of individuals, to do or not do, etc. I have claimed that the main line of philosophic writing in 19th century Central Europe rejects the received modern consensus, and tries to orient thinking about human life and action around a very different set of questions from the ones that preoccupy contemporary ethics. Continental philosophers reject either one or the other, or both, of the two pillars of contemporary ethics. As far as the first pillar is concerned, they take one or an other of a variety of weaker or stronger views. Thus, they cast doubt on the centrality of the ethical question, holding the weaker view that knowing what ought I to do is of distinctly subordinate importance in practical life, or that it is not a philosophically significant question. Alternatively, they hold the stronger view that it is actually a deep mistake or a failing to ask that case. 48 Heidegger, 1976. 49 Heidegger, 1957, 149–50. 50 Ibid. 153. Tion, at any rate, as a philosophical question. The second pillar of contemporary ethics is a kind of immanentism. Enlightenment, reason, is an immanent category. Heidegger's Angst and Hegel's Vernunft are not. While some of these figures, like Nietzsche, actively embrace a form of naturalism that is immanentist, others look for a view outside nature, as usually understood, and the world of common social practices. Even if one granted that the mainstream of Central European philosophy rejected the modern paradigm of ethics, one might still wonder about its relation to ancient ethics. For every German philosopher since Schiller, 51, the ancient option has been a live one, live, at least to the extent that it constituted an important part of the mental and imaginative space within which philosophic thinking took place, and which had a certain prima facie plausibility and attractiveness. Despite this massive cultural prestige of the ancient world, especially Greece, what is commonly taken to be the centerpiece of ancient ethics, the doctrine of happiness, is remarkable for its virtually complete absence as a serious structural feature of German philosophy in the 19th and 20th centuries. 52 As far as I have been able to discover, no term that designates anything even vaguely like happiness occurs in any Of Heidegger's writings, the early works, Sein und Zeit, are dominated by a glorification of resoluteness, which is an active acceptance of the finiteness, guilt, and ungroundedness of human life, and, after the catastrophic disgrace of Heidegger's political involvement, the later works preach a radically passive attitude of listening to the voice of being, letting be, or Gelassenheit. 53. There is never any attempt, as far as I am aware, to connect any of this with possible human happiness. Nietzsche notoriously thought that humans didn't seek happiness, only Englishmen did. Hegel's most serious and sustained discussion of eudaimonism 54 essentially develops the Kantian thought that the idea of happiness is too contingent and too indeterminate to serve as any kind of serious framework for understanding human praxis or even guiding individual human endeavor, and as a human goal is always trumped by rational freedom. Some of his other random comments on happiness, such as that periods of happiness were the empty pages of world history, or that the striving for happiness was anodyne, 55, leave little doubt of the contempt in which he held any attempt to make it central to thinking about human life. 63. 51 Schiller, 1967. 52 The era in the ancient world that made the deepest impression on the thought of Heidegger was precisely the pre-Socratic period, i.e., the period before systematic ethical thought oriented to happiness was firmly established. The same is true of Nietzsche. 53 Heidegger, 1959. See also Heidegger, 1967, 145–94. 54 Hegel, 1970, 10, 299–300. 7. 71–73. 55 Die Weltgeschichte ist nicht der Boden des Glücks. Die Perioden des Glücks sind leer. Blätter in IHR, Hegel, 1970, 1242. Das Streben nach der Glückseligkeit ist etwas Schales. 19–289. Outside Ethics 61. The one philosopher among the group that interests me who does make room, centrally and systematically, for a concept of happiness, is Adorno. 56. Given Adorno's general views about the nature of contemporary society, full happiness, he thinks, is in fact unattainable. He does, however, have articulated views about what happiness would be, and very well developed analyses of the varieties of human unhappiness, and, most important perhaps, he does think that the fact that happiness is inaccessible to us is of great significance. A state of full-blown happiness would, he holds, be one of complete somatic satisfaction. Sexual congress is its most exact image. 57. That had the property of complete spontaneity, it would not be organized. 58. But it would also not be merely accidental. 59. Finally, it would not be implicated in the evils of the world. 60. Adorno discusses two pale imitations of happiness. Eudaimonoid but not eudaimonic states, which are not themselves the full-blooded phenomenon, but are nevertheless to some limited extent accessible to us. First, there are temporally transitory reanimations of certain infantile experiences of meaningfulness and satisfaction, experiences like that of the narrator of À la recherche du temps perdu with the Madeleine. Adorno seems to think that the most intense of these are connected with our natural mimetic impulse, our inclination to depict or represent or to make for ourselves an imitation of the world. This impulse expresses itself most fully and directly in the work of art, which is thus a promise of utopian happiness. 61. This promise is bound to be unfulfilled, and the promise of happiness is no more happiness itself than a promise of relief from pain is relief from pain. 56. This might seem paradoxical because Adorno is the member of the group of four who had the least interest in antiquity and for whom ancient philosophy, religion, and literature was of least systematic significance. As has often been noted, although Adorno's interest in annals edge of literature, music, social theory, and philosophy was very broad and substantial. It was historically very limited. Essentially, for him relevant history starts with Haydn in music, Goethe in literature, and Kant in philosophy. Apart from the odd reference to J.S. Bach or the Odyssey. Das Urbild des bürgerlichen Individuums, 1969, 50, and isolated throwaway remarks about Plato and Aristotle, one finds no discussion of any work or figure before the middle of the 18th century. Nietzsche, on the contrary, was a trained academic expert in Altertumswissenschaft. Much of Heidegger's later philosophy is transmitted through the medium of interpretation of various ancient texts, and the Greeks are a continual presence and a repeated object of treatment in Hegel's system. I wish to suggest, however, that this is not a paradox at all, but that it was precisely the absence of the Greeks from Adorno's mind and philosophy and his relative indifference to the cultural prestige of Philhellenism that allowed him the freedom to put happiness in such a prominent place in his thought without contortion. 57 Adorno, 1951, 291. 58 Adorno, 1951, 31-32, 73-75. 59 Adorno, 1966, 344. 60 Adorno, 1966, 343-45. In der falschen Welt ist alle H.J. Don H.V. Falsch, Adorno, 1970, 26. 61 references to Le but n'est que la promesse du bonheur, originally from Stendhal. 1980, Chapter 17, but also discussed by Baudelaire, 1971. 2.137. Recur almost obsessively in Adorno's discussions of art, e.g., Adorno, 1970, 26, 128, 205, 461, etc. But even the mere promise can give us some pleasure and is of great value. 62. The second kind of facsimile of happiness is associated with cognition. Thus Adorno takes as the motto of one of the three parts of his Minima Moralia a statement he attributes to F. H. Bradley: when everything is bad, it must be good to know the worst. 63. In present circumstances this happiness of cognition, 64, is self-undermining and bitter. If one knows anything in this world, in the emphatic sense of know, which Adorno uses, one in some sense knows that true happiness is impossible. Happiness thus refers to some extraordinary, momentary form of experience, either the exceptional experience of art or the imagined content of a messianic transformation of the world, or to a form of intellectual life for which not everyone is suited, and which forces one to confront the final inadequacy of any form of life able to us. Happiness, then, is not a stable, possible object to be attained by individual action, or the final framework for living and evaluating one's mundane life as a whole. 65. In describing these German philosophers as asking different questions from those asked by their British counterparts, I am not making a claim about incommensurability in the strict sense. Just because, say, Kant and Hegel ask different questions, that does not make it impossible, or useless, to look in Hegel's texts for answers to Kant's questions. In some contexts it is perfectly understandable that you might not be at all interested in the way the world looks to me. You may simply have perfectly legitimate, urgent concerns of your own that you think peremptorily require that one subordinate all else to their satisfaction. You may have no interest in the shape, structure, and perspective of my own map of the surrounding landscape. 66. If your needs are sufficiently pressing, you may wish to use whatever you can get in order to enable you to reach Oinville, like Roland and Corinne in Godard's Weekend, as efficiently as possible. On the other hand, we do not generally think it resents a very high level of intellectual curiosity or human sensitivity to act in this way when not under the pressure of events. There is one sense in which Hegel had no ethics, and thought that approaching life in terms of ethics, by which he meant Kantian ethics, that is, 62 Adorno, 1970, 26, 204-5. On the proximity of happiness to infantilism, see Adorno. 1970, 181-82, 503-4, 63 Adorno, 1951, 103, 64 Adorno, 1972, 68, Adorno, 1951, 22-24, etc. 65 It is, of course, not unusual in the modern period to use happiness to refer to a subjective state of satisfaction that is potentially of limited duration rather than a structural feature of a life as a whole. See further Geuss, 2002. I am particularly indebted to Rüdiger Bittner for conversations and correspondence about Heidegger and Adorno. Needless to say, he is not responsible for the use I have made of his help here. 66 I merely note that this mode of speaking does not necessarily imply that philosophers bugbear relativistic perspectivism outside ethics. 63 Living one's life taking Kantian ethics as the final framework within which to understand oneself and the world, was a mistake. There is, of course, an other perfectly reasonable sense in which Hegel did have an ethics. He tried to express and justify a variety of claims we would call value judgments, such as that slavery was wrong, that in cases of conflict the demands of the state take priority over those of the family, or that Protestantism was a more progressive form of religion than Catholicism. One can, that is to say, hold fast to the Kantian, the modern ethical perspective if one wants to, and can torture Hegel's texts into giving you an answer to the questions that naturally arise when one presupposes that framework. To be sure, the Hegelian philosophy, as Kierkegaard pointed out very vividly, won't give you determinate answers. In most of the cases in which you will be most keen to have purportedly authoritative advice, it won't tell you whether to join the resistance or stay at home to support your aged mother, won't tell you whether you should participate in the coup d'état or revolution or not, won't give you a unitary way to evaluate Nero or Napoleon or Pol Pot. It will, however, tell you all sorts of things about the historical and valuational significance of the movements with which these people were associated. But what grounds do we have to assume that there will always be a single unitary way to give a definitive evaluation of a person, an event, or a course of action? One might have the feeling that what I have described in this paper is a disorganized battery of various, very different, objections to different aspects of the way ethics has often been studied as an academic subject in the English-speaking world for the past 150 years or so, not a unified counter tradition. I have described reservations about the possibility of a specified philosophical ethics, objections to the assumptions made by the ethical question, doubts about the significance of choice and about the coherence or importance of individual action, and objections to a fully immanent approach to human life. That this is no coherent counter-tradition is, I think, no objection. Rather it is a conclusion I welcome. If one is willing to entertain the line of thought I have suggested, one can go on to ask what the relevance of these 19th, and early 20th century Central European projects is for us. Is the immanentist egocentric, practical standpoint genuinely ineluctable, something to which we will be returned regardless of the misguided and sophistic attempts of philosophers to undercut it, or is it an artifact of the kind of individualistic, post-Christian society in which we live? Or finally, is it a kind of transcendental illusion, a complex mistake based on some form of natural egotism and as relatively independent of our specific history and form of society as it is immune to tempts to dissolve it? Is it at all coherent to look for a non-immanent point from which to judge the present, which is not finally theological, but is, in some sense, naturalistic? It may well be no accident that the line of thought I have been trying to trace has had such strong continuity in Germany. One may see it as a sign of economic, social, and political backwardness. 67 A pre-Enlightenment persistence of theological forms of thinking, and a feudal resistance to the view that commercial society and empirically based natural science are the final framework within which we must structure our lives. On the other hand, one might think that precisely the persistence of these relatively old-fashioned ways of thinking could have the advantage of allowing people a glimpse beyond a monolithic and massively entrenched status quo. In conclusion, I would suggest a tripartite division of approaches to our practical life: skepticism, the project of modern ethics, and various forms of the view that there is something outside philosophical ethics. The outside ethics views can either be old-fashioned theological abased ones, like those of Augustine or Kierkegaard, or they can have a more complex relation to traditional theology, like the views of Hegel, Adorno, and Heidegger. Skeptical elements play an important role in the philosophy of the figures with whom I am concerned, particularly in Nietzsche, in whom skepticism sometimes takes almost the robust ancient form. 68, but to the extent to which these German thinkers are not skeptics, they are devotees of one or another of the radical versions of thinking about practical life which I have called outside ethics views, not of any variant of the modern project. The most widely influential form of ethical thinking at the moment, at any rate, the one that seems to play the most prominent role in international politics, is some version of a doctrine of natural human rights. It is, I think, fair to say that what are sometimes called the normative foundations of this theory are anything but clear and convincing. The suspicion immediately suggests itself that the reason for this is that the project of finding a completely secular, immanent grounding for such a theory is incoherent. There simply is not any direct argumentative path from facts of nature and human psychology, as these are known to us through experience and the usual forms of scientific inquiry, the economic and commercial requirements of the kind of society in which we live, and some minimal principles of rationality to the desired doctrine of natural human rights. Given the extremely weak cognitive grasp we have on the general area of practical philosophy, it would, 64-3-67 setting aside, for a moment, the notion of social and political progress, the claim that Germany was economically backward during this period, which, after all, extends well into the second half of the 20th century, seems highly implausible. 68 Ancient Pyrrhonism, the view that on any topic there are equally strong arguments on their side, was also a central concern of the young Hegel, as is documented very convincingly by Forster in his 1989. See also Bernier and Fried, 1997. Hegel held that, compared to this ancient form of skepticism, modern skepticism, for instance, views inspired by Hume, is a less an ignoble form of dogmatism, accepting, as it characteristically does, any number of by no means indubitable assumptions, such as that we have impressions, that there is a distinction between thinking and being, etc. Outside ethics. 65. Think, be very rash at this point in time simply to dismiss all skeptical and non-immanentist views. In addition, there is a strong aspirational or self-constructive element to practical thinking. It is not merely the case that deciding to believe in or give one's allegiance to a particular view makes one a person of a certain kind, but retaining a wide spectrum of views under consideration also makes one a person of a certain kind, even if one thinks that one kind of view is strikingly more plausible than others. This is a basic Nietzschean claim that one can easily admit without moving at all far down the road to some of Nietzsche's other, more florid doctrines. Perhaps more importantly, retaining a wide spectrum of views in play makes a society a toin kind of place. There are no guarantees in this area, and I have a certain amount of sympathy for the reader who might justifiably continue to object that even if human rights theory is in a parlous state, I have given no reason to think that any of the Central European theories I have expounded is any better off. The forms of radical practical thinking that descend from Paul and Augustine, through Hegel to Adorno and Heidegger, and Badiou 69, may turn out to be nothing more than self-imposed illusions, and settling back into our cozy world of cultivating the tiny garden of our own welfare and our human rights, and those of other members of the global village, incoherent as the concept of a human right is, may well turn out to be in fact the final word. For us, that would be extremely unfortunate. We would have become the creatures Nietzsche calls the last humans. 70 I would like to think that my continuing to tell the story of 19th and 20th century German practical philosophy in this way could have some potentially self-fulfilling effect in preventing that from being the case. References: Adorno, T. 1951. Minima Moralia. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1963. Eingriff. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1966. Negative Dialectic. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1969. Stichworte, Kritische Modell 2. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1970. Aesthetische Theory. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, Adorno, T. and W. Benjamin, 1994. Adorno, Benjamin Briefwechsel 1928–1940, ed. Launitz. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, Adorno, T. et al., 1972. Der Positivismusstreit in der deutschen Soziologie. Neuwied. And Berlin. Luchterhand. Assmann, J. 1997. Moses the Egyptian. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press. Augustinus, A. 1928 9ths. De Civitate Dei, ed. Dombert and Kalb. Leipzig. Teubner. 69 Badiou, 1998. 70 Nietzsche, 1980, 19–20. Badiou, A. 1997. St. Paul. La Fondation de l'Universalisme. Paris. Presses Univers. Citerres de France. 1998. L'éthique. Essai sur la conscience du mal. Paris. Hattier. Baudelaire. C. 1971. Écrits sur l'art. 2 vols. Paris. Gallimard. Borncombe. P. 1969. Paulus. Stuttgart. Kohlhammer. Bernier, M. and Fried, M. 1997. The Original Skeptics. Indianapolis. Haeckel. Forster. M. 1989. Hegel and Skepticism. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press. Foucault, M. 2001. L'herméneutique du sujet. Paris. Gallimard and Soy. Fulda. H. 1968. Das Recht der Philosophie in Hegel's Philosophie des Rechts. Frankfurt. Klostermann. Geuss. R. 2002. Happiness and Politics. Arion, June, pp. 111–29. Harnack, A. von. 1985. Marcion. Das Evangelium vom Unbekannten Gott. Darmstadt. Wissenschaftliche Buchgesellschaft. Hegel, G. 1970. Work in 20 Banden, ed. Moldenhauer, Michel. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp. Cited by volume and page. Heidegger, M. 1951. Erläuterungen zu Hölderlins Dichtung. Frankfurt. Kloster. Mann, 1957. Einführung in die Metaphysik. Tübingen. Max Niemeyer, 1959. Gelassenheit. Fullingen. Nesky, 1960. Unterwegs zur Sprache. Fullingen. Neski, 1963. Sein und Zeit. Tübingen. Niemeyer, 1967. Wegmarken. Frankfurt. Klostermann, 1976. Nur noch ein Gott kann uns retten. Der Spiegel, Volume 30, Number 23, 31. May, Horkheimer, M., 1968. Kritische Theory. Frankfurt. Fischer, 2 vols. Kant, I. 1956. Kritik der reinen Vernunft. Hamburg. Felix Meiner Verlag. Marcuse, H. 1965. Kultur und Gesellschaft. Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 2 vols. Nietzsche, F. 1980. Samtliche Werk. Kritische Studienausgabe, ed. Kohli and Mann. Tanari. Berlin. De Gruyter. Cited by volume and page. Pippin, R. 2001. Hegel and Institutional Rationality, in T. Noon, ed. The Contemporary Relevance of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, Special Issue of Southern Journal of Philosophy, Schiller, F. 1967. Über die ästhetische Erziehung des Menschen in einer Reihe von Briefen, in his Samtliche Werk, ed. Fricke and Gopfert, Volume 5 Munich, Hanser. Stendhal, 1980. De L'amour. Paris. Gallimard, The Unison, M. 1970. Hegel's Lehre vom absoluten Geist als theologisch-politischer Traktat. Berlin. De Gruyter. Wood, A. 1990. Hegel's Ethical Thought. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 66 3-4. Freedom as an Ideal. Isaiah Berlin's discussion of the two concepts of liberty. 1 provides a convenient starting place for the topic I wish to discuss, namely the role concept tions of freedom play in structuring our human aspirations. Berlin assumes that freedom can be significantly ascribed either to human individuals or to groups, and he also distinguishes what he calls negative conceptions of freedom from positive conceptions. An entity, whether human individual or group, is free in a negative sense to the extent to which there are no external impediments or obstacles to the action of that entity in some particular domain. An entity, whether a human individual or a group, is free in a positive sense to the extent to which that entity is its own master, i.e., to the extent to which it rules or governs itself. One might think that these two distinctions between individual and group freedom on the one hand and positive and negative freedom on the other, cut across each other, so that actually Berlin's account recognizes 4 kinds of freedom. A. Negative freedom of an individual. If my hands are untied, I am to that extent freer than I was. B. Positive freedom of an individual. A Roman slave who was emancipated became free in a positive sense. C. Negative freedom of a group. A certain nomadic group might not be free to move in a certain direction because of frontier arrangements, Hadrian's Wall, for instance. D. Positive freedom of a group. If a colony successfully revolts against the metropolitan area and establishes itself as a separate political entity, it may sometimes be said to have attained a kind of positive freedom it lacked before the revolt. As if this were not complicated enough, Berlin also claims that the positive conception of freedom, by which he seems to mean in this case the positive freedom of a human individual, is ambiguous. Sometimes, freedom of the individual in the positive sense means autonomy, or ability to give oneself the rule or principle of one's own behavior, but sometimes, positive freedom means self-realization, i.e., that the individual's true, or real, self comes to expression in action. Actually, neither of these two senses of pos. My thanks to Professor Martin Hollis for his extremely helpful comments on this paper. 1. Introduction, and 2 Concepts of Liberty in 4 Essays on Liberty. Oxford. University Press, 1969. itive, freedom, seems the same as the sense in which the emancipated Roman slave has become free. An emancipated slave is a person who has been assigned a certain legal status. His or her actions are now recognized in a certain way, and certain kinds of action, such as appearing in court in one's own cause, are now possible that were not before. None of this implies that the former slave is now autonomous, i.e., actually capable of regulating his or her own behavior or has attained self-realization in any of the more emphatic senses in which that term was used in the 19th century. The discussion can be clarified, I think, by introducing a further distinction, which Berlin doesn't use. To return for a moment to the positive sense of freedom for a group, a colony that attains independence from a metropolitan area may be said to have gained a kind of positive freedom, but it does not follow from such independence that the former colony will be internally self-governing, by whatever standards one uses to determine this. I would like to say that the colony that becomes independent attains positive freedom in an outward-looking sense, positive freedom in an inward-looking sense, then refers to political and social arrangements which nowadays will probably include the existence of a parliamentary system of government with regular elections, etc. 2. One can make an analogous distinction in the case of the positive freedom of an individual. The legal freedom of the emancipated former slave is positive freedom in an outward-looking sense, and it is an extremely important historical step when this notion of being one's own master is extended and internalized, giving rise to notions of positive freedom as self-control, autonomy, self-realization, etc., that is, to various conceptions of freedom in an inward-looking sense. Berlin's own final position on freedom is not completely clear. He obviously thinks that the concept of freedom has suffered from a kind of inflation during the past several hundred years, in the sense that people have tried to build more and more of the components of a fully good and satisfactory human life into the concept of freedom itself. In any case, Berlin is clearly extremely concerned to counter this inflation of the concept of freedom as much as possible. 3. Thus he wishes to distinguish as sharply as possible between what belongs to the content of the concept of freedom itself and what properly belongs. 68.4. 2. I would like to be able to give a clearer and more abstract account of the distinction between inward-looking and outward-looking senses of freedom, but can't. I hope the examples at least make my general intentions clear. The positive freedom of a group in an inward-looking sense doesn't yet designate a single well-defined concept, but rather a family of slightly different conceptions. Different more or less distinct concepts will arise by adding further specifications of what it means for a group to be self-governing. I discuss some of these issues in more detail in my Auffassungen der Freiheit in Zeitschrift für philosophische Forschung, 1995, pp. 1-14. And Freiheit im Liberalismus und bei Marx, in Ethische und Politische Freiheit, ed. Julian, Nida Rummelin and Wilhelm Vossenkuhl, Berlin. De Gruyter, 1998, pp. 114-29. 3c4 Essays on Liberty, pp. XXXVIIFF, Lee FF. Freedom as an Ideal 69, only to the conditions under which freedom can effectively be utilized. For in fact, Berlin at times comes close to suggesting that positive freedom itself in any of its various forms is not really a proper concept of freedom but a bloated amalgam, incorporating components of the concept of freedom with various other inflationary elements derived from conceptions of happiness, rationality, etc. Only, he suggests, the austere notion of individual negative freedom is the real, unvarnished thing itself. Certainly it is individual negative freedom which should be given strict priority in philosophical discussion. The reason it is so important for Berlin to claim that the concept of individual Visual negative freedom is in some sense the most basic concept of freedom. 5 is that he believes there is a kind of elective affinity between positive conceptions of freedom and the legitimation of a certain kind of totalitarian oppression. 6 Only the positive conception of freedom, Berlin thinks, gives rise to what has been called Rousseau's paradox, that is, the thesis that under certain circumstances one could force people to be free. 7 To believe that under certain circumstances people could be forced to be free is, however, to lack the conceptual resources to resist certain forms of totalitarianism. To put what I take to be Berlin's argument in a series of steps. 1. To be negatively free means simply to be in a state in which one has unobstructed opportunities for action, but to be positively free means actually to live and act in a certain way. 2. If freedom is a way of life, someone else might know better than I do what constitutes that way of life. 3. Anyone who knew, better than I did myself, in what my positive freedom would consist could legitimately force me to adopt that way of life, and in so doing, would be forcing me to be free. There are any number of difficulties with this argument. 8 Obviously nothing. 4 See 4 Essays on Liberty, pp. XLIX, Lee FF. Accepting this distinction would exclude from discussion views that take power to be an essential component of freedom. Freedom is an opportunity for action. 4 Essays, p. XLII, not a power to act or action itself. 5 See 4 Essays, p. IV. 6 Berlin sometimes denies that he is asserting any special, in particular any logical, connection between positive conceptions of freedom and totalitarianism. Cf. 4 Essays, pp. XLEXLIX. 132, but this seems to me to be somewhat disingenuous. If the connection between positive conceptions of freedom and totalitarianism is really merely historical and contingent, it is hard to see what systematic point Berlin's discussion is supposed to have, beyond reminding us that freedom is used in a variety of different senses, not all of them compatible with each other. 7 J.J. Rousseau, Du Contrat Social, 1762, Book 1, Chapter 7, cf. Quentin Skinner, The Idea of Negative Liberty, in Philosophy and History. Ed. R. Rorty, J. Schneewind, Q. Skinner, Cam. Bridge. Cambridge University Press, 1984. 8 Note for instance that it would be a mistake to assume that freedom in a positive sense must be an exercise concept, just because it is not a mere opportunity concept. Freedom, in a positive sense, might designate the possession of a faculty or capacity which may or may not be exercised at all, like it could hold good for all positive conceptions of freedom, for instance a conception that saw freedom as residing in individual autonomy, because on such a conception it would be an integral part of the free way of life, that the individual living it has chosen that life rather than being forced to adopt it. 9 At the moment, however, I would like to consider the third step in the argument. It is, of course, not true that if I know what would be good for you, even if I know what would be supremely good for you, this gives me a warrant to coerce you, especially not if the good in question is one which has value only if you chose it freely, so that in using coercion I destroy it. The situation changes immediately, of course, if one adds to the 3 points listed above a fourth. 4. There is a social agency, for instance, the state, who is really me, or who is the real me, and thus all of whose actions are really mine, so that none of its actions against me can even in principle count as coercion. Actually, if one has 4, one doesn't need 3 to draw some strong and unpleasant conclusions. This suggests that Berlin has misdiagnosed the error which gives rise to an inability to resist the temptations of totalitarianism. The culprit is some thesis about the relation between individual and social agency, some thing like for, or like what Berlin calls the organicist conception of society, and not the positive conception of freedom. 10. It is striking that Berlin's whole discussion of freedom is structured by his interest in the limits of permissible social coercion. 11. Freedom for him is from the very start a police concept. The possible justification of coercive social regulation of human action is not, however, the only context in which the concept of freedom plays a role. Another context is that in which individuals decide how they will lead their own lives. Whatever the importance of negative conceptions of freedom in the discussion of systems of public coercion, they are of little use in helping individuals structure their aspirations. 12. Since one is not necessarily going to be using conceptions of freedom to legitimize SYS. 74. 9. Note that I could also force you to be negatively free by removing various obstacles to your action, whereas before you had no choice but to stay seated, since you were tied to the chair. When I untie you, you are forced to have the freedom of remaining seated or standing up. No one thinks there is anything conceptually odd about cases like this. 10. Note that Thomas Hobbes has a relentlessly negative conception of freedom, but given his theory about the construction of social agency, the Leviathan, he arrives at strongly totalitarian conclusions. Note also that both Hegel and Marx specifically reject the organicist conception of society, if by that is meant the view that human individuals are no more than accidents of the social substance or organs of a social whole. Cf. G.W.F. Hegel, Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts, Frankfurt, M. Suhrkamp, 1970, sections 260, 261. Also, Zusatz, section 273, Zusatz. Cf. Also, Karl Marx, Grundrisse, Berlin, Dietz, 1974, pp. 375 ff, especially. Page 384. 11. Berlin. 4 essays, page 121. 12. As Nietzsche writes, freedom as absence of constraints is perhaps a reasonable aspiration for slaves, but not for others. Cf. Friedrich Nietzsche, Jenseits von Gut und Böse, section 260. Freedom as an ideal. 71. Terms of coercion. It isn't at all obvious that conceptual abstemiousness is the correct course. Nor does it follow from this that one can't take seriously Berlin's concern about excessive inflation of the concept of freedom. Freedom needn't necessarily completely lose its profile and become indistinguishable from the vague general notion of a completely satisfactory human life. If freedom is not the same as happiness, it is not the same as moral either. 13. So if one wants to make progress in the right direction in understanding freedom as an ethical ideal, one has to thread one's way through the minefield, some of the salient features of which I have just sketched. That is, one wants a conception of freedom which is a development of something rooted in everyday usage and practice, which can serve to give clarity and focus to individual human aspirations, but which is neither a police concept nor so inflated as to be indistinguishable from the concept of the indeterminate sum of all human satisfactions, nor so thoroughly moralized that it is an analytic truth that anyone acting freely is acting morally. There are, I think, a number of different paths through this minefield. I would like to mention 4. 1. Freedom as autonomy. 2. Conceptions of freedom centered around power. 3. Freedom as authenticity of desire. 4. Freedom as self-realization. I will make some very cursory remarks about the first 2, then some comments on authenticity and self-realization. The full concept of autonomy can be thought of as being comprised of 2 components. I will be said to be autonomous if I 1. Have or exercise the capacity to set myself my own goals, give myself principes of action, etc. 2. Have or exercise a capacity for self-control, i.e., am able to refrain from acting ing on impulses I may experience if I know them to be incompatible with goals I have set myself or principles I have adopted. This conception of freedom as autonomy has a long and distinguished history, although I would suggest that by itself it may seem slightly etiolated to those with a certain kind of modern sensibility. To use the standard example, the slave in chains may well be autonomous in the above sense, but we would perhaps hesitate to call such a slave fully free. One might think that one could deal with this consideration by claiming that the ideal of individual freedom comprises both full autonomy and maximal negative freedom. If one reflects on the intuition that lies behind the negative conception of freedom, one might come to think that it was something like this: I am the freer the more possible courses of action stand open to me, thus any obstacle which closes off a course of action as a possibility for me is a restriction of my freedom. If this is the right way to think about freedom, then the central thing, 13, despite the efforts of Kant and his followers to assimilate freedom and morality, is the extent of the spectrum of possible courses of action that stand open to me at any given time. How many possible courses of action stand open to me, however, will depend on any number of factors. In many cases it will depend as much on how much power, of what kind, I have as on the existence or non-existence of obstacles. Obstacles lose their salience in the discussion of freedom. There is in principle no reason why increase of my power might not lead to as great an increase in my freedom as the removal of obstacles would. This is the tack Marx takes when he cites the Dictionnaire de l'Académie to the effect that liberté is most commonly used in the sense of puissance. 14. Stalwart proponents of negative liberty can try to resist this line of argument by appeal to a certain moral intuition many of us have and which one finds expressed with great clarity in Rousseau's Émile, namely that we react differently to different ways in which our wishes can be frustrated. If our desires are frustrated because we lack the power to attain what we want or are prevented by some natural obstacle, our reaction will usually lack the quality of resentment and indignation it may well have if we are hindered by an obstacle created by another human agent, especially if this obstacle was created specifically to thwart us. Berlin, and those who take a similar position to his on the priority of negative liberty, argue from this Rousseauist intuition that only obstacles which are the results of human action, or even of deliberate interference, 15, count as restrictions of my liberty. Natural obstacles or my own lack of power do not. 16. It seems plausible that a conception of freedom which held it to consist in autonomy plus power could satisfy the conditions I outlined above. It could have a clear conceptual profile and be distinguishable from other ideals, and it needn't be construed in an inherently moralizing way. I may well autonomously decide to use my powers in ways that do not satisfy reasonable standards of morality. One might still, however, think that a conception of freedom which took it to consist in autonomy plus power left something out. It has often been taken to be part of our intuitive conception of freedom that I can be called fully free only if I am doing what I really want. What I really want to do here refers not to some externally specifiable course of action, but to the kind of desire. 72.4. 14 mu 3.287, i.e., Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Work, Berlin. Dietz, 1983, Volume 3. Page 287. 15 Berlin. 4 essays, page 122. 16 Part of my intention is to try to break the hold on our imaginations exercised by an image. Berlin, and some of his followers, tend to project the image of a contrast between sober, responsible, more or less value-neutral negative conceptions of freedom and inflated, highly moralizing positive conceptions. Cf. especially Richard Flathman, The Philosophy and Politics of Freedom, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1987, pp. 50 ff. If the Rousseauist intuition did turn out to be part of the motivation of those who cling most tenaciously to a purely negative conception of freedom, this would be grist for my mill. Freedom as an ideal. 73. That gives rise to the action I perform. In this sense, I am doing something I really want to do if my action is motivated by a desire that is genuinely or authentically mine. I'm free then, in this sense, if I am acting on a genuine or authentic desire. Another way in which the same point is often put is to say that I am free only if acting on a desire with which I identify. The most powerful contemporary analysis of what it means to identify with a desire is the one given by Harry Frankfurt in his classic paper, Freedom of the Will and the Concept of a Person. 17. This analysis starts from a distinction between first-order and second-order desires, and correspondingly first-order and second-order volitions. I identify with a given desire, roughly speaking, when I will that desire to be the one which moves me to action. Thus, if I have a first-order desire to have a glass of wine, I will be acting freely in acting on that desire. If I also have a second-order desire, that desire for a glass of wine be the one which motivates me to action. Such a second-order desire is a second-order volition and means that I have identified with the given first-order desire. If, on the other hand, I have a first-order desire to drink a glass of wine and a second-order volition that first-order desire not move me to action, then the desire to drink the wine is not one I have identified with, not one authentically mine, and acting on it will not be acting fully freely. In a somewhat later essay 18, Frankfurt introduces a qualification to his AC count. If I have a second-order desire not to be moved to action by a particular first-order desire, I have not identified with the first-order desire in case Tion, but it doesn't necessarily follow from the fact that I endorse a given first-order desire as motive for action that I have thereby identified with that first-order desire in any very significant sense. It may well be the case, for instance, that I have unresolved conflicts among my higher-order desires. After much backing and forthing, I may reluctantly, with proleptic regret and many reservations, finally settle for the moment on a second-order volition. That one particular first-order desire be the one that constitutes my will. In so deciding, and then acting, I don't fully identify with the first-order desire. All things considered, under these and these conditions, unfortunately, I endorse it for action this time around without any commitment or clear expectation that next time around I will not decide differently. This is the issue Frankfurt calls wholeheartedness. It is obviously extremely difficult to give any kind of full and clear account of what it means to identify wholeheartedly with a desire, but Frankfurt is surely right to emphasize that one component of such an analysis is a commitment the agent makes vis-a-vis the 17. Harry Frankfurt, The Importance of What We Care About, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1988, pp. 11 ff. 18. Identification and Wholeheartedness, in Harry Frankfurt, The Importance of What We Care About, pp. 159 ff. Future. I grant the desire in question a continuing recognized place within the self. 19. Reflection on wholeheartedness, identification, and authenticity gave rise, in the 19th century, to two contrasting ideals. The first of these is one which sees freedom to consist precisely in the absence of identification or wholeheartedness. The free spirit is bound by no fixed beliefs or commitments and stands related to desires in a way that is similar to that in which the ancient skeptic stands to beliefs. Desires, both first-order and higher-order desires, are there to be acted on in the given context, not to be the objects of identification. Genuinely free and deep people are those who love masks and are deft at changing them. 20. As Hegel pointed out, though, in his criticism of Friedrich Schlegel, 21, the apparent rich multiplicity of possibilities open to the free spirit seems to be purchased at the price of an impoverishment of the self which is reduced to the single, empty, infinitely repeated movement of rejecting identification. The other, diametrically opposed ideal is one which sees freedom to consist in identifying oneself wholeheartedly with a unitary, structured set of desires which constitute the core of a more or less enduring self. 22. Only then, so this line of argument runs, can there even be a self which might be said to be free or unfree in acting one way rather than another, namely acting freely, if acting on a desire with which it identifies, otherwise not acting freely. 23. It would, though, I think, be a mistake to think that one could understand freedom in the sense at issue here merely as action on a set of desires with which I can wholeheartedly identify. Even if the project of the free spirit, in its more extreme versions, isn't completely coherent, the proponents of this ideal did have something in mind that one can't simply dismiss. There can be a kind of naive, immediate, and unreflective wholeheartedness which we are not necessarily inclined to see specifically as a form of freedom. Hegel's idea that both reflection, which gives rise to the ideal of the free spirit, and identification, which gives rise to the ideal of wholeheartedness, are internal. Mo. 74 19 cf. Frankfurt, Identification and Wholeheartedness, especially. pp. 168 ff. Freedom of the will, and the concept of a person, deals with traditional problems of the mechanism of autonomy. Identification and wholeheartedness deals with what came to be called authenticity. 20. This ideal is expressed with great brilliance at various places in Nietzsche's work, e.g. Gen. Seitz von Gut und Bose, sections 40, 284, 289. 21. Hegel, Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts, section 140. 22. Oddly enough, one finds extreme expressions of both of the two ideals in Nietzsche. 4. An instance of something like this ideal of wholeheartedness, cf. Götzendämmerung, Sprüche und Pfeil, section 44. Part of the difficulty in understanding Nietzsche is a difficulty in knowing how to take this fact. Hegel has a complex theory of the way in which both of these ideals are, so he claims, rooted in aspects of the structure of the will and how they can be reconciled in a life lived in a fully rational state. Cf. Hegel, Grundlinien zur Philosophie des Rechts, sections 5 to 7, 139 to 57. 23. Kant doesn't use the language of identification, but one might think of him as claiming that one should identify wholeheartedly only with the desire to act consistently. Freedom as an ideal. 75. Mense of freedom, correctly understood, seems plausible, but by itself leaves one without much clarity about how exactly the two will be related in full-blown cases of freedom. Self-realization views of freedom shift the focus from the internal world of desire to the world of action. There are two slightly different versions of a self-realization approach to freedom. The first, which one can find perhaps most explicitly in Humboldt, 24, sees human beings not so much as creatures who have desires with which they identify or fail to identify, but as bearers of powers and capacities which they can exercise and develop. I'm free on this view, to the extent to which I am engaged in a course of action in which I am exercising my powers and capacities in such a way that these powers and capacities are also at the same time being further developed. It is by exercising my capacity to play the piano that that capacity is further developed, and to the extent to which the exercise of this capacity is at the same time the development of that capacity, the course of action is free. In 19th-century capitalist industrial labor, workers performed simplified and highly repetitious motions for long periods of time. Part of the reason why for Marx such labor was a form of unfree activity was that such simplified and routinized activity was the exercise of certain human capacities on the part of the individual worker which was not appropriately connected with the development of any powers or capacities. 25 Playing the piano an hour a day makes one progressively a better player, but turning a screw in a certain position for an hour a day won't after the first day make one a better mechanic. Often those who wish thus to understand freedom as the exercise and development of human powers and capacities hold that a fully free action will be one that is an integral part of an all-sided or universal development of human powers and capacities. 26 Since the development of some human powers and capacities is incompatible with the development of others, the coherence of the more extreme forms of this view has rightly been questioned. 27. There is also a slight difference, at least of emphasis perhaps, between this self-realization view and the view I mentioned earlier which identified freedom with power. The earlier view focuses on my ability to get what I want as the central part of freedom, where power is what lets me get what I want. In the self-realization views the emphasis seems rather to be on the transformation of myself which development of my powers and capacities brings. 24 W. von Humboldt, Über die Grenzen der Wirksamkeit des Staats, originally 1793, the most convenient modern edition is Reclam, 1967. 25 mu Ergänzungsband 1.454 ff. 26 mu 3.74, 206, 237, 245, etc. 27 cf. G. A. Cohen, Reconsidering Historical Materialism, Nomos 27, 1983, pp. 226 ff. Obviously there are a number of different specific views possible here, that freedom consists in exercise and development of all of my powers and capacities, of any that are unique to me, of those that are in some sense characteristic of me, etc. About, by developing and exercising my capacities and powers I become a literally more realized self, and thus, the proponents of this argument claim freer in my acting. 28. The other variant of a self-realization view emphasizes that I am free only if I am acting in such a way as to be able to recognize, or perhaps recognize, and affirm myself in the action. Unfortunately, it is tremendously difficult to give any kind of coherent reading of what recognizing myself in my action means, which isn't either much too weak. Recognizing myself means just having a certain feeling of familiarity or subjective belief, but one doesn't necessarily want to define freedom directly in terms of a mere subjective feeling, or really very strong indeed, if one, for instance, has a specific theory of the structure of the self and holds that free action is action in which I can see that particular structure of the self to be instantiated. I suspect that most of what is intuitively appealing about this version of the self-realization view can actually be accommodated by a judicious extension of notions of authenticity of desire, or perhaps of the notions of authenticity plus development and exercise of my powers and capacities. Autonomy, power, authenticity of desire, exercise and development of my powers and capacities all seem eminently reasonable objects of human aspiration. All of these seem reasonably clearly defined, and none seems to have an inherent bias in favor of morality. I may autonomously set myself perfectly immoral goals, or authentically identify with desires that will move me to egregiously antisocial behavior, and the development and exercise of my capacities may be grossly incompatible with the continued existence of minimally humane conditions of life for large numbers of other people. Finally, none seems to be inherently a police concept. Together with negative freedom, they seem to me to designate perfectly legitimate dimensions along which the discussion of freedom can proceed. Earlier, footnote 16 above, I spoke of a certain image Isaiah Berlin's Cushion insinuated that negative freedom was a straightforward, sober, morally neutral concept, whereas positive conceptions of freedom arose out of an attempt to build highly controversial biases in the direction of one or another moral view into the very nature of freedom itself. What moral neutrality might mean here isn't perhaps completely clear, nor why it should be a desideratum. I take it to be one of the great merits of Bernard Williams's work to have pointed out that ethics has traditionally meant two distinct things: the attempt to say something about what the good life for me would be, and b. the attempt to say something general about how people should regulate their behavior toward one another. ICS, widely construed, refers equivocally to either task, narrowly construed to 76.4.28. Note that the word power in the phrase development and exercise of my powers and PA cities may not mean precisely the same thing as power meant in the earlier discussion. Freedom as an ideal. 77. The first, morality, tends to be used to refer to the second. Western philosophy begins with the attempt to show the close connection between plausible answers to the two questions. The only way for me to live a truly happy life, it is claimed, is to do so in the context of acting toward others in morally well-regulated ways. 29. Negative freedom, I want to claim, gets its attractiveness if one is looking for a police concept, that is, a concept to regulate the enforcement of morality. This doesn't mean one can't extract a concept of negative freedom from the context of moral inquiry in which it is embedded. Of course one can. But outside this particular moral context, the concept seems ad hoc and pointless. It would be neatly symmetrical if I could now claim that the positive conception of freedom, or at any rate some of the various positive conceptions, has the property of moral neutrality, falsely assigned to negative freedom. But I can't. This result should be undisturbing because one's whole interest in the concept of freedom arises from ethical concerns, very broadly construed, so it isn't obvious that all forms of moral neutrality are even desiderata. The positive conceptions of freedom I have mentioned describe individual aspirational ideals, but do so in such a way as to leave it an open question whether it is always good for each individual to attain his or her ideals, to become more free in one or another particular way, and also an open question whether or not, or to what extent, it would be a good thing for a society to be organized so as to allow its members maximal freedom in one or another of the positive senses. 29 cf. Bernard Williams, Ethics and the Limits of Philosophy. London, Fontana, 1985. 4. The persistence of this form of thinking in German idealism, cf. Andreas Wild, Autonomie und Anerkennung, Stuttgart, Klett-Cotta, 1982. 5. Virtue and the Good Life. The cover of How Should One Live? Essays on the Virtues, edited by Roger Crisp, Oxford University Press, 1996, a collection of distinguished contributions to the contemporary debate about virtue ethics, shows an engraving by Albrecht Dürer, Figure 1. The engraving has come down to us without a title, and its iconography is difficult to make out. Some early commentators thought it depicted a cuckold, the man in the horned helmet, or the phenomenon of envy, invidia, or that it represented the struggle between chastity and unchastity. In a highly influential monograph from the early 1930s, the great German art historian Erwin Panofsky argued that the engraving was an illustration of the story of Hercules at the crossroads. 1. Accordingly, Oxford University Press gives the image the title Combat of Virtue and Pleasure in the Presence of Hercules. Panofsky traces the original story back to Socrates' teacher Prodicus, to the youthful hero Hercules, so the tale runs, came one day to a fork in the road. 3. As he tried to decide which way to proceed, he was approached by two women, Virtue and Pleasure. four who told him he must now decide in general what kind of life he wished to lead. They would lead him down one or the other of the two respective paths that lay open before him, the path of virtue or that of pleasure. He was completely free to choose whichever of the two paths and women he wished, but he would have only one choice. 5. He would have to 1. Erwin Panofsky, Herkules am Scheideweg und and ihr Antique Bildstoff in der Neueren Kunst. Leipzig. Tübner, 1930. 2. The oldest version is in Xenophon's Memorabilia 2.1.21 ff. 3. So to speak of Hercules at the crossroad isn't, strictly speaking, correct. At a crossroad I will generally have three ways of going forward: straight ahead, to the right, or to the left. The story presupposes that Hercules is at a Greek trivodo tilde, like the one at which Oedipus met and murdered his father, i.e., a place where the road forks. He has, then, only two choices: bear on down the right fork or bear on down the left. 4. In Prodicus's original version, at least as reported by Xenophon, the two women were named Virtue increment Areth, and Worthlessness Kakiva, although Ms. Worthlessness says her close friends call her Happiness, Eugdemoniva, and what she offers is pleasure, Hj Don Hv. It is significant that, over the course of time, worthlessness becomes increasingly identified with specifically sexual pleasure, voluptas, reflecting, no doubt, Christian obsessions with this phenomenon. In 5th century Athens, the main temptations against which people preached in this obsessive way seem to have been warm baths, cf. Aristophanes, The Clouds, lines 1043-54. 5. In Xenophon he is called Autokraftwer, which in this context presumably means his own master. Vir Tuesday and the Good Life 79. Figure 1. Dürer, Albrecht, 1471-1528. Hercules at the Crossroads. Etching. Kauer, Tessie Photo Marburg, Art Resource, NY. Main devoted to the woman he chose absolutely and unconditionally, and full. Low on the path she led to the end. What, then, do the two ladies have to offer? At the bottom left of Dürer's engraving we see a couple that seems to have been interrupted while in the middle of an erotic encounter. He is a bearded, rustic figure with a fine pair of goat's legs. His right hand is resting loosely on the jawbone of a large animal, probably an ass. The gesture suggests that he has put aside for the moment this primitive weapon. 6. She has a very artfully arranged hairdo, and is naked save for a hairband which seems to be decorated with jewels. That is what Ms. Pleasure has to offer, if she is his choice. Hercules can have his way with her as the goatman does. In almost the exact middle of the picture and dominating the scene, we see Virtue. She is fully clothed in an unadorned, pseudo-antique, flowing garment, and she has a knotted stick in her hands which she has raised above her head. She is about to strike Pleasure in the face with her full force. This is presumably an exactly calculated stroke and not a random blow. Even if Pleasure survives the attack, she will be mutilated. With a scarred face she will not be attractive, and will thus no longer represent serious competition to Virtue. Pleasure, half turned away from her goatish partner and toward Virtue, tries vainly to protect herself by covering her face with one of the folds of the garment she has laid aside. We know how the story turns out, and Panofsky thinks that Dürer's image shows an episode of it which takes place after the decisive moment. Hercules' choice has already passed. In the original version of the story, when confronted with the choice, Hercules is said to have hesitated, and sat down to think, not knowing which road to take. Kok ske ojporu nta poterin vtw n ojdw n travithai. Xenophon Memorabilia 2.1.21. On Panofsky's reading, the choice has already been made. The Hercules in this engraving is already something like a paladin of virtue, who thinks he can stand aside and wait because she is doing well enough on her own, but who is certainly ready to support her if she needs it. I wonder, though, whether it would not be possible to see the engraving differently. I find it difficult to see Hercules' gesture as one of support, even passive support, of virtue, or one of patiently awaiting the outcome of virtue's action. He seems to me rather to be trying to intervene to prevent manifestly unfair practice, i.e., to stop armed virtue from attacking the defenseless semi-recumbent pleasure. His gesture is a spontaneous reaction of simple humanity in the face of immediate, self-evident brutality. As the picture makes clear, this is clearly the young Hercules, not yet the mature, principled knight of virtue we know from such classical repra. 85. 6 in a woodcut which is thought to be from about the same time as this engraving, late 1490s. And which bears the explicit title Hercules. There is a figure just behind Hercules who wields an ass's jawbone as a weapon. Comparison of the way this figure holds the jawbone with the position of the wild man's hand on the jawbone in the engraving gives further support to the view that Dürer is trying to represent the wild man as disarmed. Veer Tuesday and the Good Life 81. Centations as the so-called Farnese Hercules, now in the Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples. The massively overdeveloped Farnese Hercules is stolid and completely immobile. He seems scarcely able to bear the weight of his own virtue and achievements, as he props himself up on his club. Figure 2. Dürer's Hercules is by contrast a flyweight. His feet are wide apart and he is off balance, as if he has been surprised and is gauchely trying to hasten forward, fearing he may be too late to block virtue's stroke. His mouth is open, as if to call on her to stop. It is very hard to see in this an abwartend howl tongue, as Panofsky claims, but it makes sense if Hercules is taken aback by virtue's savage intention and reacts impulsively. It also doesn't seem at all correct to describe this one-sided encounter as a combat. If anything, it is an attempted slaughter. Who knows what Hercules would have decided if he had really had a genuinely free, unconstrained choice? Maybe he would have preferred to stay single and go his own way without any feminine company. In that case he might still have thought it wrong to treat pleasure cruelly. It isn't, after all, her fault she is so attractive. Perhaps he would have liked to live with both women together, or alternatingly with one, then the other, if the redoubtable Lady Virtue had allowed this. To interpret the image as one in which Hercules has already chosen virtue, because there is in some sense no question for him of any other choice, and is standing there as her totally superfluous pal. Aiden, unneeded because she seems, as Panofsky admits, to be doing fine on her own, is to deprive the picture of much of its dramatic tension and of much of its pathos. The dramatic interest and pathos consist not just in the fact that he hasn't yet chosen, but also that there is something to be said, if not exactly in favor of pleasure. Think of the smell of the goatman, then at any rate against this kind of virtue and her mode of proceeding. Perhaps the most humane outcome would be if Hercules were to be strong enough to keep virtue in check and enforce peace between virtue and pleasure. That he must finally make an exclusive choice between the two is perhaps a sign of weakness, although Dürer might think this a weakness inherent in the human condition, and thus one not to be overcome even by Herculean strength. For the contemporary viewer, the most striking feature of Dürer's composition is its sadism. Virtue has her eyes closed. She doesn't see and doesn't want to see pleasure or the wild man. She is concentrating completely and collecting all her strength to smash pleasure's face in. Nietzsche claimed that the Christian conscience and the Kantian concept of duty had their origin in sadism, but he also thought that the kind of sadism in question, one directed by the self onto itself, was the basic motor of all human progress. 7 Presumably he would have given a similar account of this kind of virtue. After all, 7 Nietzsche, Jensetz von Gut und Bose section 229, and the second and third essays in Zurge, Neologie der Moral, 82-5, Figure 2, Farnese Hercules, Museo Archeologico Nazionale, Naples, Italy, Courtesy, Alinari, Art Resource, NY, Veer Tuesday and the Good Life 83. The specifically modern form of state terrorism began with Robespierre's proclamation of a République de la Vertu et de la Terreur. Both the German philosophers Adorno and Horkheimer, in their joint book Dialectik der Aufklärung, 8, and the French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, in his essay, Kant avec Chaudet, 9, see de Chaudet as the figure who thinks through Enlightenment ethics, and particularly the Kantian duty-centered position, to its logical conclusion. Lacan memorably remarks that la fi, lo Sophie dans le boudoir, complete, et, dans la vérité de la critique, de la raison pratique. Adorno and Horkheimer emphasize that de Chaudet's verse is the systematically developed and organized model of the kind of abstract, fully self-consistent willing Kant saw as definitive of morality. One might be tempted to object to this, that de Chaudet's view of the world is perhaps rational, in that it is an instance of possible self-consistent universal willing. But it is completely inhuman. This line of objection is not, of course, open to Kant himself, because for him a feeling of humanity that was detached from, or anything more than, a conception of full rational consistency of will ing is merely a pathological state of no standing whatever as a guide to moral action. Perhaps the most disturbing further thought that results from this line of argument is that the real world of civilization which we inhabit is really already the world of de Chaudet, of universal sadism directed at self and others, and of sadism's mirror image, masochism, if just a bit less fully and systematically organized, a bit less fully rational than the 120 Days of Sodom. To be sure, this sadism is usually very significantly sublimated, but sublimation itself, if Nietzsche is to be believed, is in origin itself a form of the same natural pleasure we take in watching pain being inflicted, although in the case in question it is pain we inflict on ourselves. It is not the least of the deficiencies of the Kantian moral theory that Kant has no doctrine of sublimation and no place for such a theory. 10. The German poet Friedrich Schiller was an admirer of what he took to be the harmonious unity and coherence of life in the ancient world, and particularly of the psychic integration the ancients enjoyed. Despite his general acceptance of Kantian ethics, Schiller fiercely opposed Kant's moral psychology. His image of the human soul is necessarily split between sensuous inclination and rational duty, and thus necessarily in a state of internal 8 Geuss 2, Juliet oder Aufklärung und Moral. 9 reprinted in Écrits I, Paris, Seuil, 1966. 10 If anything like this view, held by Nietzsche, Adorno, Horkheimer, and Lacan, is correct, it would cause rather serious difficulties for the form of liberalism associated with Judith S.H. Clark, and tacitly endorsed by Richard Rorty, i.e., the view that cruelty is the worst thing in the world, that which is to be avoided at all costs. Cf. Judith S.H. Clark, The Liberalism of Fear, in Liberalism and the Moral Life, ed. Nancy Rosenblum, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1989, Flicked. He saw in this division a reflection of the fragmented, oppressed state of the modern social and political world. Schiller would have hated Dürer's engraving. German idealism begins with the attempt to take seriously Schiller's visceral reaction against this Kantian image of an irremediably divided, alienated human psyche. The idealists tried to find a way of showing that not only could there be a kind of ceasefire between the two ladies in Dürer's engraving, but that the two, or three, if one includes Hercules, agents, in the picture could be brought to engage in a process of mutual accommodation in which they gradually modified each other, so that no further casus belli existed between them. Schiller proposes that aesthetic education could play an important, even perhaps an essential, role in implementing such a transformation. Sublimation might be a name for one important component in such a process. It is only when the more utopian forms of hope about the possibility of such a relatively peaceful total transformation are dashed, after the political failure of 1848, that Nietzsche recurs to something like Dürer's image, and tries to accept the sadism implicit in it. If there is to be sublimation, it won't be entirely without coercion. This is not a simple return to Kantianism, because the Kantian view is a consciously static transcendentalist one. The split between the two components of the psyche, between sensory appetite and inclination on the one hand and pure reason on the other, like that between the transcendental and the empirical ego, is one to which temporal succession is of no relevance. It is unchanging and in some important sense outside of time. For Nietzsche, rather, the image is one of historically successive processes of active aggression, which, if one is lucky, constitutes a way in which cruelty transforms itself into something higher, especially into more sublimated forms of cultural activity. The split is there because it is continually reconstituted, although in an ever different form, and, again if one is lucky, in ever less overtly violent forms. The past decade or so has seen the revival of an approach to moral philos, a fee which circulates under the general name of virtue ethics, and presents itself prima facie as a competitor to the two other approaches to moral theory that have been most influential in the 20th century. These two approaches are consequentialism, the view that a human action is worthy of choice if it would have good consequences, and deontological views, which emphasize that the rightness or wrongness of a human action is to be judged by its compatibility or incompatibility with certain general principles. One of the most widely discussed forms of consequentialism is utilitarianism, which defines good consequences with the maximization of human utility. Kantianism, which specifies the general principles of right acting as those of consistent, rational willing, is one of the more philosophically influential recent versions of a deontological view. In contrast to this, virtue ethics claims that the central items that are to be considered in making a moral evaluation, 84.5, Veer Tuesday and the Good Life 85, should be not the actual consequences of a given action or general principles, but concrete human psychological dispositions, powers, and character traits. Ethics is not finally about what results a certain particular proposed course of action will be likely to bring about, or what general rules should serve as motivational guides for us when we are trying to decide what to do, but about what it is to be a courageous, temperate, truthful, just person, and how such a person would conduct his or her life. Much recent virtue ethics takes as its source of inspiration the ancient discussions of the virtues and the good life. But the concept, virtue, has always been ambiguous, even in the ancient world. The Greek word usually translated virtue, agerith, actually, as has often been pointed out, means something like excellence, goodness, esser, visibility, and is used very widely, much more widely than we use virtue. Thus the ancients seem routinely to have ascribed virtue to inanimate objects, and even to objects of everyday use. The virtue of a knife is its property of being an excellent, highly serviceable knife, i.e., of doing well what one expects a knife to do, cut. Just as there are various different ways of being excellent, to be a serviceable knife is quite different from being a serviceable hammer, so there are very different kinds of virtue. The same one might expect to be true of humans. Those persons have virtue, or are virtuous, who are excellent, good, serviceable. The question is, excellent in what respect, in what way serviceable, good for what, Latin, and thus also English, deviate from this Greek etymological path by deriving virtus, virtue, from vir, man, as opposed to woman, an Indo-European root which has left its trace in the English and German word wr, wolf, man, wolf. Virtue, excellence, for the Romans is in the first instance manliness. This is good news for Hercules, because manliness is one thing he possesses in abundance. But someone who, like Hercules, has to his credit large numbers of manly achievements, the destruction of various monsters, cleaning out in one day years of accumulated manure from the Santa Bless of Augias, the impregnation of all 50 daughters of a minor local king in a single night, may also need to satisfy a man-sized hunger and thirst. Hercules may have sworn off pleasure, but his legendary capacity for eating and drinking is the stuff of which poets write. 11 In this respect, too, he outstrips everyone else. A great culture hero need not be the most refined of house guests. His riotous appetites are just one of the things one must simply put up with if one needs the benefits that can be conferred by a man of heroic virtue and achievement. Figure 3. Heroic virtue is not, however, the only kind. There are also bourgeois forms of virtue. The Homeric hero strives to excel in individual combat with his peers and is virtuous to the extent to which he has the properties disposi tions and capacities which make him successful in this undertaking. The cit. 11 cf. Aristophanes, The Birds, 1583–1605. Euripides, Alcestis, 747–802. 86-5. Figure 3. Drunken Hercules. Hellenistic bronze. Galleria Nazionale, Parma, Italy. Courtesy Alinari, Art Resource, NY. Vir Tuesday and the Good Life 87. Eisen of the ancient city-state didn't have to have heroic virtue. In fact, it would have been militarily extremely harmful if he had left the closed hoplite ranks to fight alone out front. What he had to do was follow the laws of the city and stay in his place in the line of battle. Heroic virtue is a matter of achievement and competition. Bourgeois virtue, a matter of cooperation in a social context. One can deny that heroes, or saints, i.e., the heroes of Christianity, are virtuous only if one tacitly identifies virtue with the cooperative bourgeois virtues. If one does this, however, it becomes very hard to see any direct connection between virtue and the good life, unless, of course, one wishes to identify the good life with a life of smooth social cooperation. Ancient ethics is structured around the question, what is the good life? And the answer the main line of ancient ethical thought tried to get to this question was, the good life is that lived by the good person, man, and the good man is the virtuous man. Increasingly ancient philosophers came to hold that the virtuous man is the man who has the cooperative bourgeois virtues of justice, truthfulness, self-restraint, and prudence. The identification of the good life with the life of the good man is so self-evidently false that it was recognized as a paradox by the ancients themselves, and an enormous amount of time and intellectual energy was devoted to proving that despite all appearances to the contrary, the virtuous man on the rack or the cross was leading a good life. Virtue is not really an active component of contemporary colloquial speech, to the extent to which the word virtue occurs at all nowadays outside philosophy texts. It would seem to designate a kind of highly self-conscious self-righteousness, not at all the sort of thing we admire nowadays. Some of the philosophers who have been most responsible for the revival of virtue ethics have been concerned to emphasize the essential locatedness of virtues in existing social practices. Thus MacIntyre's dark view of the impossibility of leading a good life in contemporary society 12 would seem to derive from his assumption that a good life would have to be one of virtue. Virtue would be a disposition for appropriate and effective functioning in a constituted set of social practices. Contemporary society, however, as Schiller thought, is so fragmented, it doesn't exhibit social practices of the right sort, and so lacks the framework within which full-blown virtues could develop or be exercised. If virtue is effective, excellent participation in given social practices, this suggests what may be a second worry many have had about virtue ethics, i.e., a worry that may be distinct from the possible association of virtue with sadism. 13. Virtue seems to run the risk of being too closely associated with 12. Alasdair MacIntyre, After Virtue, London. Duckworth, 1981. 13. I can't discuss here whether conformism in some sense must be associated with sadism, or, if it need not be, whether there would be anything objectionable about it, and what the nature of the objections would be. The set of dispositions that result from successful processes of socialization or normalization. We are all familiar with policies that are justified on the grounds that they are necessary for or conducive to making certain groups of people useful members of society. The fact that such systematic attempts to make people virtuous have up to now always failed 14 is no cause for complacency or for self-congratulation. With increasing means of technological control over the natural and social world and corresponding political transformations, that situation might well change. One ought not either to despise the bourgeois virtues just because they are boring. The former inhabitants of Foka, Zvornik, and Prigider know that there are worse things than the bourgeois Rechtsstaat and the unexciting virtues of cooperation. The social practices that exist to make people predictable, within limits, and cooperative aren't just part of an apparatus of repression. To use what is now perhaps a slightly dated expression, they are forces of production of the first order. The approach to the study of this phenomenon, which seems to me most enlightening, that initiated by Nietzsche in the late 19th century and resented more recently by the work of Foucault, is one that insists on seeing the enforcement of predictability, cooperation, and conformity in society as, at the same time, productive, giving us new powers and capacities we would otherwise not have, and repressive. To have a proper understanding of society means to see exactly how a multiplicity of diverse and normatively ambiguous elements interact to hold such a society together, and also to see what possibilities are implicit in this. This, in turn, need not imply that the bourgeois virtues have the last word in determining what the good life is or could be. Hercules' choice remained paradigmatic for ancient moral philosophers, but given that his choice was, or soon came to be interpreted as being, one between virtue and pleasure, this left open the possibility of distinguishing. 88.5. 14 cf. Michel Foucault, La Nuage et la Poussière, in L'Impossible Prison, Paris. Seuil, 1980. This extremely important brief piece has been very seriously underappreciated in the literature on Foucault. In it he argues that the main point of his description of the carceral society in Sur Valeur et Punir is not to claim that our society is a closed total institution of the kind Max Weber and the members of the Frankfurt School feared it was becoming. Rather, Foucault claims, native models of such total closure were a central way in which we came to think about and plan for our society, but there is always a variety of incompatible models of this kind in a society at any time, and the implementation of any such model always fails radically. I would be inclined to say that for Foucault all such projects fail, for non-contingent reasons. Although I could in that Foucault himself would have had reservations about any attribution of non-contingency. It is for this reason that prison reform is virtually a constant. Ever since there have been prisons, there has been prison reform, because no prison reform ever works. This image of society as a plurality of incompatible, competing projects, all of which think of themselves as absolute, definitive, and total, but no one of which is ever fully successful, is completely different from Weber's Stahlhardt's Geuss or Adorno's view of modern society as a closed, unitary Verwaltate, Welt, Wir Tuesday and the Good Life 89, between pleasure and the good life, or pleasure and happiness, and calling Hercules' life of strenuous and heroic virtue perhaps not exactly pleasure, able, or pleasant, but in some sense happy, and thus also good. Some ancient thinkers then devote themselves to trying to develop techniques for making us pleased, i.e., happy, to do what we have to do, what the social and cooperative virtues require of us, but those of us who inhabit the beginning of the 21st century may remain skeptical about claims that virtue and happiness can be made to converge effortlessly. Different people clearly set themselves different goals in life and are committed to different values. Some people want to earn a lot of money, others are interested in others' good opinion. Many people seem to want to live a life which they would describe as pleasing to God, and still others want as full and immediate a satisfaction of their physical needs as possible, as in Hercules' heroic gluttony. There are very different conceptions of what it is for a human life to be successful and good. If virtue is a question of those dispositions that make for effective excellence, it is hard, then, to resist the thought that there will be not only distinct, but incompatible virtues. No one will be likely to think that exactly the same set of human character traits will enable us maximally to earn wealth and lead a life that is pleasing to God. It has often been pointed out that the very idea that there could be a multiplicity of different, equally good ways of living, and a corresponding multiplicity of virtues that don't form a single clear hierarchy, might have been thought to be mildly seditious in most of the ancient city-states. After all, the claim to political preeminence of the citizen elite could be thought to depend on the view that there was a single unitary way of life that was ideally the correct object of human aspiration. Only one kind of human life, the life of an adult male citizen in a self-governing city, was really fully worth living. The virtues of such a citizen were the human virtues cat increment ejxochvn, and that the citizen exhibited these virtues was grounds for him to claim a position of leadership. Historical changes in the political, social, and economic world made many of the assumptions that underlay this way of thinking highly implausible, but the image of a single unitary human good was able to maintain itself for quite a long time, and didn't really begin to dissolve itself in a serious way until the 19th century. Although we may associate the idea of the irreducible plurality and incompatibility of human goods with Isaiah Berlin 15, and thus think of it as a typically liberal notion, one finds analogous conceptions in Marx, who, in the Grundrisse 16, criticizes what he calls the old conception of the relation between the good life and productive activity which is characteristic of the ancient world. When compared with modern theories which put exclusive emphasis on industrial and economic development. 15 Isaiah Berlin, 4 Essays on Liberty. Oxford University Press, 1969. 16 Karl Marx, Grundrisse, 387-88. This old conception can seem sublime and humane because it subordinates all activity to the human good. However, the good envisaged in the ancient world was deficient because it was construed as consisting in the production of some one pre-given human type in some particular narrow, born tional, religious, political form, the adult, male, Athenian, citizen. In contrast to this, the modern conception, which subordinates the development of the full range and variety of different human activities to no pre-given standard, apart from development itself, is preferable. In a society in which there existed such a plurality of forms of activity not subordinated to a single overarching good, a wide variety of virtues would flourish, not all of which would be obviously compatible with all others. The virtues of a good pugilist would not necessarily be compatible with the virtues of a good pianist. In the ancient world, then, there are at least two distinct concrete answers that were given to the question, who leads the good life? There is the good life in the sense of bourgeois virtue. I'm leading a good life if I follow the existing social rules, accommodate myself to the requirements of living with others, and keep the demands I make within the limits of what the other members of my society will tolerate. Then there is b. the good life in the heroic sense, the life devoted to large-scale achievement. Not all heroes, however, as witness Hercules, will be likely to conform to all social expectations. And, what is more, in this context at any rate, not all of them need be especially happy, if happiness is construed as having anything to do with subjective contentment. However, one of the most central traditions of ancient philosophy takes the good life to be essentially a happy life, so it would seem to be necessary to distinguish a third sense of the good life, see, the good life as the happy life. If we shift our attention now from the ancient to the modern world, we will observe that although the ancients emphasized that various objective conditions would have to be satisfied in order to call a person truly happy, vmwn, philosophers in the modern period exhibit a very strong tendency to understand happiness as at least closely connected with specifically subjective forms of satisfaction. That is, a happy life is not necessarily one of maximal pleasure, but one in which my actual desires, whatever they might be, are as fully satisfied as possible. The use of the phrase as fully satisfied as possible leaves room for rather considerable disagreement about how to specify the space of real possibilities within which a happy life is located. Furthermore, one might also ask whether it is really appropriate to give special standing to my actual desires, especially once one begins to become aware of the extent to which the desires people actually have may be inherently indeterminate or contradictory, the extent to which they may experience some of their desires as impositions to be resisted, and the extent to which the causal history of the acquisition of these desires may be disreputable. I may come on reflection to think that some desires which are in all behavioral 95 Veer Tuesday and the Good Life 91 senses mine, in that I avow them, act on them, etc., are merely artifacts of my upbringing, and that satisfying them will not really make me happy. This, in turn, may make me begin to distinguish between desires I happen for whatever reason to have acquired and desires that are in some deeper sense, ally mine, and to make this distinction in a way that is independent of the parent motivational force of the desire in question. This can lead, then, to a fourth approach to the good life. The good life is the life of authenticity, i.e., one in which I discover who I really am and what I really desire, and try to structure my life around the pursuit of these desires, even if I don't succeed in fully satisfying them. Unfortunately, there seem to be at least two distinct standards for distinguishing which desires are really mine: 1. Underlying motivational power, i.e., what really moves me to action, and 2. Reflective endorsement, i.e., what I am really willing to identify myself with in an affirmative way, and the two standards do not coincide. In many psychoanalytic views, if I have understood them correctly, the desires I may finally uncover as mine will have the property that they are what is really fueling both significant and relatively trivial portions of my behavior, although they may be masked by various other factors, including kinds of rationalizations. Christianity and its Kantian extension can be seen as committed to 1. An especially sharp split between the two criteria, 2. An unwarrantedly and self-defeatingly negative attitude toward those desires in me that have real motivational power, but are not the objects of reflective approval, and 3. An especially narrow construal of what deserves to be endorsed reflectively. Simply to claim, however, that what reveal themselves to be my basic motives, what really move me to action, are not me. At any rate not the real me, but the result of fallen human nature, original sin, mere empirical inclination, etc., turns out, as ample historical experience has shown, to be a very ineffective way of trying to live a good and satisfying life. It is not clear within what limits such basic motivational features might be at all effectively modifiable, and blanket denial and rejection of them deprives me of whatever chance I might have effectively to use what room for maneuver and modification might exist. For that matter, it isn't at all clear what sense it would make to claim that I could adopt a standpoint from which to begin reflection which stood completely outside and was completely independent of my fundamental motivational structure. 17. One of the promises of psychoanalysis in its classical form, I am suggesting, was to realize in a clinically responsible way the great dream of German idealism, that of making peace between virtue and pleasure. This requires abandoning the Kantian model of moral psychology illustrated by Durer's engraving, in which the forces of reason, virtue deny any affinity with pleasure, as virtue in the engraving literally closes her eyes to it, and seek to. 17. Bernard Williams has made this point in a number of places. Mutilate or destroy her. The ideal is rather some process of reciprocal toleration and acceptance. 18. Which will not be without tensions and conflict, not even without, perhaps, some coercion, but which will not be a war of extermination on either side, won't turn the psyche into a concentration camp, and will within limits be rationally manageable. From the fact that it is not easy to describe this process in a way we find theoretically completely satisfactory, it doesn't follow either that such a process does not or could not exist, or that it could not exemplify a kind of rationality, although the rationality it instantiates will be of a very different kind from Kant's. Rationality hasn't ever been a very clear or uncontested concept anyway. Thus, one of the basic differences between Habermas's discourse ethics and the views of Michel Foucault, to take as an example the positions of just two influential recent figures, is a disagreement about rationality and its relation to power. Habermas assumes that there is an absolute unbridgeable gap between the exercise of power, or coercion, on the one hand, and the discourse, or domination-free communication, Herrschaftsfreie Kommunikation, which for Habermas is definitory of rationality, on the other. For Habermas these two are like pleasure and virtue in the image. Foucault thinks this a naive view. Power, for Foucault, is omnipresent even in rational discourses aimed at reaching agreement about how to live, and its presence is not objectionable per se. If power is just the ability to get things done, I have the power to move my arm, by virtue of having a normal anatomy and physiology, to speak French, by virtue of having been taught to take a book out of the library, by virtue of having acquired the right documents, to make a successful living as a beggar on the streets, by virtue of my engaging and unthreatening appearance and demeanor, my psychological shrewdness, my skill at banter in the local dialect, etc. 19. How can one have a general objection to it? Foucault holds that Habermas's noli me tangere attitude represents a fundamental misunderstanding of the phenomenon of power. The 92.5. 18. Schiller differs from what came to be the main line of later idealism in that he thinks virtue, duty, morality can be defined à la Kant by reference to principles of reason alone. Virtue's relation to the world of pleasure shouldn't be the belligerent one Dürer depicts. But there is also no reciprocal accommodation. All the give is on pleasure's side. Virtue can get its own way peacefully, if it goes about things correctly. I discuss this at greater length in Kultur, Bildung, Geist, in Morality, Culture, and History. Cambridge University Press, 1999. 19. My attempts, in the spirit of scientific inquiry, to see whether I could make a living as a street beggar in New York in 1989 convinced me that successful begging is actually more difficult than it looks. Two colleagues, philosophers who have a keen interest in this issue, observed, from the vantage point of a cafe table, some of my overwhelmingly unsuccessful attempts to solicit money. The only people who gave me anything were some students of mine who happened to pass. They attributed my lack of success to the fact that those I approached could in some way discern that I didn't really need the money. I wore my usual attire and so could not, I think, have been reasonably deemed to be overdressed for begging. In any case, being visibly needy could at best be a necessary, not a sufficient condition for success in this profession. Veer Tuesday and the Good Life 93. Our size of power isn't usually at all like the stroke of virtue's club. When I exercise some power I have, for instance my power of speaking to you in the English language, I am not generally doing something very much like as suing you with a club, although certain politicians may be an exception to this general claim. Rather than seeing an abyss between, as it were, virtues club and pleasure's complete reliance on her own inherent attractiveness. 20. Foucault thinks there is a continuum of ways of exercising different kinds of power, from forms of persuasion, through modes of indirectly inducing beliefs in a variety of ways, to directly compelling people to behave in certain ways. This spectrum includes forms of communication, ways of influencing people, threatening them, inducing emulation by providing attractive models, education, modifying people's environment or their beliefs, habits, and preferences, and so on. Virtue and pleasure should be encouraged to give up the exclusive use of violence, on the one hand, and the display of the naked body, on the other, and to find more sophisticated ways of dealing with each other, and Hercules, a theory of rationality that would be appropriate for the moral and psychological domain would have to take account of some of these historically emerging ways of overcoming the alternative of slaughter or seduction. A fifth approach to the good life, starts by questioning a certain assumption that might seem to be made by some of the more naive versions of the authenticity view, above. This assumption is one made by those the oratists who speak as if for each human being a set of authentic desires, and an authentic self they constitute, is at any given time already in existence, and just waiting to be uncovered. In contrast to this, proponents of this fifth approach emphasize that myself is constructed, all the way down and has no foundation in any pre-existing, even if unconscious, desires. Thus Foucault, as usual following Nietzsche, is adamant in claiming that happiness cannot consist in discovering a pre-existing hidden, real, self because no such thing exists. 21. He wishes rather to recommend that we try to discover and then deploy techniques of stylization which would allow us to give our lives a certain aesthetic form. Foucault's proposals for an aestheticization of existence through the development of new arts of living are not exhortations for a renewal of virtue, at least in the bourgeois sense of virtue. If the hero and saint are not virtuous in the bourgeois sense, then the artist certainly isn't either, nor are those who attempt to give to their lives an aesthetic form. The above list of 5 approaches is by no means exhaustive of the various paths one can take to the good life. Certain components of certain ways of 20 in Habermas's version, to be sure, it is rational argumentation that is inherently attractive, not pleasure. 21 Foucault, I think, tends to exaggerate the extent to which this assumption is a necessary part of psychoanalytic approaches. Understanding the good life can appropriately be interpreted as virtues, but to try to fit all aspects of all forms of the good life to the Procrustean bed of virtue makes as little sense as trying to define the good life as exclusively a matter of discharging one's duties or maximizing social utility. We have a natural inclination to want to use the word good to give a definitive judgment on a person or a life. We seem to be able to do this in the case of objects like knives, why not also in the case of people? One reason may be that we make much more complex demands on human lives than we do on most objects. Works of art may be partial exceptions. We can evaluate a person or a human life from a variety of different, even contradictory points of view. These diverse points of view aren't obviously commensurable. Would you choose to be this person or to live this life, if you had free choice, as summing it even made sense to speak of a free choice in a case like this? Or, since virtually no one would, I think, actually want to be another person, perhaps the more relevant question is, would you like or be willing to share a flat with this person, or live next to her? Would you like this person to exist in the world, although out of your sight, because he is obnoxious, but produces artistic works of transcendental beauty? Do you think we should try to persuade others in society to be like this person, or to avoid living this kind of life? How hard should we be willing to try to affect that? Even in my own case, I can't always be sure what point of view is the appropriate one to take in evaluating some aspects of my life. If in the case of others it is sometimes easier to make a definitive judgment, that would seem to be simply because I am generally less interested in others and their lives than I am in my own. The questions, who is a good person? What is a good life? Are ones it is hard to avoid asking, but to think one can answer them definitively may well be a naive illusion. Philosophy might have to accept this situation in both its aspects. In addition to their inherent tendency to relatively unsublimated sadism, forms of Kantianism, including the so-called versions of discourse ethics associated with Habermas, represent an understandable but defeatist position. They encourage us to give up the search for a philosophically enlightened substantial discussion of the good life, and to limit our philosophical ambitions to describing, or perhaps also, claiming to ground, the minimal conditions of smooth human cooperation. It is indeed a great merit of virtue ethics that it doesn't throw in the towel in this way. To be sure, given the connection between many forms of virtue and specific social practices, a modern version of virtue ethics should ideally be embedded in a critical theory of society, although in the best case this would be a critical theory of the old type, and not of the etiolated Habermasian kind. It should also, ideally, be historically and psychologically more sophisticated than ancient versions could be. It can't be based just on a rereading of Aristotle, but must also take account of Marx's Die Deutsche Ideologie, Nietzsche's Zur Genealogie der Moral, and Freud's Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, 94.5, Wir Tuesday and The Good Life 95. Moral philosophy would benefit not just from locating its account of the virtues in a wider context of history, social theory, and psychology, but also from maintaining an openness to the concrete experiences people have over the centuries had in trying to attain a good life. Foucault's reflections on ethics at the end of his life point in two slightly different directions, both of which seem to me to be valuable. On the one hand, he reasserts the Nietzschean ideal of giving one's life an aesthetic form. The good life isn't a moral life, a useful life, a life of integrity or authenticity, or of principle, but an admirable life. Admiration, however, is an aesthetic category, and a life can be admirable in a variety of different ways. 22. On the other hand, he tries to redirect our attention to attempts made by thinkers in the past to deal with concrete aspects of life with the intention of improving our practice, in more or less the sense in which this was envisaged by pragmatism. Without cooperation, no sophisticated form of human life would be possible, and most human societies have practices and institutions designed to foster the acquisition of the cooperative virtues. One might almost say that there is a natural tendency in any society to overestimate cooperation. In addition, despite the iconography of Dürer's engraving, the virtues, especially the cooperative virtues, aren't just enforced upon us against our will by external social agencies, but are clearly in some way attractive to us. As Geuss says, virtue is a beautiful thing. Who wouldn't be virtuous, if they could? 23. However, an excessive focus on the virtues of cooperation can have very unwelcome consequences. Cooperation is always cooperation in a particular society, and to some extent, then, with a particular concrete society. It is of some importance to know to what degree any given society deserves our cooperation, with which particular people we should cooperate and in what way. Sometimes some people can't be or become virtuous because their circumstances makes the acquisition or exercise of virtue impossible, and sometimes it is not at all a good idea to exercise various of the specific virtues one might possess. No one will doubt the good intentions, the virtuous disposition, or the heroic efforts of many of the international aid agencies who operated in Bosnia during the recent war there, but to focus simply on the way in which the actions of the individuals and agencies in question were instances of the exercise of virtue might easily bring one to overlook the widely noted fact that in the broader context, the actual effect of this virtuous action was to further ethnic cleansing. Supporters of virtue ethics might be tempted to claim that cases like this can't really be instances of exercising virtue because the exercise of virtue must always have only good consequences, but this 22. I discuss this issue further in my Nietzsche and Morality, originally published in European Journal of Philosophy, April 1997, now reprinted in my Morality, Culture, and History, Cambridge University Press, 1999. 23. Alban Berg, Geuss 1.2, seems extremely implausible. Of course, no one can be prevented from refusing to call something which has all the usual psychological, and other characteristics and trappings of virtuous action, really, virtue, on the grounds that it has consequences that are not good, and we wish to reserve the word virtue for dispositions and character traits that have exclusively good consequences. But to argue in this way is to adopt a kind of verbal immunization strategy rather than to tell us anything of substance about virtue. If virtue is used in this sense, there may turn out to be no virtues. The fact, if it is a fact, that caring for the aged, the helpless, and the infirm by taking them out of the line of fire actually contributes, in these particular circumstances, to the success of a reprehensible political policy, assuming for the sake of argument that ethnic cleansing, even of a peaceful kind, is a reprehensible political policy, in no way implies that those providing the care were not exercising virtue. After all, the members of the international agencies in question may not have had any real choice in Bosnia other than, on the one hand, acting, in many cases heroically, as they did, or, on the other, withdrawing or effectively doing nothing, an option that would also have been unlikely to stop ethnic cleansing and would certainly have resulted concretely in much more human suffering than actually took place. This indicates, I think, the need to see virtue in a wider historical and political context. From the fact that there is no obvious way simply to combine one's moral admiration for the action of many of these agencies with one's disapproval of the actual results to which they contributed, albeit perhaps unwillingly, so as to reach an unproblematic unitary general evaluation of what happened, is, I think, no argument against this position, but merely indicates the difficulty in evaluating real situations rather than the simplified example favored in some of the ethics literature. One of the most important tasks of moral philosophy as the theory of the good life is keeping open a space for social criticism, so that necessary bourgeois cooperation does not transform itself into complicity with evil. This requires appeal to as much history, psychology, and social theory as we can muster. It isn't at all clear that a freestanding virtue ethics can by itself discharge this task. 96.5.6 Happiness and Politics. At the height of the terror during the French Revolution, Saint Just announced that happiness is a new idea in Europe, one extracted from its context and interpreted very literally. This does not seem prima facie a terribly plausible opinion to hold. Surely many people before the 18th century had rather a clear idea of what they thought happiness was. Many ancient philosophers, at any rate, such as Epicurus, Zeno of Citium, and Aristotle, had views, sometimes elaborate and highly articulated views, about the nature of happiness, and about what human individuals might do to increase their chances of attaining it. What is more, Saint Just will have known this. Does Saint Just, then, perhaps mean that the idea of collective, or public, happiness is a new thought? Does he think that ancient philosophers had views about the potential happiness of individuals, but none about what it would mean for a human community to be happy? Happiness, after all, like that other great modern ideal, liberty, is a term which in principle purports to refer either to individuals or to groups. I can speak of an individual human being, Alcibiades, Cavalcanti, or John Knox, as being happy, or free, but the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen, Article 1 in the version of 1793, also speaks of the bonheur commune of a community as the goal of political association, and uses the level to which this goal has been attained as a criterion for evaluating a given polity. 2. If I follow this usage, presumably, I can say that the Roman Republic was happy, whereas the ancient regime in the early 18th century was not, or that France in 1794 was happier than in 1744. Margaret Thatcher once notoriously claimed that society does not exist, and this strong modern bias toward individualist conceptions might give their impetus to a historical argument to the effect that happiness, and also this paper is a slightly expanded version of a talk I gave at a conference on democracy and human happiness in April 2002 in Kyoto. I wish to thank the sponsors of this conference, the Institute for the Integrated Study of Future Generations, and its president, Professor Tae Chong Kim, for the kind invitation to Kyoto. I am particularly indebted to John Dunn, Zeev Emmerich, Hilary Gaskin, Lawrence Hamilton, Istvan Hont, and Michael Sonnenscheer for discussions of the topic of this paper. 1. Le bonheur est une idée neuve en Europe, in Œuvres complètes de Saint Just, ed. Michel Duval, Paris. Javerd Lebovici, 1984, 715. 2. Article 1. Le but de toute société est le bonheur commun. The documents show a parallel use of bonheur de tous and bonheur public. By the way, liberty was originally used only of individuals, not of groups, and ought strictly still to be taken to refer in the literal sense only to individuals. Application to groups is a seemingly unwarranted metaphorical extension. To say that a city is happy is just shorthand for saying something that can be put more correctly as a simple aggregative statement about individuals, such as that most of the individuals in the city are happy in whatever sense human individuals can be happy. This is a familiar phenomenon in political philosophy, and it is important to note that the process of extension can go in either direction. That is, terms that originally refer to individuals can be extended to groups, but terms originally used of groups can also come to refer to individuals. Thus, deliberation seems originally to have referred to the processes by which groups of people discuss matters and come to a decision. And then it was extended to the presumed internal dialogue in which individuals may engage when they weigh up the merits and disadvantages of some proposed course of action. Many people find this kind of extension inherently dubious and grounds for suspicion that some kind of category mistake is being made. I am suggesting that one try to see metaphorical extension not as a potentially dubious afterthought, but as the very lifeblood of all thought and language use. For as long as one is clear in each case about what one means, one can see this dual usage of happiness as potentially an enrichment of the vocabulary we have at our disposal to think about politics and the good life. Unfortunately, if saint just meant that the ancients had no conception of public happiness, he was completely wrong. Ancient authors assume that one can speak equally of individuals or cities as being happy. Aristotle even goes further than this and specifically says, Politics 1324a5, that when one calls a group or an individual happy, one is using the term in the same sense. The argument he uses, however, which depends on the claim that happy in this respect is like wealthy, does not convince completely, but rather should be seen as warning us of certain dangers. Even if we assume that we know. 98.6. 3S Hampshire, Justice as Conflict, Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 1999. Particularly if one takes a view of language like that which has been developed by Nietzsche and Wittgenstein and which de-emphasizes the distinction between literal and metaphorical usage. This is clearest perhaps in Nietzsche's Über Wahrheit und Lüge in einem Außermorales. Chen Sin. An example taken virtually at random. Pindar, Ismia 7, line 1, although the word there is Mavkar, not Ujdivmon. Aristotle does not, of course, have at his disposal the modern terminology of meaning, so what he says is that the happiness of the city is the same as that of the individual. The conjunction of happiness and wealth is presumably not coincidental. The word which later gets established as the canonical one for happy, Ujdivmon, does not occur in Homer. But when it does first appear, it is paired with another word which seems to retain a strong connotation of wealthy, prosperous, bio tilde, in Hesiod, Opera et Dies, 826. Happiness and Politics 99. What wealthy means in the case of an individual, originally, having many useful possessions, then having much money, and, perhaps nowadays, having large and secure entitlements and lines of credit. In applying the term to a group of people, a city, or a state, issues of distribution arise for which there are no analogues in the case of the individual. If the city is an organized political association, we can assume that the resources available will be divided among various individuals who make up the city, but that there will also be a sector of things held in common, or publicly. Various individuals in Cambridge, including me, may also own houses, but the city of Cambridge as a public corporation itself owns school buildings, police vehicles, tracts of land, etc. By virtue of what, now, would Cambridge count as a wealthy city? By virtue of what we could call the private wealth of the individuals who live there? Does this mean the total wealth or the average wealth? Or does Cambridge count as wealthy by virtue of the value of the resources owned by the corporation which is the city of Cambridge? or perhaps by taking the sum of all the wealth in private or public hands in the city. This is a serious issue not simply with reference to wealth, but also with reference to the concept of happiness. Aristotle's breezy analysis seems to be trying to divert attention from this issue, but Plato faces up to it squarely. At the beginning of Book 4 of the Republic, 419a 421c6, when one of Socrates' interlocutors, Adimantus, objects to Socrates' whole mode of proceeding in describing his ideal city. The ideal city is supposed to be an ally happy, eudaimon, city, that is, a city which instantiates and realizes what it is to be a city to the fullest, which is a fully flourishing specimen of what a city should be. Plato claims this is a city in which all the essential functions of communal human life are performed as well and efficiently as possible by distinct subgroups. Individuals are assigned to a given subgroup according to a highly developed principle of division of labor, so that each person does only that for which he or she has the greatest natural aptitude. Adimantus, however, points out that in the city thus described, none of the people will be fully happy. This does not depend on surreptitiously shifting from Plato's technical sense of happiness being a perfect specimen who is successfully, efficiently discharging one's task, to the common everyday sense of happiness, enjoyment or satisfaction, although we can well imagine that individuals in a Platonic city would not be terribly satisfied with their lot. Rather, although the Platonic city might instantiate fully what it is to be a city, none of the individuals would instantiate and realize humanity at its fullest, be fully flourishing instances of humanity. Rather, they would be locked into the exercise of particular social functions. Perfectly discharging one's task as a human being won't be the same thing as efficiently discharging one's specific role as a cobbler in the ideal city. The happiness of the city would then be quite distinct and would diverge in a significant way from the happiness of its members taken either individually or collectively. 8. For the purposes of the present discussion, the important point is that Plato seems to admit that happiness could, in principle, be a systemic property of the society as a whole. That is not reducible to any straightforward summation of the states of happiness of the individual members. As Aristotle puts the point, Politics 1264b, 19-20, one he himself rejects, happiness is construed as being like even, as in odd and even. A given number, e.g., 14, can be even without it being the case that its constituents, e.g., 7, are themselves even. Perhaps it is not yet completely clear in what this happiness of the city as a whole is distinct from that of the individuals consists, but what is clear is that these ancient philosophers at any rate had a very robust sense of public happiness. Indeed, no matter how one turns it, then Saint just seems simply to be wrong. Perhaps we can make sense of what he says by considering the political context within which his claim was made. Saint just was speaking in favor of the enactments that have come to be known as the Ventos decrees. These decrees called for the expropriation of enemies of the revolution and the use of the resources thus made available to support poor patriots. Measures like this, though far from being a novelty of 18th-century France, have a very long history in the West. Demands for agrarian reforms that would have involved very extensive redistribution of lands to the poor were a recurrent feature of the political and social life of the Roman Republic at least from the time of the Gracchi, 2nd century B.C., and by the end of the Republic. Rival warlords were routinely using the expropriated land of opponents to reward supporters. St. Just's point, then, presumably would have been that the reasons he and the Committee of Public Safety gave for these measures depended essentially on some reference to human happiness, but that in the past arguments for measures like these depended not on appeals to happiness ness but on appeals to some other grounds. So to say that the idea of happiness was a new one would mean not that no one in Europe had ever had the idea of individual or communal happiness before, but that for the first time, a systematic attempt was being made to adopt happiness as an explicit social goal in a politically effective way. Perhaps we can become clearer about what Saint Just might have meant by happiness by contrasting it with other things which he might have thought people in the past would have used to support fundamental institutions or drastic forms of action. What sorts of other grounds, then, does he think his and our ancestors might have given for this kind of decree? 106. 8. Plato's response to this apparent objection is to emphasize the natural differences between individuals and to claim that although they are not happy simpliciter, they are as happy as they can reasonably be expected to be, given their natural endowments. This is then further developed in the myth of the metals, 415, one of the most repellent doctrines in the Platonic corpus. Happiness and Politics 101. One perfectly reasonable thing he might have meant was a contrast between the world of late 18th century Europe and two other historical periods which preceded it and were widely considered to be completely distinct from it and each from the other: the Christian feudal era and the world of the ancient Mediterranean city-states and empires. The ancient world was one of perpetual war, and it is thus comprehensible that the most valued kinds of human properties were the active heroic ones of aggressive success, excellence, virtue, and glory. Such properties are characteristically displayed in zero-sum competitive contexts in which the success of one individual is the failure, or even death, of the other. Patroclus or Hector, Hector or Achilles. Pallas or Turnus, Turnus or Aeneas. The hero seeks always to be first and to attain glory. This heroic ethos is originally a moral code of individuals, but it can be extended to political communities, too: Athens or Sparta, Rome or Carthage. After all, such communities are as fully engaged in a network of competitive relations with other communities as individuals are with other individuals. When the city itself comes to be construed as a possible subject that can exhibit excellence, can succeed or fail, or gain glory, then these can become the goals of conscious political action. Thus agrarian reform in the ancient world could be thought to be connected with and justified by reference to the political power, strength, and security of the city. 9. For the city to be secure, powerful, and renowned, it needed soldiers. Under ancient conditions, the best soldiers were expected to arise from the class of independent peasant farmers. Thus the city could have an interest in the redistribution of agricultural land which would turn the landless, and thus militarily useless, rural poor into prosperous farmers who were potential soldiers. This might have had nothing to do with the happiness of the individuals who were the beneficiaries of that redistribution. Happiness, in any case, was not at all a necessary part of the heroic package. Achilles can choose a short, glorious life or a long, presumably comfort-able life at home in fertile Thea. Ajax is humiliated by the gods and commits suicide. Aeneas' life is a model of pietas, virtus, and labor, but hardly of happiness. 10. In ancient drama, happiness is the lot not of the heroic protagonist of tragedy, but of the anti-hero who is the central character in comedy. The Dicaeopolis in Aristophanes' Acharnians who wants peace, feasting, and sex, not war and glory. Thus it is not unreasonable to think that regardless of what a handful of politically marginal moral philosophers might have thought or said, real public action in the ancient world was characteristically conducted by reference to one or another of the complex of terms like basic security, virtue, success, glory. The claim that one would orient political action, 9. Public defense on these grounds is, of course, compatible with a determination to see to it that one's own partisans are the particular beneficiaries of the proposed policy. 10 Aeneid 1.8 to 11, 12.435 to 36, etc. Toward happiness might then well be conceived to represent a historical departure. 11. The Christian Middle Ages in Europe was no stranger to the politics of individual and dynastic competition, heroism, and the pursuit of glory. These seem de facto to have continued to inform the living and thinking at least of the politically dominant classes, but the advent of Christianity meant the recognition of another ideal, the quest for the salvation of the individual soul, or beatitude. One might think of this as a recognition of two distinct concepts of happiness, a terrestrial kind ordered around the peaceful enjoyment of the goods of life, and a celestial kind, the possibility of which was disclosed to humanity by divine revelation, and the full realization of which could be attained only after death. There was wide disagreement on the relation between these two kinds of happiness, but even those most disposed to see beatitude and earthly happiness as compatible tended strictly to subordinate the latter to the former. So one can, after all, make reasonable sense of St. Just's announcement. What is new in the 18th century is that happiness gets added to the possible list of freestanding grounds for public action. 12. We can speak then of individual happiness or of the happiness of a group. And one can think of the happiness of a group in either of two ways. First, it can be thought of as some more or less simple aggregate of the happiness of the constituent individuals, just as one can speak of a city as wealthy if many individual citizens are wealthy, or as glorious if many citizens are glorious. Second, one can think of the happiness of the group as something that is not thus reducible. That is, we can construe speaking of the happiness of a group in analogy to the cases in which we speak of a city as wealthy, meaning by that to designate a high level of public wealth even if all the individuals are poor, or of a city as glorious if its armies or football teams defeat, by virtue of their extreme discipline and coordination, all comers, even though no individual member is particularly glorious, or, if any glory an individual has, derives from the glory of the army or team as a whole rather than the other way around. This still, to be sure, leaves open the question of just what happiness means either in the individual or in the group case. I wish to distinguish three families of conceptions of happiness. First, externalist or objectivist views, sec. OND, desire relative views, and finally, overall assessment views. To the modern temperament, the most convincing forms of externalist are 102:6. 11. St. Just does not claim that happiness is the only goal of the revolution. Other goals would include liberty, equality, and fraternity, also virtue, frugality, and glory, as mentioned. For instance, in the Discourse on the Reorganization of the Army, Herves completes de St. Just. Ed. Michel Duval, Paris, Gérard Lebovici, 1984, 412. 12. C. A. Hirschman, Rival Views of Market Society, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1992, 105-7. Happiness and Politics 103. Objectivist conceptions of happiness or naturalist ones which start with some notion of basic forms of minimally healthy or especially vibrant or vigorous functioning of a human being, and then go on to define happiness as the or size of these functions in a minimally viable or an especially vibrant and vigorous way. What counts as the healthy, robust functioning of an individual is, in principle, independent of the shifting beliefs, desires, feelings, and opinions of that individual. A human who was functioning in a vigorous way would be likely to know that and to feel pleased, but this might not invariably be the case, and even when it was, the feeling and knowledge would be secondary to the functioning. 13. Being happy would consist not in being pleased but in being well fed, fully mobile, able to work and reproduce, etc. The views of Plato and Aristotle are most naturally construed as having this structure. To move now from the individual to the collective case, we have seen how Plato's theory seems to posit a functioning of the whole which would in principle be distinct from functioning of the individuals. Despite our disinclination to take seriously the teleological metaphysics which underpins the Platonic and the Aristotelian view, there is something to be said for thinking of a society as a continuing enterprise that lasts potentially beyond the lifetime of any given individual, and for countenancing it as a distinct level of functioning having its own integrity. Without some conception like this, albeit a non-metaphysical one, it is very hard to see how we could even begin to think about, for instance, our relations to future generations. Such an objective conception of happiness seems to play a role in some science of the theory of the welfare state. Individual happiness may be connected with idiosyncratic forms of private enjoyment and may thus be both unpredictable and an inappropriate object of governmental action, but public happiness means providing some objectively specifiable set of accessible resources and services to all members of the society so as to ensure that each has at least a minimally defined standard of living, healthcare, food, shelter. 14. There is no need to be Philistine about what this comprises. It can include an established church with extensive pastoral services, a national radio service that broadcasts performances of concerts, public picture galleries, and the satisfaction of various human psychic and emotional needs, as long as these can be shown to be objectively necessary for human flourishing. As noted above, on an objectivist view it need not invariably be the case that full functioning was attended by enjoyment. Some perverse people might not enjoy being healthy, but even so, health could retain its standing as a con. 13. For further discussion of this with special reference to Aristotle, see Richard Kraut, 2. Conceptions of Happiness, Philosophical Review 88, 1979, 167-97. 14. That the provision be presented as one that will be a universal distribution of equal benefits to all, or that North American fata morgana, equal opportunity for all, is not a matter of any logical necessity, but merely a fact about what seems politically viable under modern circumstances where notions of equality have become ideologically deeply embedded, constituent of public happiness, but this is compatible with there being an important range of aspects of human life in which knowing that the function was being successfully performed and enjoying that activation of the function was an integral part. It would then be an objective truth about our nature that in some areas we needed forms of activity that permitted this kind of self-awareness and self-affirmation. This can still be an objective conception if one thinks that it is true that one must have some kind of self-affirmation in order to function in a healthy way, independent of whether one knows that this is the case or not. 15. The second family of conceptions of happiness start from the idea that we humans are creatures of desire. These desires are real internal states of some kind that have a power to move us to do things in the world, although not necessarily an irresistible power. I might be very self-controlled or in the grip of another stronger desire. Desires are also highly variable and shifting, may stand in no relation to my basic forms of human functioning, and are not necessarily constrained by being directed at any natural object. 16. When I am hungry and eat, I can be said to be happy in a perhaps rather debased and rudimentary sense. I am happy, however, not because this is a natural function which I am performing, but because at that moment eating was what I desired to do. Happiness should be understood as satisfaction of these desires, even if they happen, as they might, to have no relation to the basic needs or the functional imperatives of the human body and soul. I may desire things that in the short or long run are not good for me. To say that I am happy must essentially have something to do with my getting these desires that I have satisfied, whether or not that is even compatible with my physical well-being. Desire itself is uncomfortable to experience. It might be various other things too, such as oddly, indirectly, or perversely satisfying, but this is in addition to being uncomfortable. As various philosophers, moralists, and religious figures have emphasized, 17 when a desire is satisfied, another one will arise and follow on the heels of the first immediately. It is the nature of human life that it is composed of desires that come and go, and the very idea of an absolute show-stopping satisfaction of desire doesn't make sense. The idea of having all desires maximally satisfied is the idea of not having any unfulfilled desire, and that is very like the idea of being dead. 18. As if this were not enough, many have argued that there is a distinction. 104-6. 15. This was the view of the early Marx. 16. Hobbes gives perhaps the most striking early modern theory of a form of desire that is in no way subordinated to an antecedent good, whether real or apparent. See Leviathan, chapters 6, 11, 17. In particular Buddhists, and, among Western philosophers, Schopenhauer. 18. Jonathan Lear, Happiness, Death, and the Remainder of Life, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 2000. Happiness and Politics 105. Between a truly and fully happy life and a merely contented one. A happy life is not sufficiently characterized as one in which given desires are maximally satisfied, but must have a certain minimal richness, variety, novelty, and intensity. Thus some would say that a person with an exceptionally low level of desire and aspiration is less happy than a person with more complex and demanding desires, even if more of the first person's desires were in fact satisfied. Some have even claimed that a fully happy human life must be devoted in part to developing human powers. If this is the case, then the generation of new desires will be an integral part of the happy life. 19. And that means that a certain amount of non-satisfaction will have to be part of a fully happy life, since new desires will by their very nature be ones I have not yet been able to satisfy. If this is the case, the pursuit of happiness might seem to require us to move in two incompatible directions at once. Toward maximal satisfaction of the desires we have, and toward going beyond the set of desires we have evolved in the direction of as yet unsatisfiable new desires. There is a degenerate form of the idea that happiness consists in satisfaction of desires which has played an important role in much recent social theory. 20. This approach identifies satisfaction of desires with satisfaction of one's preferences, where preferences are taken to mean articulated wants, i.e., what you say you want or what your behavior in highly controlled conditions, such as betting, indicates you want. There might be all sorts of good reasons to prefer preferences to desires as the basic entities with which to work in certain areas of life and politics. For a start, desires are frequently deeply buried, ill-formed, unfocused, and for various reasons not fully and clearly articulated, or even articulable. Preferences, on the other hand, are epistemically accessible and well-defined in a way desires are not. One can thus work with them more easily, use them to evaluate the success or failure of various government programs, etc. However, it is also precisely this relative clarity and precision that makes them inappropriate as the final objects relative to which we think about such things as human happiness. One major reason one might object to the whole ideal of public happiness is a difficulty in the very idea that there is anything at the collective level that could be sufficiently like a human individual as locus of desire for one to speak in a clear and coherent way about those collective desires being satisfied. The best one could get would seem to be some version of a collective analog to 19 see Wilhelm von Humboldt, Ideen zu einem Versuch, die Grenzen der Wirksamkeit des Staats zu bestimmen, originally 1792-95, now most conveniently in modern edition, Stuttgart. Reclam, 1967. 20 classic works in this tradition include K.R.O., Social Choice and Individual Values, New York. Wiley, 1951, and Asen, Collective Choice and Social Welfare, San Francisco. Holden. Day, 1970. What I have called the degenerate form of happiness, a social welfare funk. Tion. 21. The third kind of conception of happiness takes it to consist not in the satisfaction of my desires, but in some form of self-approval. I am happy if I find my life worthy of approval as a life for me to live. 22. What is at issue here is an attitude or a judgment. This sense of happiness is clearly distinct from the previous two. It is obviously the case that I need not approve of healthy human functioning. Lots of religious ascetics do not, nor must I approve of what I in fact desire, even ineluctably desire. Many addicted smokers disapprove of smoking. One might expect that the judgment and attitude one has toward one's own life will not, as a matter of fact, be completely disjoint from the rhythm of origination and satisfaction of desire. I will be more likely to make a positive judgment about my life and say that I am happy if I have just satisfied a pressing desire than if I keenly feel an unfulfilled desire. This suggests that our attitude or judgment about our lives might be as shifting and unstable as our desires, and their satisfaction, are. The characteristic view of ancient philosophers seems to have been that one ought to try to find a stable attitude toward one's life as a whole which is based on a correct assessment of it. 23. This presupposes that I have at my disposal a standpoint from which I can see my life as a whole, even if only in recollection and imagination, and moreover that I have it in my power to see my life clearly and without illusion, to see it as it really is. Many ancient philosophers, especially Stoic philosophers, seem to have believed that, particularly with a bit of training and reflection, one can learn to retain such an attitude, even when in the presence of an otherwise disabling insistent unsatisfied desire, like the inscient philosopher who claimed to be happy even while being tortured, because he knew he had given his life an overall shape of which he was right to approve. Modern people are perhaps less sanguine about this possibility. I may well never settle into a fixed judgment on my life as a whole, or I may not be able to attain fixity of judgment until it is too late for it to matter. By extension, not everyone may be in a position to adopt the Olympian, or perhaps I should say Mandarin, attitude of Zhou Enlai, who, when asked whether he thought the French Revolution had been a good or a bad thing, famously replied that it was too early to tell. If the account I have given above is approximately correct, the prospects for individual happiness do not look encouraging. We no longer accept the 106.6. 21. To pursue this further would require discussion of Nietzsche's view of the Dionysian, especially in Gebert der Tragödie, and subsequent accounts by Durkheim, Freud, and Castoriadis. 22. To judge that a life is worthy of approval as a life for me to live is not necessarily to judge that it is worthy simpliciter, so it is still possible to distinguish between happy and good. 23. Aristotle, Ethica Nicomachia 1098 a 16-17, 1099b 91101 a 21, 1177b 24-26. The modern philosopher who seems to have been most interested in this issue is the Heidegger of Sein und Zeit. See especially sections 46-60. Happiness and Politics 107. Natural teleology that underwrote the objectivist approach. The complete satisfaction of desire is radically unstable and even, to put it paradoxically, inherently unsatisfactory as a general human goal, because any satisfaction of a given desire will give rise to a new desire. Finally, we are no longer so sure we will be able to come to a single, stable evaluative assessment of our lives as a whole, much less to one that has some property of truth. What kind of happiness then is at issue in the politics guided by St. Just's new European idea? Could a politics directed at happiness ever hope to be successful? In his speech in favor of the Ventos decrees, St. Just says that by passing the decrees, France will show Europe that it is no longer willing to tolerate even one unfortunate malheureux, or oppressor, on French territory. 24. It is perhaps not completely fanciful to see these two terms as designating slightly different dimensions of the happiness St. Just goes on to laud. On the one hand, the succoring of individual need is most naturally located within a program of public happiness which takes this to presuppose the maintenance of the minimal welfare of all individuals in the society. From the fact that the government cannot effectively undertake the incoherent task of rendering people positively happy by maximizing the satisfaction of their desires, it by no means follows that it cannot sensibly prevent distinct malheur by maintaining minimal standards of living. The second dimension of happiness refers to the absence of oppression. Oppression is conceptually distinct from poverty. It seems but a step from the project of the elimination of oppression to democracy, as a political system in which equal citizens rule themselves. In its worst incarnations, poverty might be conceived as having an almost purely naturalist component, even by people who are inclined to give great weight to the variability of human beliefs and the autonomy of human desire. Whatever public happiness is, and no matter what people's opinions are, we might think that public happiness is not compatible with gross malnutrition among large segments of the population. Public happiness, as absence of oppression, seems to fit most easily into the third of my three families of conceptions of happiness. That means that there must be a clear social locus or position or standpoint from which some general judgment about the society as a whole can be made, which will be like the judgment the individual was supposed to be able to make about his or her life as a whole. There must be a voice that gives this judgment or assessment embodiment, or a clear social agent who can adopt the relevant attitude. If happiness is absence of poverty and of oppression, then there must be no poverty and some. 24. Quelle Europe apprenne que vous ne voulez plus un malheureux ni un oppresseur sur le territoire français. Irves completes, page 715. The word I have translated as unfortunate above, malheureux, of course, means unhappy. One has to have formed a moderately stable judgment to the effect that no oppression exists. If, when what is at issue is my happiness, then I am the final judge of that. So similarly, when what is at issue is our collective happiness, we should make the final assessment of that. Who, though, is we? To say that we should be everyone is no answer to the question, because that question is precisely the question of who speaks for everyone. That is, what real agency or instance is our real voice. There are three candidates for this honor. The first is the governmental structure, which is the designated official speaker for us all. In a democracy like that of contemporary Britain, that is presumably the Parliament, or the Queen in Parliament, or perhaps the Cabinet, that is, nowadays effectively, the Prime Minister. They will speak for us when they speak in their official capacity, following all the established rules correctly. It might seem that if such a system is functioning properly, it will instantiate a very quick and straight forward way of moving from democracy to human happiness via a direct conceptual link. Democracies will by their very nature be happy polities in the most significant of the senses of happy that can be of concern to politics. After all, one might argue, a democracy is by definition a system in which Whatever the society does is the result of a decision by its members. If what collective political life people have depends, as much as it can depend on any human agency, on what they themselves decide, surely in a democracy, they have the best chance to live a collective life of which they will approve. In such a system, if it works, there are no individual oppressors, like Louis Capet, or the members of the French aristocracy. I think one should resist this shortcut because there is an important difference between democracy as an ideal and as the designation of any real political mechanism. 25 To speak of democracy as an ideal is to speak of a political system in which the people have the power. In the ancient world of small direct democracies, it was perhaps relatively unproblematic to see what was being meant by saying that the people ruled. Whatever decisions were made by an assembly which in principle anyone could attend, and which many people did regularly attend. In contrast, to speak of any real modern representative system of parliamentary rule as a democracy is to engage in an extremely contestable form of theoretical interpretation of what is going on when the system functions in its everyday way. 26 Do multi-party elections, by themselves, or, for that matter, in conjunction with any specifiable further set of real political institutions, ensure that societies in which they exist are ones in which the people rule? Does Tony Blair necessarily speak for me? 108-6. 25 See My History and Illusion in Politics. Cambridge University Press, 2001, pp. 110-28. 26 C. J. Schumpeter, Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy. New York, Harper & Row. 1950, especially Part 4, Happiness and Politics 109. When he repeatedly gives us and the rest of the world to understand that Britain under New Labour is a happy, morally admirable society? I submit that a moment's serious reflection on these questions will incline the thoughtful toward a negative answer to them. The second candidate for the position of Vox Societatis is public opinion. This seems to me a totally hopeless choice. Public opinion is exceedingly fragile, and its utterances can be very indistinct. More importantly, if the official political structures do not reflect my views about whether the life we are leading is worthy of approbation, why should I have any more reason to expect public opinion always to do so? The third possibility is the voice of the people speaking directly, if raucously, in civil disturbance, riot, lynching, pogrom, eventually civil war or revolution, or alternatively in vivid expressions of approval, torchlight parades. To see the troops off to the front, spontaneous celebrations of sporting victories, etc. Here again, if not literally everyone is out on the streets, that will mean that there are two sides to this story, and thus there will not be an obviously privileged position from which to make a definitive judgment. Even when the voice is strong, direct, and virtually unanimous, the message may be indistinct, and the transmission will usually be extremely intermittent. Democracy raises the ideological stakes and human expectations, without necessarily commensurately increasing our ability to satisfy our desires, or to adopt a positive attitude toward our life as a whole. It is a standard liberal sentiment 27 that I might find it more galling to tolerate a situation in which someone else, some collective political institution, is effectively defining what attitude I am to have toward my own life and my assessment of my own happiness, than a situation in which money, resources, or services are straightforwardly extorted from me by an individual oppressor who makes no claims to be contributing to my happiness. This may be a relict of Christian religious views about the inviolability of the soul, but it is one that continues to have a firm hold on the minds of many in the West. Under what circumstances do I experience a democratic decision in which I belong to a defeated minority as a decision of someone else? This is obviously a question of capital I am importance for any democracy, and one the answer to which will depend on a wide variety of factors, many of which are probably extra-political and few of which are at all well understood. It underlines the need to take the widest possible view of the context within which politics takes place. The story has been told many times how, as he was led out to be guillotined, Saint Just pointed to the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, inscribed on the wall of the conciergerie, and said, "After all, I was the one." 27 given its classic formulation, although with specific reference to the concept of liberty, not happiness, by Isaiah Berlin. 2 Concepts of Liberty, 4 Essays on Liberty, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1963. Who did that? 28 In the debates that preceded the promulgation of the Constitution of 1793, Saint Just took the view that the task confronting the convention was simple. If you want a republic, attach yourself to the people and act only for it. The form of its happiness is simple. Happiness is no further away from peoples than from the private person. 29 Saint Just obviously took this to be an optimistic thought. I have tried to suggest here that it can equally be taken as a rather pessimistic one. 110-6. 28. C'est pourtant moi qui ai fait cela. K. Marx, Die Heilige Familie, in Marx Engels' work. Berlin. Dietz, 1980, Volume 2, page 129. See also B. Williams, Saint Just's Illusion in Making Sense of Humanity, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1995. 29. Si vous voulez la République, attachez-vous au pupil, et ne faites rien que pour lui. La forme de son bonheur est simple, et le bonheur n'est pas plus loin des pupils qu'il n'est loin de l'homme privé. In Herbes Completes, page 423. 7. Suffering and Knowledge in Adorno. Suffering, many reflective people have thought, is simply an integral part of any human life, since there is no certain remedy for it short of death, which many believe carries its own disadvantages. One might as well learn to tolerate it as best one can. Some philosophers, to be sure, have thought that this reaction is too undifferentiated. If one wishes to think seriously about suffering, one must begin by distinguishing different kinds of suffering toward which perhaps very different attitudes would be appropriate. Thus Nietzsche 1 distinguishes very sharply between suffering that has a meaning, the pain experienced during training by an athlete preparing for an important event, and senseless suffering. Humans, Nietzsche thinks, do not in general find the former kind of suffering problematic, but the latter is intolerable. So intolerable, in fact, that they will invent or accept the most ludicrous fantasies, stories about the will of imaginary gods, theories of antenatal existence and the transmigration of souls, the doctrine of origine, null sin, etc., to endow suffering with the appearance of meaning. Nietzsche further distinguishes very sharply between self and life-affirming interpretations and life negating or denying ones. The suffering the athlete in training undergoes is not simply an incomprehensible series of random events that form no pattern and of which he can make no sense at all, but is part of a structured set of events that he or she can see as integral to a project of affirmation of self. Even if the athlete does not in fact win the race, the project is an affirmative one. In contrast to this, most traditional religious interpretations of the world have been life and self-denying. Thus for the traditional Calvinist believer, too, the world and human life makes perfect sense. At the end of a long life of exhausting labors, most people can look forward to sharing with the overwhelming majority of humanity, the massa damnatio in an infinity of exquisite torments invented and inflicted on them by God. God, to be sure, has predestined us for this, but that is no excuse for us. Since, for whatever reason, we are in fact all sinners, this infinite punishment is also our just desert, and the meaning of our infinite suffering is that it tributes to God's glory. Not only, that is, will people make up the most plausible tales and theories to give some apparent meaning to their lives, they would also prefer even radically masochistic, self-abnegating interpretations. 1 Friedrich Nietzsche, Zur Genealogie der Moral, in Kritische Studienausgabe, ed. Coley and Montanari, Berlin. De Gruyter, 1980, Volume 5. Of the World to Acceptance of Its Sheer Irreducible Fatuous Pointlessness, they would rather make their own lives vales of tears than find them empty. A third distinction that might seem to recommend itself is that between avoidable and unavoidable suffering. It is not difficult to imagine developing this distinction into the temptingly commonsensical thought that we ought to try to tolerate, stoically, only such suffering as is unavoidable, while trying to deal actively with suffering that is unnecessary or avoidable. The view of human society proposed by various progressive political movements in the 19th and early 20th centuries, including Marxism, gave a further twist to this discussion by distinguishing between historically superfluous and historically necessary forms of human suffering. In societies with low productive powers and rudimentary means of transport, hunger may be an unavoidable and virtually universal concomitant of human life. In modern societies we have the technological capacities to feed everyone, and so hunger is objectively superfluous in a way it was not in the Bronze Age. 2. Hunger in the modern world results from social and legal arrangements. The distribution of entitlements, that could in principle be changed. 3. The members of the Frankfurt School were not in any sense orthodox Marxists. But their critical theory stands in this tradition in that the main object of their theoretical interest was the continued existence of superfluous suffering in a world in which it could actually be abolished. 4. Although suffering refers in the first instance to a set of somatic processes, the stimulation of certain nerve endings associated with what we call pain in complex societies, physical suffering can come to be reflected inwardly, so that in addition to toothache we sometimes experience heart ache. 5. Prolonged grief, psychic disturbance, systematic humiliation, etc. are also forms of suffering even if they do not involve the direct infliction of physical pain, and, as such, they deserve to be taken seriously. 2. Modern societies, so the proponents of critical theory believe, are integrated totally. Ties in which all parts are inextricably interconnected and the more important structural features are hidden from direct view. 6. A human society is not like a dead natural object, which has no end or goal in itself. A rock, a lake, a pile of sand have no inherent purpose, but a human society is a set of practices, structures, and institutions that are directed at making it more likely that certain states of the world are realized and that others are not. Agricultural societies have various methods for storing grain. 1127. 2 C. Gareth Stedman Jones, An End to Poverty, London. Profile Books, 2004. 3 C. A. Sen, Poverty and Famines, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1981. 4 Adorno, Negative Dialectic, Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1966. Hereinafter ND, page 201. Adorno. Aesthetische Theon as Volume 7 of Gesammelte Schriften, Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1971. Hereinafter, at page 55 f. 5 ND 200-202. 6 Adorno, Minima Moralia, Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1951. Hereinafterum, page 29. North Dakota 204. Suffering and Knowledge in Adorno 113, which they implement in order to have enough food for the winter and prevent hunger. A society can be seen as a system directed at attaining, and in fact having the shape it does in order to attain, a certain kind of life which is thought by the members of the society to be good. The use of teleological language is therefore licit in discussing social institutions, whereas it would not be so in discussing natural phenomena. If this is accepted, then, it might be argued, there is no reason in principle not also to accept the possibility that one of the things the society as a whole might be teleologically oriented toward doing is producing, not merely such things as an agricultural surplus or various industrial goods, but also certain beliefs in its members. Some of these beliefs might be true. It would be of clear utility to humans if their society had institutions devote to training medical personnel and inculcating in them correct beliefs about human anatomy. Other beliefs, however, might not be true. In fact, the members of the Frankfurt School hold that modern societies can and must be seen as systems that are structured so as to produce misapprehension of their own essential mode of operation. It is not as if the central and essential features of the society, the basic mechanism that makes it work, as it were, accidentally fails to come to our notice, but the operation of the society is such that it systematically blocks off correct cognitive access to its own deeper structure, and generates illusions and distortions, presenting a facade that is actively misleading. 7. All of this means that simple, old-fashioned approaches to the elimination of suffering will not work. Direct, individual intervention to relieve patent pain may be morally praiseworthy but cannot be more than a palliative mea. Sure, and will certainly not be sufficient to deal with the deep-rooted and systemic social and economic sources of suffering. One cannot directly observe the real causes of most suffering in such a complex society, and even the best empirical theories built up according to the canons of positivism will be superficial and misleading, taking the illusory surface a society produces for its essential structure. Correct cognitive access to society as a totality requires a philosophically informed mode of understanding which is not a competitor to observation and empirical theorizing, but which places empirical, social research in its proper context. That context is provided by the non-empirical concept of spirit, a concept analyzed most astutely in Hegelian philosophy. To be sure, Marx was right to emphasize the importance of the socio-economic system, the capitalist form of production, in the generation of systematic forms of human suffering, but even the economy in the narrow sense could not be fully understood by a theory that was construed along strictly empirical, positivist lines. The most important structural features of 7. One can, of course, perfectly reasonably ask why modern society should be structured in such a way as to generate such illusions, and one can try to give various answers to this, none of which I will go into. Our society, including its central economic institutions, are integrated into the social whole and reveal themselves for what they really are only when we view that whole as a form of spirit, and that means analyzing it relative to what spirit requires of it. Only a theorist who is himself a philosophically reflective bearer of spirit has the necessary conceptual resources to make cognitive sense of the suffering our society produces. Only a theorist who has a correct, spirit-based understanding of society can engage in radical social criticism effectively, and only such a person is capable of sustained intellectual resistance to the pressures to conformism and acquiescence in the status quo which is such a pervasive danger in modern societies. To be sure, active participation in spirit makes a person in some ways more susceptible to suffering, because more sensitive to the ways in which society fails, but this is the price one pays for the critical potential spirit gives. In spirit cognition, the possibility of criticism and resistance, and sensitivity to suffering are closely connected. Thus it is not at all surprising, and is no objection, that the immediate point of departure for Adorno's critical theory is a series of experiences that could seem to be no more than minor irritations of the sensibility of a highly sophisticated but also extremely effete bearer of spirit. He presents his critical opposition to the society that surrounds him as having been set off by the observation that the semicolon is falling into desuetude. 8. That Alban Berg's violin concerto contains some tonal elements rather than being uncompromisingly atonal. 9. That modern doors generally have simple knobs rather than handles. 10. That large numbers of people rush to the cinema to see infantile films. 11. etc. This is not necessarily an evasion of more serious forms of faring. The first task is a correct analysis of the causes of social suffering, and if society really is a totality that actively produces mystification about its own basic structure, a false whole, then any part, even the most seemingly insignificant, can, if properly analyzed, reveal the falsehood at the heart of the social world. An indirect approach through seemingly peripheral or insignificant phenomena may have more chance of success than an attempt to gain enlightenment by studying the traditional grand topics of social philosophy directly. The grand topics refer generally to precisely the parts of society that will be most deeply camouflaged and surrounded by thick smokescreens and false road signs. Hegel devotes an important chapter in his Phenomenology to a form of spiritual life which he calls the unhappy consciousness. This form of 114.7. 8. Adorno, Noten zur Literatur I. Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1958, page 168. 9. Adorno, Gesammelte Schriften. Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1984, volume 18, pp. 499-501. See also, Der Getreue Korrepetitor, Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1963, page 187, and Gesammelte Schriften. Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1984, volume 13, pp. 349-50. 10m section 19. 11m sections 5, 130, 231. Suffering and Knowledge in Adorno 115. Seriousness is one that it forced by its own internal constitution to generate and measure itself against a set of standards which it can never fully satisfy. What results is an intrinsically split consciousness which is in perpetual, uncomfortable motion, in a constant process of being painfully forced to recognize its own failure to live up to the standards it sets itself, and thus its own worthlessness and insubstantiality. The pain caused by the keen awareness of the unbridgeable gap between its real state and the ideals it sets itself poisons and embitters this whole form of life. Examples of this unhappy consciousness are forms of self-lacerating religious consciousness, particularly various forms of medieval Christianity. Despite the evident massive differences between Hegel's idealism and critical theory, Adorno has a number of surprisingly positive references in his negative dialectic to Hegel's doctrine of unhappy consciousness. In the modern period, the possibility of radical critique depends on the existence of highly differentiated human individuals, but any individual consciousness, Adorno claims, is, almost always and with good reason, an instance of the unhappy consciousness. 12. Hegel's unhappy consciousness measures itself against standards it sets itself and finds itself wanting. For him, unhappy consciousness is a transitory phenomenon, a mere preliminary to the full maturity spirit attains when it has completed its buildings process and attained a full, affirmative awareness of itself as what it truly is, and is thus in a position to comprehend and affirm the world around it, including its social world. Adorno claims that Hegel has a strategic aversion to the unhappy consciousness and that the reason for this is his desire to render impotent the critical moment, 13, which is in her. And in unhappy individual consciousness, criticism must for Hegel be a mere passing stage on the way to final affirmation. Adorno, by contrast, does not suffer the painful self-laceration of a consciousness divided against itself, but judges the society he encounters against the highest exigencies of spirit, and condemns it for failing to live up to these. The standards of criticism are, Adorno claims, 14 rooted in demands that the society can be seen tacitly to make of itself. Why go to the effort of building complicated barns and silos, if one is going to look on with equanimity when the silos fall down, ruining the harvest? Nevertheless, in point of fact, the standards of criticism have their concrete location in Adorno's sensibility. The society is said to fail because it fails him, that is, it fails to live up to the very highly pitched requirements and expectations he, as archetypical bearer of spirit, imposes on it. Adorno's philosophy can be seen as a philosophy of Suf. 1253, see also 200-201. 13 North Dakota 53. 14 This is what is meant by the claim that the theorist must transform the concepts he uses into those the object itself provides. See Adorno et al. Der Positivismusstreit in der Deutschen Soziologie, Neuwied and Berlin. Luchterhand, 1969, pp. 7-79. Faring spirit, a way of articulating the pain spirit experiences when confronted with a world that thwarts its aspirations. 15 And as such, a criticism of that world. The main question I wish to consider in this essay is what role cognition and the philosophic theory of cognition, epistemology, might play in a philosophy of suffering spirit, the established procedure which philosophers have followed since antiquity would prescribe beginning with a formal definition of the central relevant concepts, suffering, spirit, cognition, etc., moving on to the substantive discussion only when the task of defining terms was satisfactorily completed. Just as Hegel did before him, Adorno completely and utterly rejects this way of proceeding in no uncertain terms. Definition, in the traditional sense, depends on a number of logical and epistemological presuppositions and has a number of implications which make it inappropriate as a method for discussions of any important phenomenon in the realm of spirit. Thus, for instance, a definition was traditionally supposed to contain a specification of a finite set of invariant features that would allow one reliably to distinguish the definiendum from other kinds of things. Definitions were supposed to satisfy strict conditions of non-circularity. The definiens was not to contain any item the definition of which itself required reference to the definiendum. A cat is a feline animal is not a satisfactory definition if one's only definition of feline is a cat. Furthermore, it was supposed to be possible to distinguish clearly between a definition, which gave the mere meaning of a concept, and empirically or theoretically contentful statements in which the definiendum occurred. Definitions were not, traditionally, supposed to have empirical content. A triangle is a closed, three-sided, geometric figure tells you nothing about the world, whereas the top iris has produced a row of almost perfect triangles does tell you something about a particular garden. If these conditions, and a number of further ones I have not mentioned, are not satisfied, no definition in the traditional sense is possible. In the case of spirit, Adorno claims, none of these conditions is fulfilled. The only way to get to know what spirit is not by mastering a list of distinguishing invariant features it exhibits, but by participating in the process by which it constitutes itself. How then do we enter into this process? Adorno takes over from Hegel the further claim that this is the wrong way to pose the question because we already are spirit. 16 An integral part of an uninterrupted, socially located, reflective activity. Thus all we need are some indirect, act, and, logically speaking, circular pointers to draw our attention to what it is we already are, and what it is we are already doing. The process will seem 116.7, 15 North Dakota 27. 16 GWF Hegel, Phänomenologie des Geists, in work in Zwanzigbanden, ed. Moldenhauer, and Michel, Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1970, Volume 3, pp. 68-69, Suffering and Knowledge in Adorno 117. To have two stages, pointing out what it is that we, as spiritual beings, are doing already and then making sure we do not misunderstand what it is we are and are doing. The first part of this will seem in some sense trivial, and perhaps even in some sense simple-minded and unenlightening. The second will consist of a long sequence of increasingly complex and convoluted negations, refutations of various incorrect, and usually reductive, theories that have been propounded about spirit. Spirit is not this, not that, not some third thing. Overall, the procedure will look very much as if it violates another tacit assumption of traditional procedures of definition, in that one will seem not so much to be saying what the definiendum is, but merely, at excessive length, what it is not. In the realm of spirit, though, the approach through a negative dialectic is the only one appropriate. Although we cannot define spirit, we can continue to engage in a process of gradual, reflective, internal clarification or explication, literally, unfolding of it. Another way to put this is that we cannot define it, because it is itself nothing other than a continuous process of self-definition in which we participate. For Hegel and Adorno, then, in philosophy we do not begin by defining, rather we plunge in medias res. Well, plunge in is the wrong metaphor, because if we were not already in, up to our necks, the whole issue would not arise. There is no shore to stand on from which to initiate our jump. Only the ever-rolling ocean of spiritual reflection. 17 Hegel was an optimist about this, plus léger qu'une bouchon nous dansons sur les flots. There is no need for nostalgia about l'Europe's anciens parapets. Although the sea stretches limitlessly in every direction, we will soon realize that we are not bobbing helpless, but ensconced on the bark of the modern state. The bark is sound, and seaworthy, and even if not opulently appointed, contains ample facilities to allow us to pursue those activities that give human life meaning and value, religion, art, and philosophy. It is thus all the home we need. Adorno's view is bleaker. We are adrift in a leaky, foundering ponton. The best we can hope for is that we are able to scribble a few philosophical texts before we go under. These texts are messages in bottles 18 that may or may not eventually find readers. That Adorno was capable, under the circumstances, of complaining about the room service, the tuning of the piano, and the quality of the pictures on the wall of his cell in the prison ship is a sign of his characteristic combination of high philosophic purpose, extreme self-absorption, and gross bad faith. 19. Spirit, although it in some sense has instantiation in individuals, refers to ways in which humans live together with special reference to the formation. 17. The imagery in the following obviously comes from Rimbaud, Le Bateau Ivre, Herves, Completes, Paris. Gallimard, 1972, pp. 66-69. 18 Section 133, 19 C. G. Lukács, Theorie des Romans, Neuwied and Berlin. Luchterhand, 1962, forward to the second edition, and satisfaction of absolute needs. Our primary, absolute need as spiritual beings is for what Hegel calls reconciliation, 20, or what Adorno calls truth in an emphatic sense. This need cannot be satisfied for human beings once and for all by any individual action they might take, as individuals or as a group, or by coming to hold true any individual proposition or doctrinal sys, but only through the development of a set of historically changing social practices. art, religion, and philosophy. This characterization is not a traditional definition because spirit and the forms of generation and satisfaction of needs that constitute it cannot be specified independently of each other. The only way to explain spirit is by entering into substantive discussion of religion, art, and philosophy, but art, philosophy, and religion can only be fully and correctly understood as spiritual phenomena, that is, as formations essentially directed to concretely shaping and satisfying our absolute needs. The continual reference in this discussion to needs indicates very clearly that spirit is not a strictly epistemological category. Adorno admits that it does contain important intellective elements 21, but they are only components of a larger structure. Spirit is very definitely not intended as merely another word for the transcendental subject of the epistemological tradition, the agency of a purely representational activity of thinking directed at mirroring reality as exactly as possible. Rather, it is supposed to designate a historical process with a strong social dimension in which voluntative, impulse-based, intellective, and other elements come together, each influencing the other. In fact, blind drives seem to have a certain prior ity in the final constellation. In Negative Dialectic 22, Adorno writes that every thing in the realm of spirit is nothing but modified somatic impulse, and that the precursor, vorform, of spirit is the impulse, drang, not the image, the percept, the word, or the judgment. Cognition itself is an exceedingly important, perhaps teleologically the most important, moment of spirit, but only a moment nevertheless. Even to speak of needs is to presuppose a teleological framework, one of which the speaker is very often fully conscious. If I tell you I need money, I will in general also be ready to tell you what I need the money for. For instance, I need money in order to buy food. Very often the object that I claim immediately to need, e.g., money, is clearly distinct from the state of affairs, which forms the final object of my teleological intention, e.g., the state in which I have something to eat. The object can be defined, recognized, striven for, and attained independently of the state of affairs, and vice versa. Notoriously, one cannot eat money. If the basic form of a need statement is 118.7, 20 cm Hardimon, Hegel's Social Theory, The Project of Reconciliation, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. See also, Art and Theodicy, in R. Geuss, Morality, Culture, and History, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1999, pp. 78-115. 21 at 138. 22 North Dakota 200. Suffering and Knowledge in Adorno 119. I need X in order to Y. It would seem that a certain kind of relativity was built right into the concept of needing. The concept of an absolute need would then seem to be a contradiction in terms. An absolute need would have to be either one for which the question, you need X for what, never even arose, or conceivably one in which to raise the question was itself to answer it. Once again, I think that what is important here is to see that Hegel and Adorno would be perfectly happy to grant that discussion of absolute needs is and must be circular. Such circularity is a basic characteristic of spirit and thus of any serious philosophical treatment of spirit. So when one asks, why do humans need art? The answer is, the need for art must be satisfied so that spirit can continue to exist. Spirit, however, cannot be understood, and the demand that spirit must continue to exist cannot be in any way explained or justified, without reference to the need for art, and the ways in which that need might be satisfied. Rather than seeing this circularity as an epistemic or moral deficiency, Hegel and Adorno regard it as a sign of distinction. Spirit is an irreducible end in itself and gives itself its own laws autonomously in its own realm. Human needs and the ways in which they are satisfied have their foundation in the human body, but to the extent to which such human needs reach up into the realm of spirit, they can come to count as absolute, despite their historical variability. This might still seem to be an evasive and unsatisfactory account of absolute needs, and so it is perhaps useful to locate it in a slightly larger context. Kant initiated a certain tradition in philosophy that was based on the claim that there was a strict distinction between actions that were performed for their own sake and actions that were performed for the sake of something else, between categorical imperatives and hypothetical imperatives, between action that was empirically motivated and action motivated by respect for the moral law, or, to use Max Weber's terminology, between value rational, W trational, and end rational, Z recreational, modes of acting. These distinctions are obviously not all the same, but the slightly hysterical insistence on the importance of one or another of the versions of them probably has its roots in a widespread character deformation that also inclines those who suffer from it to be susceptible to religious or quasi-religious views about the absolute distinction between the numinous and the profane, and to the observation of various kinds of taboos and rituals. For the Kantian, in any case, the clear separation between what he calls pathological, or empirical, motiva tion and motivation derived from pure respect for the moral law is the conditio sine qua non of any form of morally responsible human action. 23. For Marx, Dewey, Adorno, and other progressivist opponents of Kant, the very distinction between that which is an end in itself and that which is Instru. 23. Kant, Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, Erster Teil, I. Book 3. Hauptstück, von den Triebfedern der reinen praktischen Vernunft, Hamburg, Felix Meiner, pp. 84-104.